41. Develop the witness attitude. Questioner: what is the daily and hourly state of mind of a realized man? How does he see, hear, eat, drink, wake and sleep, work and rest? What proof is there of his state as different from ours? Apart from the verbal testimony of the so-called realized people, is there no way of verifying their state objectively? Are there not some observable differences in their physiological and nervous responses, in their metabolism, or brain waves, or in their psychosomatic structure? Maharaj, you may find differences, or you may not. All depends on your capacity of observation. The objective differences are, however, the least important. What matters is their outlook, their attitude, which is that of total detachment, aloofness, standing apart. Q. Does not a Nani feel sorrow when his child dies? Does he not suffer? M. He suffers with those who suffer. The event itself is of little importance, but he is full of compassion for the suffering being, whether alive or dead, in the body or out of it. After all, love and compassion are his very nature. He is one with all that lives, and love is that oneness in action. Q. People are very much afraid of death. M. The Nani is afraid of nothing. But he pities the man who is afraid. After all, to be born, to live and to die is natural. To be afraid is not. To the event, of course, attention is given. Q. Imagine you are ill, high fever, aches, shivers. The doctor tells you the condition is serious, there are only a few days to live. What would be your first reaction? M. No reaction. As it is natural for the incense stick to burn out, so it is natural for the body to die. Really, it is a matter of very little importance. What matters is that I am neither the body nor the mind. I am. Q. Your family will be desperate, of course. What would you tell them? M. The usual stuff: fear not, life goes on, God will protect you, we shall be soon together again, and so on. But to me the entire commotion is meaningless, for I am not the entity that imagines itself alive or dead. I am neither born nor can I die. I have nothing to remember or to forget. Q. What about the prayers for the dead? M. By all means pray for the dead. It pleases them very much. They are flattered. The Nani does not need your prayers. He is himself the answer to your prayers. Q. How does the Nani fare after death? M. The Nani is dead already. Do you expect him to die again? Q. Surely, the dissolution of the body is an important event even to a Nani. M. There are no important events for a Nani, except when somebody reaches the highest goal. Then only his heart rejoices. All else is of no concern. The entire universe is his body, all life is his life. As in a city of lights, when one bulb burns out, it does not affect the network, so the death of a body does not affect the whole. Q. The particular may not matter to the whole, but it does matter to the particular. The whole is an abstraction, the particular, the concrete, is real. M. That is what you say. To me it may be the other way, the whole is real, the part comes and goes. The particular is born and reborn, changing name and shape, the Nani is the changeless reality, which makes the changeful possible. But he cannot give you the conviction. It must come with your own experience. With me all is one, all is equal. Q. Are sin and virtue one and the same? M. These are all man-made values. What are they to me? What ends in happiness is virtue, what ends in sorrow is sin. Both are states of mind. Mine is not a state of mind. Q. We are like the blind people at a loss to understand what does it mean to see. M. You can put it as you like. Q. Is the practice of silence as a sadhana effective? M. Anything you do for the sake of enlightenment takes you nearer. Anything you do without remembering enlightenment puts you off. But why complicate? Just know that you are above and beyond all things and thoughts. What you want to be, you are it already. Just keep it in mind. Q. I hear you saying it, but I cannot believe. M. I was in the same position myself. But I trusted my guru and he proved right. Trust me, if you can. Keep in mind what I tell you, desire nothing, for you lack nothing. The very seeking prevents you from finding. Q. You seem to be so very indifferent to everything. M. I am not indifferent, I am impartial. I give no preference to the me and the mine. A basket of earth and a basket of jewels are both unwanted. Life and death are all the same to me. Q. Impartiality makes you indifferent. M. On the contrary, compassion and love are my very core. Void of all predilections, I am free to love. Q. Buddha said that the idea of enlightenment is extremely important. Most people go through their lives not even knowing that there is such a thing as enlightenment, leave alone the striving for it. Once they have heard of it, a seed was sown which cannot die. Therefore, he would send his bhikkhus to preach ceaselessly for 8 months every year. M. One can give food, clothes, shelter, knowledge, affection, but the highest gift is the gospel of enlightenment, my guru used to say. You are right, enlightenment is the highest good. Once you have it, nobody can take it away from you. Q. If you would talk like this in the West, people would take you for mad. M. Of course, they would. To the ignorant all that they cannot understand is madness. What of it? Let them be as they are. I am as I am, for no merit of mine, and they are as they are, for no fault of theirs. The Supreme Reality manifests itself in innumerable ways. Infinite in number are its names and shapes. All arise, all merge in the same ocean, the source of all is one. Looking for causes and results is but the pastime of the mind. What is lovable. Love is not a result, it is the very ground of being. Wherever you go, you will find being, consciousness and love. Why and what for make preferences? Q. When by natural causes thousands and millions of lives are extinguished, as it happens in floods and earthquakes, I do not grieve. But when one man dies at the hand of man, I grieve extremely. The inevitable has its own majesty, but killing is avoidable and, therefore, ugly and altogether horrible. M. All happens as it happens. Calamities, whether natural or man-made, happen, and there is no need to feel horrified. Q. How can anything be without cause? M. In every event the entire universe is reflected. The ultimate cause is untraceable. The very idea of causation is only a way of thinking and speaking. We cannot imagine uncaused emergence. This, however, does not prove the existence of causation. Q. Nature is mindless, hence irresponsible. But man has a mind. Why is it so perverse? M. The causes of perversity are also natural, heredity, environment and so on. You are too quick to condemn. Do not worry about others. Deal with your own mind first. When you realize that your mind too is a part of nature, the duality will cease. Q. There is some mystery in it which I cannot fathom. How can the mind be a part of nature? M. Because nature is in the mind. Without the mind, where is nature? Q. If nature is in the mind and the mind is my own, I should be able to control nature, which is not really the case. Forces beyond my control determine my behavior. M. Develop the witness attitude and you will find in your own experience that detachment brings control. The state of witnessing is full of power, there is nothing passive about it. 42. Reality cannot be expressed. Questioner, I have noticed a new self emerging in me, independent of the old self. They somehow coexist. The old self goes on its habitual ways, the new lets the old be, but does not identify itself with it. Maharaj, what is the main difference between the old self and the new? Q. The old self wants everything defined and explained. It wants things to fit each other verbally. The new does not care for verbal explanations, it accepts things as they are and does not seek to relate them to things remembered. M. Are you fully and constantly aware of the difference between the habitual and the spiritual? What is the attitude of the new self to the old? Q. The new just looks at the old. It is neither friendly nor inimical. It just accepts the old self along with everything else. It does not deny its being, but does not accept its value and validity. M. The new is the total denial of the old. The permissive new is not really new. It is but a new attitude of the old. The really new obliterates the old completely. The two cannot be together. Is there a process of self-denudation, a constant refusal to accept the old ideas and values, or is there just a mutual tolerance? What is their relation? Q. There is no particular relation. They coexist. M. When you talk of the old self and new, whom do you have in mind? As there is continuity in memory between the two, each remembering the other, how can you speak of two selves? Q. One is a slave to habits, the other is not. One conceptualizes, the other is free from all ideas. M. Why two selves? Between the bound and the free there can be no relationship. The very fact of coexistence proves their basic unity. There is but one self, it is always now. What you call the other self, old or new, is but a modality, another aspect of the one self. The self is single. You are that self and you have ideas of what you have been or will be. But an idea is not the self. Just now, as you are sitting in front of me, which self are you? The old or the new? Q. The two are in conflict. M. How can there be conflict between what is and what is not? Conflict is the characteristic of the old. When the new emerges, the old is no longer. You cannot speak of the new and the conflict in the same breath. Even the effort of striving for the new self is of the old. Wherever there is conflict, effort, struggle, striving, longing for a change, the new is not. To what extent are you free from the habitual tendency to create and perpetuate conflicts? Q. I cannot say that I am now a different man. But I did discover new things about myself, states so unlike what I knew before, that I feel justified in calling them new. M. The old self is your own self. The state which sprouts suddenly and without cause, carries no stain of self, you may call it God. What is seedless and rootless, what does not sprout and grow, flower and fruit, what comes into being suddenly and in full glory, mysteriously and marvelously, you may call that God. It is entirely unexpected yet inevitable, infinitely familiar yet most surprising, beyond all hope yet absolutely certain. Because it is without cause, it is without hindrance. It obeys one law only, the law of freedom. Anything that implies a continuity, a sequence, a passing from stage to stage cannot be the real. There is no progress in reality, it is final, perfect, unrelated. Q. How can I bring it about? M. You can do nothing to bring it about, but you can avoid creating obstacles. Watch your mind, how it comes into being, how it operates. As you watch your mind, you discover yourself as the watcher. When you stand motionless, only watching, you discover yourself as the light behind the watcher. The source of light is dark, unknown is the source of knowledge. That source alone is. Go back to that source and abide there. It is not in the sky nor in the all-pervading ether. God is all that is great and wonderful. I am nothing, have nothing, can do nothing. Yet all comes out of me, the source is me, the root, the origin is me. When reality explodes in you, you may call it experience of God. Or, rather, it is God experiencing you. God knows you when you know yourself. Reality is not the result of a process, it is an explosion. It is definitely beyond the mind, but all you can do is to know your mind well. Not that the mind will help you, but by knowing your mind you may avoid your mind disabling you. You have to be very alert, or else your mind will play false with you. It is like watching a thief, not that you expect anything from a thief, but you do not want to be robbed. In the same way you give a lot of attention to the mind without expecting anything from it. Or, take another example. We wake and we sleep. After a day's work sleep comes. Now, do I go to sleep or does inadvertence, characteristic of the sleeping state, come to me? In other words, we are awake because we are asleep. We do not wake up into a really waking state. In the waking state the world emerges due to ignorance and takes one into a waking dream state. Both sleep and waking are misnomers. We are only dreaming. True waking and true sleeping only the Nani knows. We dream that we are awake, we dream that we are asleep. The three states are only varieties of the dream state. Treating everything as a dream liberates. As long as you give reality to dreams, you are their slave. By imagining that you are born as so and so, you become a slave to the so and so. The essence of slavery is to imagine yourself to be a process, to have past and future, to have history. In fact, we have no history, we are not a process, we do not develop, nor decay, also see all as a dream and stay out of it. Q. What benefit do I derive from listening to you? M. I am calling you back to yourself. All I ask you is to look at yourself, towards yourself, into yourself. Q. To what purpose? M. You live, you feel, you think. By giving attention to your living, feeling, and thinking, you free yourself from them and go beyond them. Your personality dissolves and only the witness remains. Then you go beyond the witness. Do not ask how it happens. Just search within yourself. Q. What makes the difference between the person and the witness? M. Both are modes of consciousness. In one you desire and fear, in the other you are unaffected by pleasure and pain and are not ruffled by events. You let them come and go. Q. How does one get established in the higher state, the state of pure witnessing? M. Consciousness does not shine by itself. It shines by a light beyond it. Having seen the dreamlike quality of consciousness, look for the light in which it appears, which gives it being. There is the content of consciousness as well as the awareness of it. Q. I know and I know that I know. M. Quite so, provided the second knowledge is unconditional and timeless. Forget the known, but remember that you are the knower. Don't be all the time immersed in your experiences. Remember that you are beyond the experiencer, ever unborn and deathless. In remembering it, the quality of pure knowledge will emerge, the light of unconditional awareness. Q. At what point does one experience reality? M. Experience is of change. It comes and goes. Reality is not an event, it cannot be experienced. It is not perceivable in the same way as an event is perceivable. If you wait for an event to take place, for the coming of reality, you will wait forever, for reality neither comes nor goes. It is to be perceived, not expected. It is not to be prepared for and anticipated. But the very longing and search for reality is the movement, operation, action of reality. All you can do is to grasp the central point, that reality is not an event and does not happen, and whatever happens, whatever comes and goes, is not reality. See the event as event only, the transient as transient, experience as mere experience, and you have done all you can. Then you are vulnerable to reality, no longer armored against it, as you were when you gave reality to events and experiences. But as soon as there is some like or dislike, you have drawn a screen. Q. Would you say that reality expresses itself in action rather than in knowledge? Or, is it a feeling of sorts? M. Neither action, nor feeling, nor thought express reality. There is no such thing as an expression of reality. You are introducing a duality where there is none. Only reality is. There is nothing else. The three states of waking, dreaming, and sleeping are not me, and I am not in them. When I die, the world will say, "Oh, Maharaj is dead." But to me these are words without content, they have no meaning. When the worship is done before the image of the Guru, all takes place as if he wakes and bathes and eats and rests, and goes for a stroll and returns, blesses all and goes to sleep. All is attended to in minutest details, and yet there is a sense of unreality about it all. So is the case with me. All happens as it needs, yet nothing happens. I do what seems to be necessary, but at the same time I know that nothing is necessary, that life itself is only a make-believe. Q. Why then live at all? Why all this unnecessary coming and going, waking and sleeping, eating and digesting? M. Nothing is done by me, everything just happens. I do not expect, I do not plan, I just watch events happening, knowing them to be unreal. Q. Were you always like this from the first moment of enlightenment? M. The three states rotate as usual. There is waking and sleeping and waking again, but they do not happen to me. They just happen. To me nothing ever happens. There is something changeless, motionless, immovable, rock-like, unassailable, a solid mass of pure being consciousness bliss. I am never out of it. Nothing can take me out of it, no torture, no calamity. Q. Yet, you are conscious. M. Yes and no. There is peace, deep, immense, unshakable. Events are registered in memory, but are of no importance. I am hardly aware of them. Q. If I understand you rightly, this state did not come by cultivation. M. There was no coming. It was so, always. There was discovery and it was sudden. Just as at birth you discover the world suddenly, as suddenly I discovered my real being. Q. Was it clouded over and your sadhana dissolved the mist? When your true state became clear to you, did it remain clear, or did it get obscured again? Is your condition permanent or intermittent? M. Absolutely steady. Whatever I may do, it stays like a rock, motionless. Once you have awakened into reality, you stay in it. A child does not return to the womb. It is a simple state, smaller than the smallest, bigger than the biggest. It is self-evident and yet beyond description. Q. Is there a way to it? M. Everything can become a way, provided you are interested. Just puzzling over my words and trying to grasp their full meaning is a sadhana quite sufficient for breaking down the wall. Nothing troubles me. I offer no resistance to trouble, therefore it does not stay with me. On your side there is so much trouble. On mine there is no trouble at all. Come to my side. You are trouble-prone. I am immune. Anything may happen, what is needed is sincere interest. Earnestness does it. Q. Can I do it? M. Of course. You are quite capable of crossing over. Only be sincere. 43. Ignorance can be recognized, not jnana. Questioner. From year to year your teaching remains the same. There seems to be no progress in what you tell us. Maharaj. In a hospital the sick are treated and get well. The treatment is routine, with hardly any change, but there is nothing monotonous about health. My teaching may be routine, but the fruit of it is new from man to man. Q. What is realization? Who is a realized man? By what is the Nani recognized? M. There are no distinctive masks of jnana. Only ignorance can be recognized, not jnana. Nor does a Nani claim to be something special. All those who proclaim their own greatness and uniqueness are not Nanis. They are mistaking some unusual development for realization. The Nani shows no tendency to proclaim himself to be a Nani. He considers himself to be perfectly normal, true to his real nature. Proclaiming oneself to be an omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipotent deity is a clear sign of ignorance. Q. Can the Nani convey his experience to the ignorant? Can jnana be transmitted from one man to another? M. Yes, it can. The words of a Nani have the power of dispelling ignorance and darkness in the mind. It is not the words that matter, but the power behind them. Q. What is that power? M. The power of conviction, based on personal realization, on one's own direct experience. Q. Some realized people say that knowledge must be won, not got. Another can only teach, but the learning is one's own. M. It comes to the same. Q. There are many who have practiced yoga for years and years without any result. What may be the cause of their failure? M. Some are addicted to trances, with their consciousness in abeyance. Without full consciousness what progress can there be? Q. Many are practicing samadhis, states of rapturous absorption. In samadhis consciousness is quite intense, yet they do not result in anything. M. What results do you expect? And why should jnana be the result of anything? One thing leads to another, but jnana is not a thing to be bound by causes and results. It is beyond causality altogether. It is abidance in the self. The yogi comes to know many wonders, but of the self he remains ignorant. The Nani may look and feel quite ordinary, but the self he knows well. Q. There are many who strive for self-knowledge earnestly, but with scant results. What may be the cause of it? M. They have not investigated the sources of knowledge sufficiently, their sensations, feelings and thoughts they do not know well enough. This may be one cause of delay. The other, some desires may still be alive. Q. Ups and downs in sadhana are inevitable. Yet the earnest seeker plods on in spite of all. What can the Nani do for such a seeker? M. If the seeker is earnest, the light can be given. The light is for all and always there, but the seekers are few, and among those few, those who are ready are very rare. Ripeness of heart and mind is indispensable. Q. Did you get your own realization through effort or by the grace of your guru? M. His was the teaching and mine was the trust. My confidence in him made me accept his words as true, go deep into them, live them, and that is how I came to realize what I am. The Guru's person and words made me trust him and my trust made them fruitful. Q. But can a Guru give realization without words, without trust, just like this, without any preparation? M. Yes, one can, but where is the taker? You see, I was so attuned to my Guru, so completely trusting him, there was so little of resistance in me, that it all happened easily and quickly. But not everybody is so fortunate. Laziness and restlessness often stand in the way, and until they are seen and removed, the progress is slow. All those who have realized on the spot, by mere touch, look or thought, have been ripe for it. But such are very few. The majority needs some time for ripening. Sadhana is accelerated ripening. Q. What makes one ripe? What is the ripening factor? M. Earnestness, of course, one must be really anxious. After all, the realized man is the most earnest man. Whatever he does it completely, without limitations and reservations. Integrity will take you to reality. Q. Do you love the world? M. When you are hurt, you cry. Why? Because you love yourself. Don't bottle up your love by limiting it to the body, keep it open. It will be then the love for all. When all the false self-identifications are thrown away, what remains is all-embracing love. Get rid of all ideas about yourself, even of the idea that you are God. No self-definition is valid. Q. I am tired of promises. I am tired of sadhanas, which take all my time and energy and bring nothing. I want reality here and now. Can I have it? M. Of course you can, provided you are really fed up with everything, including your sadhanas. When you demand nothing of the world, nor of God, when you want nothing, seek nothing, expect nothing, then the supreme state will come to you uninvited and unexpected. Q. If a man engrossed in family life and in the affairs of the world does his sadhana strictly as prescribed by his scriptures, will he get results? M. Results he will get, but he will be wrapped up in them like in a cocoon. Q. So many saints say that when you are ripe and ready, you will realize. Their words may be true, but they are of little use. There must be a way out, independent of ripening which needs time, of sadhana which needs effort. M. Don't call it a way, it is more a kind of skill. It is not even that. Stay open and quiet, that is all. What you seek is so near you, that there is no place for a way. Q. There are so many ignorant people in the world and so few nanis. What may be the cause of it? M. Don't concern yourself with others, take care of yourself. You know that you are. Don't burden yourself with names, just be. Any name or shape you give yourself obscures your real nature. Q. Why should seeking end before one can realize? M. The desire for truth is the highest of all desires, yet, it is still a desire. All desires must be given up for the real to be. Remember that you are. This is your working capital. Rotate it and there will be much profit. Q. Why should there be seeking at all? M. Life is seeking, one cannot help seeking. When all search ceases, it is the supreme state. Q. Why does the supreme state come and go? M. It neither comes nor goes. It is. Q. Do you speak from your own experience? M. Of course. It is a timeless state, ever present. Q. With me it comes and goes, with you it does not. Why this difference? M. Maybe because I have no desires. Or you do not desire the Supreme strongly enough. You must feel desperate when your mind is out of touch. Q. All my life I was striving and achieved so little. I was reading, I was listening, all in vain. M. Listening and reading became a habit with you. Q. I gave it up too. I do not read nowadays. M. What you gave up is of no importance now. What have you not given up? Find that out and give up that. Sadhana is a search for what to give up. Empty yourself completely. Q. How can a fool desire wisdom? One needs to know the object of desire, to desire it. When the Supreme is not known, how can it be desired? M. Man naturally ripens and becomes ready for realization. Q. But what is the ripening factor? M. Self-remembrance, awareness of I am ripens him powerfully and speedily. Give up all ideas about yourself and simply be. Q. I am tired of all the ways and means and skills and tricks, of all these mental acrobatics. Is there a way to perceive reality directly and immediately? M. Stop making use of your mind and see what happens. Do this one thing thoroughly. That is all. Q. When I was younger, I had strange experiences, short but memorable, of being nothing, just nothing, yet fully conscious. But the danger is that one has the desire to recreate from memory the moments that have passed. M. This is all imagination. In the light of consciousness all sorts of things happen and one need not give special importance to any. The sight of a flower is as marvelous as the vision of God. Let them be. Why remember them and then make memory into a problem? Be bland about them, do not divide them into high and low, inner and outer, lasting and transient. Go beyond, go back to the source, go to the self that is the same whatever happens. Your weakness is due to your conviction that you were born into the world. In reality the world is ever recreated in you and by you. See everything as emanating from the light which is the source of your own being. You will find that in that light there is love and infinite energy. Q. If I am that light, why do I not know it? M. To know, you need a knowing mind, a mind capable of knowing. But your mind is ever on the run, never still, never fully reflecting. How can you see the moon in all her glory when the eye is clouded with disease? Q. Can we say that while the sun is the cause of the shadow, one cannot see the sun in the shadow? One must turn round. M. Again you have introduced the trinity of the sun, the body, and shadow. There is no such division in reality. What I am talking about has nothing to do with dualities and trinities. Don't mentalize and verbalize. Just see and be. Q. Must I see, to be? M. See what you are. Don't ask others, don't let others tell you about yourself. Look within and see. All the teacher can tell you is only this. There is no need of going from one to another. The same water is in all the wells. You just draw from the nearest. In my case the water is within me and I am the water. 44. I am is true, all else is inference. Maharaj, the perceiver of the world, is he prior to the world, or does he come into being along with the world? Questioner, what a strange question. Why do you ask such questions? Unless you know the correct answer, you will not find peace. Q. When I wake up in the morning, the world is already there, waiting for me. Surely the world comes into being first. I do, but much later, at the earliest at my birth. The body mediates between me and the world. Without the body there would be neither me nor the world. The body appears in your mind. Your mind is the content of your consciousness. You are the motionless witness of the river of consciousness which changes eternally without changing you in any way. Your own changelessness is so obvious that you do not notice it. Have a good look at yourself and all these misapprehensions and misconceptions will dissolve. Just as all the little watery lives are in water and cannot be without water, so all the universe is in you and cannot be without you. Q. We call it God. God is only an idea in your mind. The fact is you. The only thing you know for sure is, here and now I am. Remove the here and now, the I am remains, unassailable. The word exists in memory, memory comes into consciousness, consciousness exists in awareness and awareness is the reflection of the light on the waters of existence. Q. Still I do not see how can the world be in me when the opposite I am in the world is so obvious. Even to say I am the world is me, is a sign of ignorance. But when I keep in mind and confirm in life my identity with the world, a power arises in me which destroys the ignorance, burns it up completely. Q. Is the witness of ignorance separate from ignorance? Is not to say, I am ignorant a part of ignorance? Of course. All I can say truly is, I am, all else is inference. But the inference has become a habit. Destroy all habits of thinking and seeing. The sense I am is the manifestation of a deeper cause, which you may call self, God, reality or by any other name. The I am is in the world, but it is the key which can open the door out of the word. The moon dancing on the water is seen in the water, but it is caused by the moon in the sky and not by the water. Q. Still the main point seems to escape me. I can admit that the world in which I live and move and have my being is of my own creation, a projection of myself, of my imagination, on the unknown world, the world as it is, the world of absolute matter, whatever this matter may be. The world of my own creation may be quite unlike the ultimate, the real world, just like the cinema screen is quite unlike the pictures projected onto it. Nevertheless, this absolute world exists, quite independent of myself. Quite so, the world of absolute reality, onto which your mind has projected a world of relative unreality is independent of yourself, for the very simple reason that it is yourself. Q. Is there no contradiction in terms? How can independence prove identity? Examine the motion of change and you will see. What can change while you do not change, can be said to be independent of you. But what is changeless must be one with whatever else is changeless. 4. Duality implies interaction and interaction means change. In other words, the absolutely material and the absolutely spiritual, the totally objective and the totally subjective are identical, both in substance and essence. Q. Like in a tridimensional picture, the light forms its own screen. M. Any comparison will do. The main point to grasp is that you have projected onto yourself a world of your own imagination, based on memories, on desires, and fears, and that you have imprisoned yourself in it. Break the spell and be free. Q. How does one break the spell? M. Assert your independence in thought and action. After all hangs on your faith in yourself, on the conviction that what you see and hear, think, and feel is real. Why not question your faith? No doubt, this world is painted by you on the screen of consciousness and is entirely your own private world. Only your sense I am, though in the world, is not of the world. By no effort of logic or imagination can you change the I am into I am not. In the very denial of your being you assert it. Once you realize that the world is your own projection, you are free of it. You need not free yourself of a world that does not exist, except in your own imagination. However is the picture, beautiful or ugly, you are painting it and you are not bound by it. Realize that there is nobody to force it on you, that it is due to the habit of taking the imaginary to be real. See the imaginary as imaginary and be free of fear. Just as the colors in this carpet are brought out by light but light is not the color, so is the world caused by you but you are not the world. That which creates and sustains the world, you may call it God or Providence, but ultimately you are the proof that God exists, not the other way round. 4. Before any question about God can be put, you must be there to put it. Q. God is an experience in time, but the experiencer is timeless. M. Even the experiencer is secondary. Primary is the infinite expanse of consciousness, the eternal possibility, the immeasurable potential of all that was, is, and will be. When you look at anything, it is the ultimate you see, but you imagine that you see a cloud or a tree. Learn to look without imagination, to listen without distortion, that is all. Stop attributing names and shapes to the essentially nameless and formless. Realize that every mode of perception is subjective, that what is seen or heard, touched or smelt, felt or thought, expected or imagined, is in the mind and not in reality, and you will experience peace and freedom from fear. Even the sense of I am is composed of the pure light and the sense of being. The I is there even without the am. So is the pure light there whether you say I or not. Become aware of that pure light and you will never lose it. The beingness in being, the awareness in consciousness, the interest in every experience, that is not describable, yet perfectly accessible, for there is nothing else. Q. You talk of reality directly, as the all-pervading, ever-present, eternal, all-knowing, all-energizing first cause. There are other teachers, who refuse to discuss reality at all. They say reality is beyond the mind while all discussions are within the realm of the mind, which is the home of the unreal. Their approach is negative, they pinpoint the unreal and thus go beyond it into the real. M. The difference lies in the words only. After all, when I talk of the real, I describe it as not unreal, spaceless, timeless, causeless, beginningless and endless. It comes to the same. As long as it leads to enlightenment, what does the wording matter? Does it matter whether you pull the cart or push it, as long as it is kept rolling? You may feel attracted to reality at one time and repelled from the false at another. These are only moods which alternate, both are needed for perfect freedom. You may go one way or another, but each time it will be the right way at the moment. Just go wholeheartedly, don't waste time on doubting or hesitating. Many kinds of food are needed to make the child grow, but the act of eating is the same. Theoretically, all approaches are good. In practice, and at a given moment, you proceed by one road only. Sooner or later you are bound to discover that if you really want to find, you must dig at one place only, within. Neither your body nor mind can give you what you seek, the being and knowing yourself and the great peace that comes with it. Surely there is something valid and valuable in every approach. In each case the value lies in bringing you to the need of seeking within. Playing with various approaches may be due to resistance to going within, to the fear of having to abandon the illusion of being something or somebody in particular. To find water you do not dig small pits all over the place, but drill deep in one place only. Similarly, to find yourself you have to explore yourself. When you realize that you are the light of the world, you will also realize that you are the love of it, that to know is to love and to love is to know. Of all the affections the love of oneself comes first. Your love of the world is the reflection of your love of yourself, for your world is of your own creation. Light and love are impersonal, but they are reflected in your mind as knowing and wishing oneself well. We are always friendly towards ourselves, but not always wise. A yogi is a man whose goodwill is allied to wisdom. 45. What comes and goes has no being. Questioner, I have come to be with you, rather than to listen. Little can be said in words, much more can be conveyed in silence. Maharaj, first words, then silence. One must be ripe for silence. Can I live in silence? Unselfish work leads to silence, for when you work selflessly, you don't need to ask for help. Indifferent to results, you are willing to work with the most inadequate means. You do not care to be much gifted and well equipped. Nor do you ask for recognition and assistance. You just do what needs be done, leaving success and failure to the unknown. For everything is caused by innumerable factors, of which your personal endeavor is but one. Yet such is the magic of man's mind and heart that the most improbable happens when human will and love pull together. What is wrong with asking for help when the work is worthy? Where is the need of asking? It merely shows weakness and anxiety. Work on, and the universe will work with you. After all, the very idea of doing the right thing comes to you from the unknown. Leave it to the unknown as far as the results go, just go through the necessary movements. You are merely one of the links in the long chain of causation. Fundamentally, all happens in the mind only. When you work for something wholeheartedly and steadily, it happens, for it is the function of the mind to make things happen. In reality nothing is lacking and nothing is needed, all work is on the surface only. In the depths there is perfect peace. All your problems arise because you have defined and therefore limited yourself. When you do not think yourself to be this or that, all conflict ceases. Any attempt to do something about your problems is bound to fail, for what is caused by desire can be undone only in freedom from desire. You have enclosed yourself in time and space, squeezed yourself into the span of a lifetime and the volume of a body, and thus created the innumerable conflicts of life and death, pleasure and pain, hope and fear. You cannot be rid of problems without abandoning illusions. A person is naturally limited. There is no such thing as a person. There are only restrictions and limitations. The sum total of these defines the person. You think you know yourself when you know what you are. But you never know who you are. The person merely appears to be, like the space within the pot appears to have the shape and volume and smell of the pot. See that you are not what you believe yourself to be. Fight with all the strength at your disposal against the idea that you are nameable and describable. You are not. Refuse to think of yourself in terms of this or that. There is no other way out of misery, which you have created for yourself through blind acceptance without investigation. Suffering is a call for inquiry, all pain needs investigation. Don't be lazy to think. Activity is the essence of reality. There is no virtue in not working. Along with thinking, something must be done. To work in the world is hard, to refrain from all unnecessary work is even harder. For the person I am, all this seems impossible. What do you know about yourself? You can only be what you are in reality, you can only appear what you are not. You have never moved away from perfection. All idea of self-improvement is conventional and verbal. As the sun knows not darkness, so does the self know not the non-self. It is the mind, which by knowing the other, becomes the other. Yet the mind is nothing else but the self. It is the self that becomes the other, the not-self, and yet remains the self. All else is an assumption. Just as a cloud obscures the sun without in any way affecting it, so does assumption obscure reality without destroying it. The very idea of destruction of reality is ridiculous. The destroyer is always more real than the destroyed. Reality is the ultimate destroyer. All separation, every kind of estrangement and alienation is false. All is one, this is the ultimate solution of every conflict. How is it that in spite of so much instruction and assistance we make no progress? As long as we imagine ourselves to be separate personalities, one quite apart from another, we cannot grasp reality, which is essentially impersonal. First we must know ourselves as witnesses only, dimensionless and timeless centers of observation, and then realize that immense ocean of pure awareness, which is both mind and matter and beyond both. Whatever I may be in reality, yet I feel myself to be a small and separate person, one amongst many. Your being a person is due to the illusion of space and time. You imagine yourself to be at a certain point occupying a certain volume. Your personality is due to your self-identification with the body. Your thoughts and feelings exist in succession, they have their span in time and make you imagine yourself, because of memory, as having duration. In reality, time and space exist in you, you do not exist in them. They are modes of perception, but they are not the only ones. Time and space are like words written on paper, the paper is real, the words merely a convention. How old are you? 48. What makes you say 48? What makes you say, I am here? Verbal habits born from assumptions. The mind creates time and space and takes its own creations for reality. All is here and now, but we do not see it. Truly, all is in me and by me. There is nothing else. The very idea of else is a disaster and a calamity. What is the cause of personification, of self-limitation in time and space? That which does not exist cannot have a cause. There is no such thing as a separate person. Even taking the empirical point of view, it is obvious that everything is the cause of everything, that everything is as it is, because the entire universe is as it is. Yet personality must have a cause. How does personality come into being? By memory. By identifying the present with the past and projecting it into the future. Think of yourself as momentary, without past and future, and your personality dissolves. Does not I am remain? The word remain does not apply. I am is ever afresh. You do not need to remember in order to be. As a matter of fact, before you can experience anything, there must be the sense of being. At present your being is mixed up with experiencing. All you need is to unravel being from the tangle of experiences. Once you have known pure being, without being this or that, you will discern it among experiences and you will no longer be misled by names and forms. Self-limitation is the very essence of personality. Q. How can I become universal? M. But you are universal. You need not and you cannot become what you are already. Only cease imagining yourself to be the particular. What comes and goes has no being. It owes its very appearance to reality. You know that there is a world, but does the world know you? All knowledge flows from you, as all being and all joy. Realize that you are the eternal source and accept all as your own. Such acceptance is true love. Q. All you say sounds very beautiful. But how has one to make it into a way of living? M. Having never left the house you are asking for the way home. Get rid of wrong ideas, that is all. Collecting right ideas also will take you nowhere. Just cease imagining. Q. It is not a matter of achievement, but of understanding. M. Don't try to understand. Enough if you do not misunderstand. Don't rely on your mind for liberation. It is the mind that brought you into bondage. Go beyond it altogether. What is beginningless cannot have a cause. It is not that you knew what you are and then you have forgotten. Once you know, you cannot forget. Ignorance has no beginning, but can have an end. Inquire, who is ignorant, and ignorance will dissolve like a dream. The world is full of contradictions, hence your search for harmony and peace. These you cannot find in the world, for the world is the child of chaos. To find order you must search within. The world comes into being only when you are born in a body. No body, no world. First inquire whether you are the body. The understanding of the world will come later. Q. What you say sounds convincing, but of what use is it to the private person, who knows itself to be in the world and of the world? M. Millions eat bread, but few know all about wheat. And only those who know can improve the bread. Similarly, only those who know the self, who have seen beyond the world, can improve the world. Their value to private persons is immense, for they are their only hope of salvation. What is in the world cannot save the world. If you really care to help the world, you must step out of it. Q. But can one step out of the world? M. Who was born first, you or the world? As long as you give first place to the world, you are bound by it. Once you realize, beyond all trace of doubt, that the world is in you and not you in the world, you are out of it. Of course your body remains in the world and of the world, but you are not deluded by it. All scriptures say that before the world was, the Creator was. Who knows the Creator? He alone who was before the Creator, your own real being, the source of all the worlds with their creators. Q. All you say is held together by your assumption that the world is your own projection. You admit that you mean your personal, subjective world, the world given you through your senses and your mind. In that sense each one of us lives in a world of his own projection. These private worlds hardly touch each other and they arise from and merge into the I am at their center. But surely behind these private worlds there must be a common objective world, of which the private worlds are mere shadows. Do you deny the existence of such objective world, common to all? M. Reality is neither subjective nor objective, neither mind nor matter, neither time nor space. These divisions need somebody to whom to happen, a conscious separate center. But reality is all and nothing, the totality and the exclusion, the fullness and the emptiness, fully consistent, absolutely paradoxical. You cannot speak about it, you can only lose yourself in it. When you deny reality to anything, you come to a residue which cannot be denied. All talk of Nana is a sign of ignorance. It is the mind that imagines that it does not know and then comes to know. Reality knows nothing of these contortions. Even the idea of God as the Creator is false. Do I owe my being to any other being? Because I am, all is. Q. How can it be? A child is born into the world, not the world into the child. The world is old and the child is new. M. The child is born into your world. Now, were you born into your world, or did your world appear to you? To be born means to create a world round yourself as the center. But do you ever create yourself? Or did anyone create you? Everyone creates a world for himself and lives in it, imprisoned by one's ignorance. All we have to do is to deny reality to our prison. Q. Just as the waking state exists in seed form during sleep, so does the world the child creates on being born exist before its birth. With whom does the seed lie? M. With him who is the witness or birth and death, but is neither born nor dies. He alone is the seed of creation as well as its residue. Don't ask the mind to confirm what is beyond the mind. Direct experience is the only valid confirmation. 46. Awareness of being is bliss. Questioner. By profession I am a physician. I began with surgery, continued with psychiatry and also wrote some books on mental health and healing by faith. I came to you to learn the laws of spiritual health. Maharaj, when you are trying to cure a patient, what exactly are you trying to cure? What is cure? When can you say that a man is cured? Q. I seek to cure the body as well as improve the link between the body and the mind. I also seek to set right the mind. M. Did you investigate the connection between the mind and the body? At what point are they connected? Q. Between the body and the indwelling consciousness lies the mind. M. Is not the body made of food? And can there be a mind without food? Q. The body is built and maintained by food. Without food the mind usually goes weak. But the mind is not mere food. There is a transforming factor which creates a mind in the body. What is that transforming factor? M. Just like the wood produces fire which is not wood, so does the body produces the mind which is not the body. But to whom does the mind appear? Who is the perceiver of the thoughts and feelings which you call the mind? There is wood, there is fire and there is the enjoyer of the fire. Who enjoys the mind? Is the enjoyer also a result of food, or is it independent? Q. The perceiver is independent. M. How do you know? Speak from your own experience. You are not the body nor the mind. You say so. How do you know? Q. I really do not know. I guess so. M. Truth is permanent. The real is changeless. What changes is not real, what is real does not change. Now, what is it in you that does not change? As long as there is food, there is body and mind. When the food is stopped, the body dies and the mind dissolves. But does the observer perish? Q. I guess it does not. But I have no proof. M. You yourself are the proof. You have not, nor can you have any other proof. You are yourself. You know yourself. You love yourself. Whatever the mind does, it does for the love of its own self. The very nature of the self is love. It is loved, loving and lovable. It is the self that makes the body and the mind so interesting, so very dear. The very attention given to them comes from the self. If the self is not the body nor the mind, can it exist without the body and the mind? Yes, it can. It is a matter of actual experience that the self has being independent of mind and body. It is being, awareness, bliss. Awareness of being is bliss. It may be a matter of actual experience to you, but it is not my case. How can I come to the same experience? What practices to follow, what exercises to take up? To know that you are neither body nor mind, watch yourself steadily and live unaffected by your body and mind, completely aloof, as if you were dead. It means you have no vested interests, either in the body or in the mind. Dangerous. I am not asking you to commit suicide. Nor can you. You can only kill the body, you cannot stop the mental process, nor can you put an end to the person you think you are. Just remain unaffected. This complete aloofness, unconcern with mind and body is the best proof that at the core of your being you are neither mind nor body. What happens to the body and the mind may not be within your power to change, but you can always put an end to your imagining yourself to be body and mind. Whatever happens, remind yourself that only your body and mind are affected, not yourself. The more earnest you are at remembering what needs to be remembered, the sooner will you be aware of yourself as you are, for memory will become experience. Earnestness reveals being. What is imagined and willed becomes actuality. Here lies the danger as well as the way out. Tell me, what steps have you taken to separate your real self, that in you which is changeless, from your body and mind? I am a medical man, I have studied a lot, I imposed on myself a strict discipline in the way of exercises and periodical fasts, and I am a vegetarian. But in the depth of your heart, what is it that you want? I want to find reality. What price are you willing to pay for reality? Any price? While in theory I am ready to pay any price, in actual life again and again I am being prompted to behave in ways which come in between me and reality. Desire carries me away. Increase and widen your desires till nothing but reality can fulfill them. It is not desire that is wrong, but its narrowness and smallness. Desire is devotion. By all means be devoted to the real, the infinite, the eternal heart of being. Transform desire into love. All you want is to be happy. All your desires, whatever they may be, are expressions that you're longing for happiness. Basically, you wish yourself well. I know that I should not. Wait. Who told you that you should not? What is wrong with wanting to be happy? The self must go, I know. But the self is there. Your desires are there. Your longing to be happy is there. Why? Because you love yourself. By all means love yourself, wisely. What is wrong is to love yourself stupidly, so as to make yourself suffer. Love yourself wisely. Both indulgence and austerity have the same purpose in view. To make you happy. Indulgence is the stupid way, austerity is the wise way. What is austerity? Once you have gone through an experience, not to go through it again is austerity. To eschew the unnecessary is austerity. Not to anticipate pleasure or pain is austerity. Having things under control at all times is austerity. Desire by itself is not wrong. It is life itself, the urge to grow in knowledge and experience. It is the choices you make that are wrong. To imagine that some little thing, food, sex, power, fame, will make you happy is to deceive yourself. Only something as vast and deep as your real self can make you truly and lastingly happy. Since there is nothing basically wrong in desire as an expression of love of self, how should desire be managed? Live your life intelligently, with the interests of your deepest self always in mind. After all, what do you really want? Not perfection, you are already perfect. What you seek is to express in action what you are. For this you have a body and a mind. Take them in hand and make them serve you. Who is the operator here? Who is to take the body-mind in hand? The purified mind is the faithful servant of the self. It takes charge of the instruments, inner and outer, and makes them serve their purpose. And what is their purpose? The self is universal and its aims are universal. There is nothing personal about the self. Live an orderly life, but don't make it a goal by itself. It should be the starting point for high adventure. Do you advise me to come to India repeatedly? If you are earnest, you don't need moving about. You are yourself wherever you are and you create your own climate. Locomotion and transportation will not give you salvation. You are not the body and dragging the body from place to place will take you nowhere. Your mind is free to roam the three worlds. Make full use of it. If I am free, why am I in a body? You are not in the body is in you. The mind is in you. They happen to you. They are there because you find them interesting. Your very nature has the infinite capacity to enjoy. It is full of zest and affection. It sheds its radiance on all that comes within its focus of awareness and nothing is excluded. It does not know evil nor ugliness, it hopes, it trusts, it loves. You people do not know how much you miss by not knowing your own true self. You are neither the body nor the mind, neither the fuel nor the fire. They appear and disappear according to their own laws. That which you are, your true self, you love it, and whatever you do for your own happiness. To find it, to know it, to cherish it is your basic urge. Since time immemorial you loved yourself, but never wisely. Use your body and mind wisely in the service of the self, that is all. Be true to your own self, love yourself absolutely. Do not pretend that you love others as yourself. Unless you have realized them as one with yourself, you cannot love them. Don't pretend to be what you are not, don't refuse to be what you are. Your love of others is the result of self-knowledge, not its cause. Without self-realization, no virtue is genuine. Where you know beyond all doubting that the same life flows through all that is and you are that life, you will love all naturally and spontaneously. When you realize the depth and fullness of your love of yourself, you know that every living being and the entire universe are included in your affection. But when you look at anything as separate from you, you cannot love it for you are afraid of it. Alienation causes fear and fear deepens alienation. It is a vicious circle. Only self-realization can break it. Go for it resolutely. 47. Watch your mind. Questioner, in one's search for the essential, one soon realizes one's inadequacy and the need for a guide or a teacher. This implies a certain discipline for you are expected to trust your guide and follow implicitly his advice and instruction. Yet the social urgencies and pressures are so great, personal desires and fears so powerful, that the simplicity of mind and will, essential in obedience, are not forthcoming. How to strike a balance between the need for a guru and the difficulty in obeying him implicitly. Maharaj, what is done under pressure of society and circumstances does not matter much, for it is mostly mechanical, mere reacting to impacts. It is enough to watch oneself dispassionately, to isolate oneself completely from what is going on. What has been done without minding, blindly, may add to one's karma, destiny, otherwise it hardly matters. The Guru demands one thing only, clarity and intensity of purpose, a sense of responsibility for oneself. The very reality of the world must be questioned. Who is the Guru, after all? He who knows the state in which there is neither the world nor the thought of it. He is the supreme teacher. To find him means to reach the state in which imagination is no longer taken for reality. Please understand that the Guru stands for reality, for truth, for what is. He is a realist in the highest sense of the term. He cannot and shall not come to terms with the mind and its delusions. He comes to take you to the real, don't expect him to do anything else. The Guru you have in mind, one who gives you information and instructions, is not the real Guru. The real Guru is he who knows the real, beyond the glamour of appearances. To him your questions about obedience and discipline do not make sense, for in his eyes the person you take yourself to be does not exist. Your questions are about a non-existing person. What exists for you does not exist for him. What you take for granted, he denies absolutely. He wants you to see yourself as he sees you. Then you will not need a guru to obey and follow, for you will obey and follow your own reality. Realize that whatever you think yourself to be is just a stream of events, that while all happens, comes, and goes, you alone are, the changeless among the changeful, the self-evident among the inferred. Separate the observed from the observer and abandon false identifications. Q. In order to find the reality, one should discard all that stands in the way. On the other hand, the need to survive within a given society compels one to do and endure many things. Does one need to abandon one's profession and one's social standing in order to find reality? Do your work. When you have a moment free, look within. What is important is not to miss the opportunity when it presents itself. If you are earnest, you will use your leisure fully. That is enough. Q. In my search for the essential and discarding the unessential, is there any scope for creative living? For instance, I love painting. Will it help me if I give my leisure hours to painting? Whatever you may have to do, watch your mind. Also you must have moments of complete inner peace and quiet, when your mind is absolutely still. If you miss it, you miss the entire thing. If you do not, the silence of the mind will dissolve and absorb all else. Your difficulty lies in your wanting reality and being afraid of it at the same time. You are afraid of it because you do not know it. The familiar things are known, you feel secure with them. The unknown is uncertain and therefore dangerous. But to know reality is to be in harmony with it. And in harmony there is no place for fear. An infant knows its body, but not the body-based distinctions. It is just conscious and happy. After all, that was the purpose for which it was born. The pleasure to be is the simplest form of self-love, which later grows into love of the self. Be like an infant with nothing standing between the body and the self. The constant noise of the psychic life is absent. In deep silence the self contemplates the body. It is like the white paper on which nothing is written yet. Be like that infant, instead of trying to be this or that, be happy to be. You will be a fully awakened witness of the field of consciousness. But there should be no feelings and ideas to stand between you and the field. Q. To be content with mere being seems to be a most selfish way of passing time. M. A most worthy way of being selfish. By all means be selfish by foregoing everything but the self. When you love the self and nothing else, you go beyond the selfish and the unselfish. All distinctions lose their meaning. Love of one and love of all merge together in love, pure and simple, addressed to none, denied to none. Stay in that love, go deeper and deeper into it, investigate yourself, and love the investigation, and you will solve not only your own problems but also the problems of humanity. You will know what to do. Do not ask superficial questions, apply yourself to fundamentals, to the very roots of your being. Q. Is there a way for me to speed up my self-realization? M. Of course there is. Q. Who will do this speeding up? Will you do it for me? M. Neither you will do it, nor me. It will just happen. Q. My very coming here has proved it. Is this speeding up due to holy company? When I left last time, I hoped to come back. And I did. Now I am desperate that so soon I have to leave for England. M. You are like a newly born child. It was there before, but not conscious of its being. At its birth a world arose in it, and with it the consciousness of being. Now you have just to grow in consciousness, that is all. The child is the king of the world. When it grows up, it takes charge of its kingdom. Imagine that in its infancy it fell seriously ill and the physician cured it. Does it mean that the young king owes his kingdom to the physician? Only, perhaps as one of the contributing factors. There were so many others, all contributed. But the main factor, the most crucial, was the fact of being born the son of a king. Similarly, the guru may help. But the main thing that helps is to have reality within. It will assert itself. Your coming here definitely helped you. It is not the only thing that is going to help you. The main thing is your own being. Your very earnestness testifies to it. Q. Does my pursuing a vocation deny my earnestness? M. I told you already. As long as you allow yourself an abundance of moments of peace, you can safely practice your most honorable profession. These moments of inner quiet will burn out all obstacles without fail. Don't doubt its efficacy. Try it. Q. But, I did try. M. Never faithfully, never steadily. Otherwise you would not be asking such questions. You are asking because you are not sure of yourself. And you are not sure of yourself because you never paid attention to yourself, only to your experiences. Be interested in yourself beyond all experiences, be with yourself, love yourself. The ultimate security is found only in self-knowledge. The main thing is earnestness. Be honest with yourself and nothing will betray you. Virtues and powers are mere tokens for children to play with. They are useful in the world, but do not take you out of it. To go beyond, you need alert immobility, quiet attention. Q. What then becomes of one's physical being? M. As long as you are healthy, you live on. Q. This life of inner immobility, will it not affect one's health? M. Your body is food transformed. As your food, gross and subtle, so will be your health. Q. And what happens to the sex instinct? How can it be controlled? M. Sex is an acquired habit. Go beyond. As long as your focus is on the body, you will remain in the clutches of food and sex, fear and death. Find yourself and be free. 48. Awareness is free. Questioner: I have just arrived from Sri Raman Ashram. I have spent 7 months there. Maharaj: what practice were you following at the ashram? Q: as far as I could, I concentrated on the who am I? M: which way were you doing it? Verbally? Q: in my free moments during the course of the day. Sometimes I was murmuring to myself, who am I? I am, but who am I? Or, I did it mentally. Occasionally I would have some nice feeling, or get into moods of quiet happiness. On the whole I was trying to be quiet and receptive, rather than laboring for experiences. M: what were you actually experiencing when you were in the right mood? Q: a sense of inner stillness, peace, and silence. M: did you notice yourself becoming unconscious? Q: yes, occasionally, and for a very short time. Otherwise I was just quiet, inwardly and outwardly. M: what kind of quiet was it? Something akin to deep sleep, yet conscious all the same. A sort of wakeful sleep? Q: yes. Alertly asleep. Jagrit Sushupti. M: the main thing is to be free of negative emotions, desire, fear, etc., the 6 enemies of the mind. Once the mind is free of them, the rest will come easily. Just as cloth kept in soap water will become clean, so will the mind get purified in the stream of pure feeling. When you sit quiet and watch yourself, all kinds of things may come to the surface. Do nothing about them, don't react to them, as they have come so will they go, by themselves. All that matters is mindfulness, total awareness of oneself, or rather, of one's mind. Q: by oneself do you mean the daily self? M: yes, the person, which alone is objectively observable. The observer is beyond observation. What is observable is not the real self. Q: I can always observe the observer, in endless recession. M: you can observe the observation, but not the observer. You know you are the ultimate observer by direct insight, not by a logical process based on observation. You are what you are, but you know what you are not. The self is known as being, the not-self is known as transient. But in reality all is in the mind. The observed, observation and observer are mental constructs. The self alone is. Q: why does the mind create all these divisions? M: to divide and particularize is in the mind's very nature. There is no harm in dividing. But separation goes against fact. Things and people are different, but they are not separate. Nature is one, reality is one. There are opposites, but no opposition. Q: I find that by nature I am very active. Here I am advised to avoid activity. The more I try to remain inactive, the greater the urge to do something. This makes me not only active outwardly, but also struggling inwardly to be what by nature I am not. Is there a remedy against longing for work? M: there is a difference between work and mere activity. All nature works. Work is nature, nature is work. On the other hand, activity is based on desire and fear, on longing to possess and enjoy, on fear of pain and annihilation. Work is by the whole for the whole, activity is by oneself for oneself. Q: is there a remedy against activity? M: watch it, and it shall cease. Use every opportunity to remind yourself that you are in bondage, that whatever happens to you is due to the fact of your bodily existence. Desire, fear, trouble, joy, they cannot appear unless you are there to appear to. Yet, whatever happens, points to your existence as a perceiving center. Disregard the pointers and be aware of what they are pointing to. It is quite simple, but it needs be done. What matters is the persistence with which you keep on returning to yourself. I do get into peculiar states of deep absorption into myself, but unpredictably and momentarily. I do not feel myself to be in control of such states. The body is a material thing and needs time to change. The mind is but a set of mental habits, of ways of thinking and feeling, and to change they must be brought to the surface and examined. This also takes time. Just resolve and persevere, the rest will take care of itself. I seem to have a clear idea of what needs be done, but I find myself getting tired and depressed and seeking human company and thus wasting time that should be given to solitude and meditation. Do what you feel like doing. Don't bully yourself. Violence will make you hard and rigid. Do not fight with what you take to be obstacles on your way. Just be interested in them, watch them, observe, inquire. Let anything happen, good or bad. But don't let yourself be submerged by what happens. What is the purpose in reminding oneself all the time that one is the watcher? The mind must learn that beyond the moving mind there is the background of awareness, which does not change. The mind must come to know the true self and respect it and cease covering it up, like the moon which obscures the sun during solar eclipse. Just realize that nothing observable, or experienceable is you, or binds you. Take no notice of what is not yourself. To do what you tell me I must be ceaselessly aware. To be aware is to be awake. Unaware means asleep. You are aware anyhow, you need not try to be. What you need is to be aware of being aware. Be aware deliberately and consciously, broaden and deepen the field of awareness. You are always conscious of the mind, but you are not aware of yourself as being conscious. As I can make out, you give distinct meanings to the words mind, consciousness, and awareness. Look at it this way. The mind produces thoughts ceaselessly, even when you do not look at them. When you know what is going on in your mind, you call it consciousness. This is your waking state. Your consciousness shifts from sensation to sensation, from perception to perception, from idea to idea, in endless succession. Then comes awareness, the direct insight into the whole of consciousness, the totality of the mind. The mind is like a river, flowing ceaselessly in the bed of the body. You identify yourself for a moment with some particular ripple and call it, my thought. All you are conscious of is your mind. Awareness is the cognizance of consciousness as a whole. Everybody is conscious, but not everybody is aware. Don't say, everybody is conscious. Say, there is consciousness, in which everything appears and disappears. Our minds are just waves on the ocean of consciousness. As waves they come and go. As ocean they are infinite and eternal. Know yourself as the ocean of being, the womb of all existence. These are all metaphors, of course, the reality is beyond description. You can know it only by being it. Is the search for it worth the trouble? Without it all is trouble. If you want to live sanely, creatively, and happily and have infinite riches to share, search for what you are. While the mind is centered in the body and consciousness is centered in the mind, awareness is free. The body has its urges and mind its pains and pleasures. Awareness is unattached and unshaken. It is lucid, silent, peaceful, alert, and unafraid, without desire and fear. Meditate on it as your true being and try to be it in your daily life, and you shall realize it in its fullness. Mind is interested in what happens, while awareness is interested in the mind itself. The child is after the toy, but the mother watches the child, not the toy. By looking tirelessly, I became quite empty, and with that emptiness all came back to me except the mind. I find I have lost the mind irretrievably. Q. As you talk to us just now, are you unconscious? M. I am neither conscious nor unconscious. I am beyond the mind and its various states and conditions. Distinctions are created by the mind and apply to the mind only. I am pure consciousness itself, unbroken awareness of all that is. I am in a more real state than yours. I am undistracted by the distinctions and separations which constitute a person. As long as the body lasts, it has its needs like any other, but my mental process has come to an end. Q. You behave like a person who thinks. M. Why not? But my thinking, like my digestion, is unconscious and purposeful. Q. If your thinking is unconscious, how do you know that it is right? M. There is no desire, nor fear to thwart it. What can make it wrong? Once I know myself and what I stand for, I do not need to check on myself all the time. When you know that your watch shows correct time, you do not hesitate each time you consult it. Q. At this very moment who talks, if not the mind? M. That which hears the question, answers it. Q. But who is it? M. Not who, but what. I am not a person in your sense of the word, though I may appear a person to you. I am that infinite ocean of consciousness in which all happens. I am also beyond all existence and cognition, pure bliss of being. There is nothing I feel separate from, hence I am all. No thing is me, so I am nothing. The same power that makes the fire burn and the water flow, the seeds sprout and the trees grow, makes me answer your questions. There is nothing personal about me, though the language and the style may appear personal. A person is a set pattern of desires and thoughts and resulting actions. There is no such pattern in my case. There is nothing I desire or fear. How can there be a pattern? Q. Surely, you will die. M. Life will escape, the body will die, but it will not affect me in the least. Beyond space and time I am, uncaused, uncausing, yet the very matrix of existence. Q. May I be permitted to ask, how did you arrive at your present condition? M. My teacher told me to hold into the sense I am tenaciously and not to swerve from it even for a moment. I did my best to follow his advice, and in a comparatively short time I realized within myself the truth of his teaching. All I did was to remember his teaching, his face, his words constantly. This brought an end to the mind. In the stillness of the mind I saw myself as I am, unbound. Q. Was your realization sudden or gradual? M. Neither. One is what one is timelessly. It is the mind that realizes as and when it get cleared of desires and fears. Q. Even the desire for realization? M. The desire to put an end to all desires is a most peculiar desire, just like the fear of being afraid is a most peculiar fear. One stops you from grabbing and the other from running. You may use the same words, but the states are not the same. The man who seeks realization is not addicted to desires, he is a seeker who goes against desire, not with it. A general longing for liberation is only the beginning. To find the proper means and use them is the next step. The seeker has only one goal in view, to find his own true being. Of all desires it is the most ambitious, for nothing and nobody can satisfy it. The seeker and the sought are one and the search alone matters. Q. The search will come to an end. The seeker will remain. M. No. The seeker will dissolve. The search will remain. The search is the ultimate and timeless reality. Q. Search means lacking, wanting, incompleteness and imperfection. M. No. It means refusal and rejection of the incomplete and imperfect. The search for reality is itself the movement of reality. In a way all search is for the real bliss, or the bliss of the real. But here we mean by search the search for oneself as the root of being conscious, as the light beyond the mind. This search will never end, while the restless craving for all else must end, for real progress to take place. One has to understand that the search for reality, or God, or Guru and the search for the self are the same. When one is found, all are found. When I am and God is become in your mind indistinguishable, then something will happen and you will know without a trace of doubt that God is because you are because God is. The two are one. Q. Since all is preordained, is our self-realization also preordained? Or are we free there at least? M. Destiny refers only to name and shape. Since you are neither body nor mind, destiny has no control over you. You are completely free. The cup is conditioned by its shape, material, use, and so on. But the space within the cup is free. It happens to be in the cup only when viewed in connection with the cup. Otherwise it is just space. As long as there is a body, you appear to be embodied. Without the body you are not disembodied, you just are. Even destiny is but an idea. Words can be put together in so many ways. Statements can differ, but do they make any change in the actual? There are so many theories devised for explaining things, all are plausible, none is true. When you drive a car, you are subjected to the laws of mechanics and chemistry. Step out of the car and you are under the laws of physiology and biochemistry. Q. What is meditation and what are its uses? M. As long as you are a beginner, certain formalized meditations, or prayers may be good for you. But for a seeker for reality there is only one meditation, the rigorous refusal to harbor thoughts. To be free from thoughts is itself meditation. Q. How is it done? M. You begin by letting thoughts flow and watching them. The very observation slows down the mind till it stops altogether. Once the mind is quiet, keep it quiet. Don't get bored with peace. Be in it. Go deeper into it. Q. I heard of holding on to one thought in order to keep other thoughts away. But how to keep all thoughts away? The very idea is also a thought. M. Experiment anew. Don't go by past experience. Watch your thoughts and watch yourself watching the thoughts. The state of freedom from all thoughts will happen suddenly and by the bliss of it you shall recognize it. Q. Are you not at all concerned about the state of the world? Look at the horrors in East Pakistan. Do they not touch you at all? M. I am reading newspapers, I know what is going on. But my reaction is not like yours. You are looking for a cure, while I am concerned with prevention. As long as there are causes, there must also be results. As long as people are bent on dividing and separating, as long as they are selfish and aggressive, such things will happen. If you want peace and harmony in the world, you must have peace and harmony in your hearts and minds. Such change cannot be imposed, it must come from within. Those who abhor war must get war out of their system. Without peaceful people, how can you have peace in the world? As long as people are as they are, the world must be as it is. I am doing my part in trying to help people to know themselves as the only cause of their own misery. In that sense I am a useful man. But what I am in myself, what is my normal state, cannot be expressed in terms of social consciousness and usefulness. I may talk about it, use metaphors or parables, but I am acutely aware that it is just not so. Not that it cannot be experienced. It is experiencing itself. But it cannot be described in the terms of a mind that must separate and oppose in order to know. The world is like a sheet of paper on which something is typed. The reading and the meaning will vary with the reader, but the paper is the common factor, always present, rarely perceived. When the ribbon is removed, typing leaves no trace on the paper. So is my mind. The impressions keep on coming, but no trace is left. Q. Why do you sit here talking to people? What is your real motive? M. No motive. You say I must have a motive. I am not sitting here, nor talking, no need to search for motives. Don't confuse me with the body. I have no work to do, no duties to perform. This conversation and a few more in the following pages took place in 1971, when a war was on in East Pakistan, now known as Bangladesh. That part of me which you may call God will look after the world. This world of yours, that so much needs looking after, lives and moves in your mind. Delve into it, you will find your answers there and there only. Where else do you expect them to come from? Outside your consciousness, does anything exist? Q. It may exist without my ever knowing it. M. What kind of existence would it be? Can being be divorced from knowing? All being, like all knowing, relates to you. A thing is because you know it to be either in your experience or in your being. Your body and your mind exist as long as you believe so. Cease to think that they are yours and they will just dissolve. By all means let your body and mind function, but do not let them limit you. If you notice imperfections, just keep on noticing. Your very giving attention to them will set your heart and mind and body right. Q. Can I cure myself of a serious illness by merely taking cognizance of it? M. Take cognizance of the whole of it, not only of the outer symptoms. All illness begins in the mind. Take care of the mind first, by tracing and eliminating all wrong ideas and emotions. Then live and work disregarding illness and think no more of it. With the removal of causes, the effect is bound to depart. Man becomes what he believes himself to be. Abandon all ideas about yourself and you will find yourself to be the pure witness, beyond all that can happen to the body or the mind. Q. If I become anything I think myself to be, and I start thinking that I am the supreme reality, will not my supreme reality remain a mere idea? M. First reach that state and then ask the question. 49. Mind causes insecurity. Questioner. People come to you for advice. How do you know what to answer? Maharaj. As I hear the question, so do I hear the answer. Q. And how do you know that your answer is right? M. Once I know the true source of the answers, I need not doubt them. From a pure source only pure water will flow. I am not concerned with people's desires and fears. I am in tune with facts, not with opinions. Man takes his name and shape to be himself, while I take nothing to be myself. Were I to think myself to be a body known by its name, I would not have been able to answer your questions. Were I to take you to be a mere body, there would be no benefit to you from my answers. No true teacher indulges in opinions. He sees things as they are and shows them as they are. If you take people to be what they think themselves to be, you will only hurt them, as they hurt themselves so grievously all the time. But if you see them as they are in reality, it will do them enormous good. If they ask you what to do, what practices to adopt, which way of life to follow, answer, do nothing, just be. In being all happens naturally. Q. It seems to me that in your talks you use the words naturally and accidentally indiscriminately. I feel there is a deep difference in the meaning of the two words. The natural is orderly, subject to law, one can trust nature. The accidental is chaotic, unexpected, unpredictable. One could plead that everything is natural, subject to nature's laws. To maintain that everything is accidental, without any cause, is surely an exaggeration. M. Would you like it better if I use the word spontaneous instead of accidental? Q. You may use the word spontaneous or natural as opposed to accidental. In the accidental there is the element of disorder, of chaos. An accident is always a breach of rules, an exception, a surprise. M. Is not life itself a stream of surprises? Q. There is harmony in nature. The accidental is a disturbance. M. You speak as a person, limited in time and space, reduced to the contents of a body and a mind. What you like, you call natural, and what you dislike, you call accidental. Q. I like the natural, and the law-abiding, the expected, and I fear the law-breaking, the disorderly, the unexpected, the meaningless. The accidental is always monstrous. There may be so-called lucky accidents, but they only prove the rule that in an accident-prone universe life would be impossible. M. I feel there is a misunderstanding. By accidental I mean something to which no known law applies. When I say everything is accidental, uncaused, I only mean that the causes and the laws according to which they operate are beyond our knowing, or even imagining. If you call what you take to be orderly, harmonious, predictable, to be natural, then what obeys higher laws and is moved by higher powers may be called spontaneous. Thus, we shall have two natural orders, the personal and predictable, and the impersonal or superpersonal and unpredictable. Call it lower nature and higher nature and drop the word accidental. As you grow in knowledge and insight, the borderline between lower and higher nature keeps on receding, but the two remain until they are seen as one. 4. In fact, everything is most wonderfully inexplicable. Q. Science explains a lot. M. Science deals with names and shapes, quantities and qualities, patterns and laws. It is all right in its own place. But life is to be lived. There is no time for analysis. The response must be instantaneous, hence the importance of the spontaneous, the timeless. It is in the unknown that we live and move. The known is the past. Q. I can take my stand on what I feel I am. I am an individual, a person among persons. Some people are integrated and harmonized, and some are not. Some live effortlessly, respond spontaneously to every situation correctly, doing full justice to the need of the moment, while others fumble, err, and generally make a nuisance of themselves. The harmonized people may be called natural, ruled by law, while the disintegrated are chaotic and subject to accidents. M. The very idea of chaos presupposes the sense of the orderly, the organic, the interrelated. Chaos and cosmos, are they not two aspects of the same state? Q. But you seem to say that all is chaos, accidental, unpredictable. M. Yes, in the sense that not all the laws of being are known and not all events are predictable. The more you are able to understand, the more the universe becomes satisfactory, emotionally and mentally. Reality is good and beautiful, we create the chaos. Q. If you mean to say that it is the free will of man that causes accidents, I would agree. But we have not yet discussed free will. M. Your order is what gives you pleasure and disorder is what gives you pain. Q. You may put it that way, but do not tell me that the two are one. Talk to me in my own language, the language of an individual in search of happiness. I do not want to be misled by non-dualistic talks. M. What makes you believe that you are a separate individual? Q. I behave as an individual. I function on my own. I consider myself primarily, and others only in relation to myself. In short, I am busy with myself. M. Well, go on being busy with yourself. On what business have you come here? Q. On my old business of making myself safe and happy. I confess I have not been too successful. I am neither safe nor happy. Therefore, you find me here. This place is new to me, but my reason for coming here is old, the search for safe happiness, happy safety. So far I did not find it. Can you help me? M. What was never lost can never be found. Your very search for safety and joy keeps you away from them. Stop searching, cease losing. The disease is simple and the remedy equally simple. It is your mind only that makes you insecure and unhappy. Anticipation makes you insecure, memory, unhappy. Stop misusing your mind and all will be well with you. You need not set it right, it will set itself right, as soon as you give up all concern with the past and the future and live entirely in the now. Q. But the now has no dimension. I shall become a nobody, a nothing. M. Exactly. As nothing and nobody you are safe and happy. You can have the experience for the asking. Just try. But let us go back to what is accidental and what is spontaneous, or natural. You said nature is orderly while accident is a sign of chaos. I denied the difference and said that we call an event accidental when its causes are untraceable. There is no place for chaos in nature. Only in the mind of man there is chaos. The mind does not grasp the whole, its focus is very narrow. It sees fragments only and fails to perceive the picture. Just as a man who hears sounds, but does not understand the language, may accuse the speaker of meaningless jabbering, and be altogether wrong. What to one is a chaotic stream of sounds is a beautiful poem to another. King Janaka once dreamt that he was a beggar. On waking up he asked his guru, Vasishta, am I a king dreaming of being a beggar, or a beggar dreaming of being a king? The guru answered, you are neither, you are both. You are, and yet you are not what you think yourself to be. You are because you behave accordingly, you are not because it does not last. Can you be a king or a beggar forever? All must change. You are what does not change. What are you? Janaka said, yes, I am neither king nor beggar, I am the dispassionate witness. The Guru said, this is your last illusion that you are Anani, that you are different from, and superior to, the common man. Again you identify yourself with your mind, in this case a well-behaved and in every way an exemplary mind. As long as you see the least difference, you are a stranger to reality. You are on the level of the mind. When the I am myself goes, the I am all comes. When the I am all goes, I am comes. When even I am goes, reality alone is and in it every I am is preserved and glorified. Diversity without separateness is the ultimate that the mind can touch. Beyond that all activity ceases, because in it all goals are reached and all purposes fulfilled. Q. Once the supreme state is reached, can it be shared with others? M. The supreme state is universal, here and now, everybody already shares in it. It is the state of being, knowing, and liking. Who does not like to be, or does not know his own existence? But we take no advantage of this joy of being conscious, we do not go into it and purify it of all that is foreign to it. This work of mental self-purification, the cleansing of the psyche, is essential. Just as a speck in the eye, by causing inflammation, may wipe out the world, so the mistaken idea, I am the body-mind, causes the self-concern, which obscures the universe. It is useless to fight the sense of being a limited and separate person unless the roots of it are laid bare. Selfishness is rooted in the mistaken ideas of oneself. Clarification of the mind is yoga. 50. Self-awareness is the witness. Questioner: You told me that I can be considered under three aspects: the personal, vyakti, the superpersonal, vyakta, and the impersonal, avyakta. The avyakta is the universal and real pure I, the vyakta is its reflection in consciousness as I am, the vyakti is the totality of physical and vital processes. Within the narrow confines of the present moment, the superpersonal is aware of the person, both in space and time, not only one person, but the long series of persons strung together on the thread of karma. It is essentially the witness as well as the residue of the accumulated experiences, the seat of memory, the connecting link, satratma. It is man's character which life builds and shapes from birth to birth. The universal is beyond all name and shape, beyond consciousness and character, pure unself-conscious being. Did I put down your views rightly? Maharaj: On the level of the mind, yes. Beyond the mental level not a word applies. Q. I can understand that the person is a mental construct, a collective noun for a set of memories and habits. But, he to whom the person happens, the witnessing center, is it mental too? M. The personal needs a base, a body to identify oneself with, just as a color needs a surface to appear on. The seeing of the color is independent of the color, it is the same whatever the color. One needs an eye to see a color. The colors are many, the eye is single. The personal is like the light in the color and also in the eye, yet simple, single, indivisible and unperceivable, except in its manifestations. Not unknowable, but unperceivable, unobjectival, inseparable. Neither material nor mental, neither objective nor subjective, it is the root of matter and the source of consciousness. Beyond mere living and dying, it is the all-inclusive, all-exclusive life, in which birth is death and death is birth. Q. The absolute or life you talk about, is it real, or a mere theory to cover up our ignorance? M. Both. To the mind, a theory, in itself, a reality. It is reality in its spontaneous and total rejection of the false. Just as light destroys darkness by its very presence, so does the Absolute destroy imagination. To see that all knowledge is a form of ignorance is itself a movement of reality. The witness is not a person. The person comes into being when there is a basis for it, an organism, a body. In it the Absolute is reflected as awareness. Pure awareness becomes self-awareness. When there is a self, self-awareness is the witness. When there is no self to witness, there is no witnessing either. It is all very simple, it is the presence of the person that complicates. See that there is no such thing as a permanently separate person and all becomes clear. Awareness, mind, matter, they are one reality in its two aspects as immovable and movable, and the three attributes of inertia, energy, and harmony. Q. What comes first, consciousness or awareness? M. Awareness becomes consciousness when it has an object. The object changes all the time. In consciousness there is movement, awareness by itself is motionless and timeless, here and now. Q. There is suffering and bloodshed in East Pakistan at the present moment. How do you look at it? How does it appear to you? How do you react to it? M. In pure consciousness nothing ever happens. Q. Please come down from these metaphysical heights. Of what use is it to a suffering man to be told that nobody is aware of his suffering but himself? To relegate everything to illusion is insult added to injury. The Bengali of East Pakistan is a fact and his suffering is a fact. Please, do not analyze them out of existence. You are reading newspapers, you hear people talking about it. You cannot plead ignorance. Now, what is your attitude to what is happening? M. No attitude. Nothing is happening. Q. Any day there may be a riot right in front of you, perhaps people killing each other. Surely you cannot say, nothing is happening and remain aloof. M. I never talked of remaining aloof. You could as well see me jumping into the fray to save somebody and getting killed. Yet to me nothing happened. Imagine a big building collapsing. Some rooms are in ruins, some are intact. But can you speak of the space as ruined or intact? It is only the structure that suffered and the people who happened to live in it. Nothing happened to space itself. Similarly, nothing happens to life when forms break down and names are wiped out. The goldsmith melts down old ornaments to make new. Sometimes a good piece goes with the bad. He takes it in his stride, for he knows that no gold is lost. Q. It is not death that I rebel against. It is the manner of dying. M. Death is natural, the manner of dying is man-made. Separateness causes fear and aggression, which again cause violence. Do away with man-made separations and all this horror of people killing each other will surely end. But in reality there is no killing and no dying. The real does not die, the unreal never lived. Set your mind right and all will be right. When you know that the world is one, that humanity is one, you will act accordingly. But first of all you must attend to the way you feel, think, and live. Unless there is order in yourself, there can be no order in the world. In reality nothing happens. Onto the screen of the mind destiny forever projects its pictures, memories of former projections, and thus illusion constantly renews itself. The pictures come and go, light intercepted by ignorance. See the light and disregard the picture. Q. What a callous way of looking at things. People are killing and getting killed and here you talk of pictures. M. By all means go and get killed yourself, if that is what you think you should do. Or even go and kill, if you take it to be your duty. But that is not the way to end the evil. Evil is the stench of a mind that is diseased. Heal your mind and it will cease to project distorted, ugly pictures. Q. What you say I understand, but emotionally I cannot accept it. This merely idealistic view of life repels me deeply. I just cannot think myself to be permanently in a state of dream. M. How can you be permanently in a state caused by an impermanent body? The misunderstanding is based on your idea that you are the body. Examine the idea, see its inherent contradictions, realize that your present existence is like a shower of sparks, each spark lasting a second and the shower itself, a minute or two. Surely a thing of which the beginning is the end, can have no middle. Respect your terms. Reality cannot be momentary. It is timeless, but timelessness is not duration. I admit that the world in which I live is not the real world. But there is a real world, of which I see a distorted picture. The distortion may be due to some blemish in my body or mind. But when you say there is no real world, only a dream world in my mind, I just cannot take it. I wish I could believe that all the horrors of existence are due to my having a body. Suicide would be the way out. As long as you pay attention to ideas, your own or of others, you will be in trouble. But if you disregard all teachings, all books, anything put into words and dive deeply within yourself and find yourself, this alone will solve all your problems and leave you in full mastery of every situation, because you will not be dominated by your ideas about the situation. Take an example. You are in the company of an attractive woman. You get ideas about her and this creates a sexual situation. A problem is created and you start looking for books on continence, or enjoyment. Were you a baby, both of you could be naked and together without any problem arising. Just stop thinking you are bodies and the problems of love and sex will lose their meaning. With all sense of limitation gone, fear, pain and the search for pleasure, all cease. Only awareness remains. 51. Be indifferent to pain and pleasure. Questioner: I am a Frenchman by birth and domicile and since about 10 years I have been practicing yoga. Maharaj: after 10 years of work are you anywhere nearer your goal? A little nearer, maybe. It is hard work, you know. The self is near and the way to it is easy. All you need doing is doing nothing. Yet I found my sadhana very difficult. Your sadhana is to be. The doing happens. Just be watchful. Where is the difficulty in remembering that you are? You are all the time. The sense of being is there all the time, no doubt. But the field of attention is often overrun by all sorts of mental events, emotions, images, ideas. The pure sense of being is usually crowded out. What is your procedure for clearing the mind of the unnecessary? What are your means, your tools for the purification of the mind? Basically, man is afraid. He is afraid of himself most. I feel I am like a man who is carrying a bomb that is going to explode. He cannot defuse it, he cannot throw it away. He is terribly frightened and is searching frantically for a solution, which he cannot find. To me, liberation is getting rid of this bomb. I do not know much about the bomb. I only know that it comes from early childhood. I feel like the frightened child protesting passionately against not being loved. The child is craving for love and because he does not get it, he is afraid and angry. Sometimes I feel like killing somebody, or myself. This desire is so strong that I am constantly afraid. And I do not know how to get free from fear. You see, there is a difference between a Hindu mind and a European mind. The Hindu mind is comparatively simple. The European is a much more complex being. The Hindu is basically sattvic. He does not understand the European's restlessness, his tireless pursuit of what he thinks needs be done, his greater general knowledge. His reasoning capacity is so great, that he will reason himself out of all reason. His self-assertiveness is due to his reliance on logic. But thinking, reasoning is the mind's normal state. The mind just cannot stop working. M. It may be the habitual state, but it need not be the normal state. A normal state cannot be painful, while wrong habit often leads to chronic pain. Q. If it is not the natural, or normal state of the mind, then how to stop it? There must be a way to quieten the mind. How often I tell myself, enough, please stop, enough of this endless chatter of sentences repeated round and round. But my mind would not stop. I feel that one can stop it for a while, but not for long. Even the so-called spiritual people use tricks to keep their mind quiet. They repeat formulas, they sing, pray, breathe forcibly or gently, shake, rotate, concentrate, meditate, chase trances, cultivate virtues, working all the time, in order to cease working, cease chasing, cease moving. Were it not so tragic, it would be ridiculous. M. The mind exists in two states, as water and as honey. The water vibrates at the least disturbance, while the honey, however disturbed, returns quickly to immobility. Q. By its very nature the mind is restless. It can perhaps be made quiet, but it is not quiet by itself. M. You may have chronic fever and shiver all the time. It is desires and fears that make the mind restless. Free from all negative emotions it is quiet. Q. You cannot protect the child from negative emotions. As soon as it is born it learns pain and fear. Hunger is a cruel master and teaches dependence and hate. The child loves the mother because she feeds it and hates her because she is late with food. Our unconscious mind is full of conflicts, which overflow into the conscious. We live on a volcano, we are always in danger. I agree that the company of people whose mind is peaceful has a very soothing effect, but as soon as I am away from them, the old trouble starts. This is why I come periodically to India to seek the company of my guru. M. You think you are coming and going, passing through various states and moods. I see things as they are, momentary events, presenting themselves to me in rapid succession, deriving their being from me, yet definitely neither me nor mine. Among phenomena I am not one, nor subject to any. I am independent so simply and totally, that your mind, accustomed to opposition and denial, cannot grasp it. I mean literally what I say, I do not need oppose, or deny, because it is clear to me that I cannot be the opposite or denial of anything. I am just beyond, in a different dimension altogether. Do not look for me in identification with, or opposition to something, I am where desire and fear are not. Now, what is your experience? Do you also feel that you stand totally aloof from all transient things? Q. Yes, I do, occasionally. But at once a sense of danger sets in, I feel isolated, outside all relationship with others. You see, here lies the difference in our mentalities. With the Hindu, the emotion follows the thought. Give a Hindu an idea and his emotions are roused. With the Westerner it is the opposite, give him an emotion and he will produce an idea. Your ideas are very attractive, intellectually, but emotionally I do not respond. M. Set your intellect aside. Don't use it in these matters. Q. Of what use is an advice which I cannot carry out? These are all ideas and you want me to respond feelingly to ideas, or without feelings there can be no action. M. Why do you talk of action? Are you acting ever? Some unknown power acts and you imagine that you are acting. You are merely watching what happens, without being able to influence it in any way. Q. Why is there such a tremendous resistance in me against accepting that I just can do nothing? M. But what can you do? You are like a patient under anesthetics on whom a surgeon performs an operation. When you wake up you find the operation over. Can you say you have done something? Q. But it is me who has chosen to submit to an operation. M. Certainly not. It is your illness on one side and the pressure of your physician and family on the other that have made you decide. You have no choice, only the illusion of it. Q. Yet I feel I am not as helpless as you make me appear. I feel I can do everything I can think of, only I do not know how. It is not the power I lack, but the knowledge. M. Not knowing the means is admittedly as bad as not having the power. But let us drop the subject for the moment. After all, it is not important why we feel helpless, as long as we see clearly that for the time being we are helpless. I am now 74 years old. And yet I feel that I am an infant. I feel clearly that in spite of all the changes I am a child. My guru told me, that child, which is you even now, is your real self, Swarupa. Go back to that state of pure being, where the I am is still in its purity before it got contaminated with this I am or that I am. Your burden is of false self-identifications, abandon them all. My guru told me, trust me. I tell you, you are divine. Take it as the absolute truth. Your joy is divine, your suffering is divine too. All comes from God. Remember it always. You are God, your will alone is done. I did believe him and soon realized how wonderfully true and accurate were his words. I did not condition my mind by thinking, I am God, I am wonderful, I am beyond. I simply followed his instruction, which was to focus the mind on pure being I am, and stay in it. I used to sit for hours together, with nothing but the I am in my mind, and soon peace and joy and a deep all-embracing love became my normal state. In it all disappeared, myself, my guru, the life I lived, the world around me. Only peace remained and unfathomable silence. Q. It all looks very simple and easy, but it is just not so. Sometimes the wonderful state of joyful peace dawns on me and I look and wonder, how easily it comes and how intimate it seems, how totally my own. Where was the need to strive so hard for a state so near at hand? This time, surely, it has come to stay. Yet how soon it all dissolves and leaves me wondering, was it a taste of reality or another aberration? If it was reality, why did it go? Maybe some unique experience is needed to fix me for good in the new state, and until the crucial experience comes, this game of hide and seek must continue. M. Your expectation of something unique and dramatic, of some wonderful explosion, is merely hindering and delaying your self-realization. You are not to expect an explosion, for the explosion has already happened, at the moment when you were born, when you realized yourself as being knowing feeling. There is only one mistake you are making: you take the inner for the outer and the outer for the inner. What is in you, you take to be outside you, and what is outside, you take to be in you. The mind and feelings are external, but you take them to be intimate. You believe the world to be objective, while it is entirely a projection of your psyche. That is the basic confusion, and no new explosion will set it right. You have to think yourself out of it. There is no other way. Q. How am I to think myself out when my thoughts come and go as they like? Their endless chatter distracts and exhausts me. M. Watch your thoughts as you watch the street traffic. People come and go, you register without response. It may not be easy in the beginning, but with some practice you will find that your mind can function on many levels at the same time, and you can be aware of them all. It is only when you have a vested interest in any particular level, that your attention gets caught in it and you black out on other levels. Even then the work on the blacked out levels goes on, outside the field of consciousness. Do not struggle with your memories and thoughts. Try only to include in your field of attention the other, more important questions, like who am I? How did I happen to be born? Whence this universe around me? What is real and what is momentary? No memory will persist. If you lose interest in it, it is the emotional link that perpetuates the bondage. You are always seeking pleasure, avoiding pain, always after happiness and peace. Don't you see that it is your very search for happiness that makes you feel miserable? Try the other way, indifferent to pain and pleasure, neither asking, nor refusing, give all your attention to the level on which I am is timelessly present. Soon you will realize that peace and happiness are in your very nature and it is only seeking them through some particular channels, that disturbs. Avoid the disturbance, that is all. To seek there is no need, you would not seek what you already have. You yourself are God, the Supreme Reality. To begin with, trust me, trust the teacher. It enables you to make the first step, and then your trust is justified by your own experience. In every walk of life initial trust is essential, without it little can be done. Every undertaking is an act of faith. Even your daily bread you eat on trust. By remembering what I told you you will achieve everything. I am telling you again, you are the all-pervading, all-transcending reality. Behave accordingly, think, feel, and act in harmony with the whole and the actual experience of what I say will dawn upon you in no time. No effort is needed. Have faith and act on it. Please see that I want nothing from you. It is in your own interest that I speak, because above all you love yourself, you want yourself secure and happy. Don't be ashamed of it, don't deny it. It is natural and good to love oneself. Only you should know what exactly do you love. It is not the body that you love, it is life, perceiving, feeling, thinking, doing, loving, striving, creating. It is that life you love, which is you, which is all. Realize it in its totality, beyond all divisions and limitations, and all your desires will merge in it, for the greater contains the smaller. Therefore find yourself, for in finding that you find all. Everybody is glad to be, but few know the fullness of it. You come to know by dwelling in your mind on I am, I know, I love. With the will of reaching the deepest meaning of these words. Q. Can I think I am God? M. Don't identify yourself with an idea. If you mean by God, the unknown, then you merely say, I do not know what I am. If you know God as you know yourself, you need not say it. Best is the simple feeling I am. Dwell on it patiently. Here patience is wisdom, don't think of failure. There can be no failure in this undertaking. Q. My thoughts will not let me. M. Pay no attention. Don't fight them, just do nothing about them, let them be, whatever they are. Your very fighting them gives them life. Just disregard. Look through. Remember to remember, whatever happens, happens because I am. All reminds you that you are. Take full advantage of the fact that to experience you must be. You need not stop thinking. Just cease being interested. It is disinterestedness that liberates. Don't hold on, that is all. The world is made of rings. The hooks are all yours. Make straight your hooks and nothing can hold you, give up your addictions. There is nothing else to give up. Stop your routine of acquisitiveness, your habit of looking for results and the freedom of the universe is yours. Be effortless. Q. Life is effort. There are so many things to do. M. What needs doing, do it. Don't resist. Your balance must be dynamic, based on doing just the right thing, from moment to moment. Don't be a child unwilling to grow up. Stereotyped gestures and postures will not help you. Rely entirely on your clarity of thought, purity of motive and integrity of action. You cannot possibly go wrong. Go beyond and leave all behind. Q. But can anything be left for good? M. You want something like around-the-clock ecstasy. Ecstasies come and go, necessarily, for the human brain cannot stand the tension for a long time. A prolonged ecstasy will burn out your brain, unless it is extremely pure and subtle. In nature nothing is at standstill, everything pulsates, appears and disappears. Heart, breath, digestion, sleep and waking, birth and death, everything comes and goes in waves. Rhythm, periodicity, harmonious alternation of extremes is the rule. No use rebelling against the very pattern of life. If you seek the immutable, go beyond experience. When I say, remember I am all the time, I mean, come back to it repeatedly. No particular thought can be mind's natural state, only silence. Not the idea of silence, but silence itself. When the mind is in its natural state, it reverts to silence spontaneously after every experience, or, rather, every experience happens against the background of silence. Now, what you have learned here becomes the seed. You may forget it, apparently. But it will live and in due season sprout and grow and bring forth flowers and fruits. All will happen by itself. You need not do anything, only don't prevent it. 52. Being happy, making happy is the rhythm of life. Questioner: I came from Europe a few months ago on one of my periodical visits to my guru near Calcutta. Now I am on my way back home. I was invited by a friend to meet you and I am glad I came. Maharaj, what did you learn from your guru and what practice did you follow? Q. He is a venerable old man of about 80. Philosophically he is a Vedantin and the practice he teaches has much to do with rousing the unconscious energies of the mind and bringing the hidden obstacles and blockages into the conscious. My personal sadhana was related to my peculiar problem of early infancy and childhood. My mother could not give me the feeling of being secure and loved, so important to the child's normal development. She was a woman not fit to be a mother, ridden with anxieties and neuroses, unsure of herself. She felt me to be a responsibility and a burden beyond her capacity to bear. She never wanted me to be born. She did not want me to grow and to develop. She wanted me back in her womb, unborn, non-existent. Any movement of life in me she resisted. Any attempt to go beyond the narrow circle of her habitual existence she fought fiercely. As a child I was both sensitive and affectionate. I craved for love above everything else, and love, the simple, instinctive love of a mother for her child, was denied me. The child's search for its mother became the leading motive of my life and I never grew out of it. A happy childhood became an obsession with me. Pregnancy, birth, infancy interested me passionately. I became an obstetrician of some renown and contributed to the development of the method of painless childbirth. A happy child of a happy mother, that was my ideal all my life. But my mother was always there, unhappy herself, unwilling and incapable to see me happy. It manifested itself in strange ways. Whenever I was unwell, she felt better. When I was in good shape, she was down again, cursing herself and me too. As if she never forgave me my crime of having been born, she made me feel guilty of being alive. You live because you hate me. If you love me, die, was her constant, though silent message. And so I spent my life, being offered death instead of love. Imprisoned, as I was, in my mother, the perennial infant, I could not develop a meaningful relation with a woman. The image of the mother would stand between, unforgiving, unforgiven. I sought solace in my work and found much, but I could not move from the pit of infancy. Finally, I turned to spiritual search, and I am on this line steadily for many years. But, in a way, it is the same old search for mother's love, call it God or Atma or Supreme Reality. Basically, I want to love and be loved. Unfortunately, the so-called religious people are against life and all for the mind. When faced with life's needs and urges, they begin by classifying, abstracting and conceptualizing, and then make the classification more important than life itself. They ask to concentrate on and impersonate a concept. Instead of the spontaneous integration through love, they recommend a deliberate and laborious concentration on a formula. Whether it is God or Atma, the me or the other, it comes to the same. Something to think about, not somebody to love. It is not theories and systems that I need, there are many equally attractive or plausible. I need a stirring of the heart, a renewal of life, and not a new way of thinking. There are no new ways of thinking, but feelings can be ever fresh. When I love somebody, I meditate on him spontaneously and powerfully, with warmth and vigor, which my mind cannot command. Words are good for shaping feelings. Words without feeling are like clothes with no body inside, cold and limp. This mother of mine, she drained me of all feelings, my sources have run dry. Can I find here the richness and abundance of emotions, which I needed in such ample measure as a child? Where is your childhood now? And what is your future? Q. I was born, I have grown, I shall die. You mean your body, of course. And your mind. I am not talking of your physiology and psychology. They are a part of nature and are governed by nature's laws. I am talking of your search for love. Had it a beginning? Will it have an end? Q. I really cannot say. It is there, from the earliest to the last moment of my life. This yearning for love, how constant and how hopeless. In your search for love, what exactly are you searching for? Q. Simply this, to love and to be loved. You mean a woman? Q. Not necessarily. A friend, a teacher, a guide, as long as the feeling is bright and clear. Of course, a woman is the usual answer. But it need not be the only one. Of the two, what would you prefer, to love or to be loved? Q. I would rather have both. But I can see that to love is greater, nobler, deeper. To be loved is sweet, but it does not make one grow. Can you love on your own, or must you be made to love? Q. One must meet somebody lovable, of course. My mother was not only not loving, she was also not lovable. What makes a person lovable? Is it not the being loved? First you love and then you look for reasons. Q. It can be the other way round. You love what makes you happy. But what makes you happy? Q. There is no rule about it. The entire subject is highly individual and unpredictable. Right. Whichever way you put it, unless you love there is no happiness. But, Does love make you always happy? Is not the association of love with happiness a rather early, infantile stage? When the beloved suffers, don't you suffer too? And do you cease to love, because you suffer? Must love and happiness come and go together? Is love merely the expectation of pleasure? Q. Of course not. There can be much suffering in love. M. Then what is love? Is it not a state of being rather than a state of mind? Must you know that you love in order to love? Did you not love your mother unknowingly? Your craving for her love, for an opportunity to love her, is it not the movement of love? Is not love as much a part of you, as consciousness of being? You sought the love of your mother, because you loved her. Q. But she would not let me. M. She could not stop you. Q. Then, why was I unhappy all my life? M. Because you did not go down to the very roots of your being. It is your complete ignorance of yourself that covered up your love and happiness and made you seek for what you had never lost. Love is will, the will to share your happiness with all. Being happy, making happy, this is the rhythm of love. 53. Desires fulfilled, breed more desires. Questioner, I must confess I came today in a rebellious mood. I got a raw deal at the airline's office. When faced with such situations, everything seems doubtful, everything seems useless. Maharaj, this is a very useful mood. Doubting all, refusing all, unwilling to learn through another. It is the fruit of your long sadhana. After all, one does not study forever. Q. Enough of it. It took me nowhere. M. Don't say nowhere. It took you where you are, now. Q. It is again the child and its tantrums. I have not moved an inch from where I was. M. You began as a child and you will end as a child. Whatever you have acquired in the meantime you must lose and start at the beginning. Q. But the child kicks. When it is unhappy or denied anything it kicks. M. Let it kick. Just took at the kicking. And if you are too afraid of the society to kick convincingly, look at that too. I know it is a painful business. But there is no remedy, except one. The search for remedies must cease. If you are angry or in pain, separate yourself from anger and pain and watch them. Externalization is the first step to liberation. Step away and look. The physical events will go on happening, but by themselves they have no importance. It is the mind alone that matters. Whatever happens, you cannot kick and scream in an airline office or in a bank. Society does not allow it. If you do not like their ways, or are not prepared to endure them, don't fly or carry money. Walk, and if you cannot walk, don't travel. If you deal with society you must accept its ways, for its ways are your ways. Your needs and demands have created them. Your desires are so complex and contradictory, no wonder the society you create is also complex and contradictory. Q. I do see and admit that the outer chaos is merely a reflection of my own inner disharmony. But what is the remedy? M. Don't seek remedies. Q. Sometimes one is in a state of grace and life is happy and harmonious. But such a state does not last. The mood changes and all goes wrong. M. If you could only keep quiet, clear of memories and expectations, you would be able to discern the beautiful pattern of events. It is your restlessness that causes chaos. Q. For full 3 hours that I spent in the airline office I was practicing patience and forbearance. It did not speed up matters. M. At least it did not slow them down, as your kicking would have surely done. You want immediate results. We do not dispense magic here. Everybody does the same mistake, refusing the means, but wanting the ends. You want peace and harmony in the world, but refuse to have them in yourself. Follow my advice implicitly and you will not be disappointed. I cannot solve your problem by mere words. You have to act on what I told you and persevere. It is not the right advice that liberates, but the action based on it. Just like a doctor, after giving the patient an injection, tells him, "Now, keep quiet. Do nothing more, just keep quiet. I am telling you, you have got your injection, now keep quiet, just keep quiet. You have nothing else to do." My guru did the same. He would tell me something and then said, "Now keep quiet. Don't go on ruminating all the time. Stop. Be silent." I can keep quiet for an hour in the morning. But the day is long and many things happen that throw me out of balance. It is easy to say be silent, but to be silent when all is screaming in me and round me, please tell me how it is done. All that needs doing can be done in peace and silence. There is no need to get upset. It is all theory which does not fit the facts. I am returning to Europe with nothing to do there. My life is completely empty. If you just try to keep quiet, all will come, the work, the strength for work, the right motive. Must you know everything beforehand? Don't be anxious about your future, be quiet now and all will fall in place. The unexpected is bound to happen, while the anticipated may never come. Don't tell me you cannot control your nature. You need not control it. Throw it overboard. Have no nature to fight, or to submit to. No experience will hurt you, provided you don't make it into a habit. Of the entire universe you are the subtle cause. All is because you are. Grasp this point firmly and deeply and dwell on it repeatedly. To realize this as absolutely true, is liberation. If I am the seed of my universe, then a rotten seed I am. By the fruit the seed is known. What is wrong with your world that you swear at it? It is full of pain. Nature is neither pleasant nor painful. It is all intelligence and beauty. Pain and pleasure are in the mind. Change your scale of values and all will change. Pleasure and pain are mere disturbances of the senses, treat them equally and there will be only bliss. And the world is what you make it, by all means make it happy. Only contentment can make you happy, desires fulfilled breed more desires. Keeping away from all desires and contentment in what comes by itself is a very fruitful state, a precondition to the state of fullness. Don't distrust its apparent sterility and emptiness. Believe me, it is the satisfaction of desires that breeds misery. Freedom from desires is bliss. There are things we need. What you need will come to you, if you do not ask for what you do not need. Yet only few people reach this state of complete dispassion and detachment. It is a very high state, the very threshold of liberation. I have been barren for the last 2 years, desolate and empty and often was I praying for death to come. Well, with your coming here events have started rolling. Let things happen as they happen, they will sort themselves out nicely in the end. You need not strain towards the future will come to you on its own. For some time longer you will remain sleepwalking, as you do now, bereft of meaning and assurance, but this period will end and you will find your work both fruitful and easy. There are always moments when one feels empty and estranged. Such moments are most desirable, for it means the soul had cast its moorings and is sailing for distant places. This is detachment, when the old is over and the new has not yet come. If you are afraid, the state may be distressing, but there is really nothing to be afraid of. Remember the instruction, whatever you come across, go beyond. Q. The Buddha's rule, to remember what needs to be remembered. But I find it so difficult to remember the right thing at the right moment. With me, forgetting seems to be the rule. It is not easy to remember when every situation brings up a storm of desires and fears. Craving born of memory is also the destroyer of memory. Q. How am I to fight desire? There is nothing stronger. The waters of life are thundering over the rocks of objects, desirable or hateful. Remove the rocks by insight and detachment, and the same waters will flow deep and silent and swift, in greater volume and with greater power. Don't be theoretical about it, give time to thought and consideration. If you desire to be free, neglect not the nearest step to freedom. It is like climbing a mountain, not a step can be missed. One step less, and the summit is not reached. 54. Body and mind are symptoms of ignorance. Questioner: we were discussing one day the person, the witness, the absolute, vyakta avyakta. As far as I remember, you said that the absolute alone is real and the witness is absolute only at a given point of space and time. The person is the organism, gross and subtle, illumined by the presence of the witness. I do not seem to grasp the matter clearly. Could we discuss it again? You also use the terms Mahadakash, Chidakash, and Paramakash. How are they related to person, witness, and the Absolute? Maharaj, Mahadakash is nature, the ocean of existences, the physical space with all that can be contacted through the senses. Chidakash is the expanse of awareness, the mental space of time, perception, and cognition. Paramakash is the timeless and spaceless reality, mindless, undifferentiated, the infinite potentiality, the source and origin, the substance and the essence, both matter and consciousness, yet beyond both. It cannot be perceived, but can be experienced as ever witnessing the witness, perceiving the perceiver, the origin and the end of all manifestation, the root of time and space, the prime cause in every chain of causation. Q. What is the difference between vyakta and avyakta? There is no difference. It is like light and daylight. The universe is full of light which you do not see, but the same light you see as daylight. And what the daylight reveals is the vyakti. The person is always the object, the witness is the subject, and their relation of mutual dependence is the reflection of their absolute identity. You imagine that they are distinct and separate states. They are not. They are the same consciousness at rest and in movement, each state conscious of the other. In Chit man knows God and God knows man. In Chit the man shapes the world and the world shapes man. Chit is the link, the bridge between extremes, the balancing and uniting factor in every experience. The totality of the perceived is what you call matter. The totality of all perceivers is what you call the universal mind. The identity of the two, manifesting itself as perceptibility and perceiving, harmony and intelligence, loveliness and loving, reasserts itself eternally. Q. The three gunas, sattva, rajas, tamas, are they only in matter, or also in the mind? In both, of course, because the two are not separate. It is only the absolute that is beyond gunas. In fact, these are but points of view, ways of looking. They exist only in the mind. Beyond the mind all distinctions cease. Q. Is the universe a product of the senses? M. Just as you recreate your world on waking up, so is the universe unrolled. The mind with its 5 organs of perception, 5 organs of action, and 5 vehicles of consciousness appears as memory, thought, reason and selfhood. Q. The sciences have made much progress. We know the body and the mind much better than our ancestors. Your traditional way, describing and analyzing mind and matter, is no longer valid. M. But where are your scientists with their sciences? Are they not again images in your own mind? Q. Here lies the basic difference. To me they are not my own projections. They were before I was born and shall be there when I am dead. M. Of course. Once you accept time and space as real, you will consider yourself minute and short-lived. But are they real? Do they depend on you, or you on them? As body, you are in space. As mind, you are in time. But are you mere body with a mind in it? Have you ever investigated? Q. I had neither the motive nor the method. M. I am suggesting both. But the actual work of insight and detachment, Vivekavarajya, is yours. Q. The only motive I can perceive is my own causeless and timeless happiness. And what is the method? M. Happiness is incidental. The true and effective motive is love. You see people suffer and you seek the best way of helping them. The answer is obvious. First put yourself beyond the need of help. Be sure your attitude is of pure goodwill, free of expectation of any kind. Those who seek mere happiness may end up in sublime indifference, while love will never rest. As to method, there is only one. You must come to know yourself, both what you appear to be and what you are. Clarity and charity go together, each needs and strengthens the other. Q. Compassion implies the existence of an objective world, full of avoidable sorrow. M. The world is not objective and the sorrow of it is not avoidable. Compassion is but another word for the refusal to suffer for imaginary reasons. Q. If the reasons are imaginary, why should the suffering be inevitable? M. It is always the false that makes you suffer, the false desires and fears, the false values and ideas, the false relationships between people. Abandon the false and you are free of pain. Truth makes happy, truth liberates. Q. The truth is that I am a mind imprisoned in a body and this is a very unhappy truth. M. You are neither the body nor in the body, there is no such thing as body. You have grievously misunderstood yourself. To understand rightly, investigate. Q. But I was born as a body, in a body and shall die with the body, as a body. M. This is your misconception. Inquire, investigate, doubt yourself and others. To find truth, you must not cling to your convictions. If you are sure of the immediate, you will never reach the ultimate. Your idea that you were born and that you will die is absurd. Both logic and experience contradict it. Q. All right, I shall not insist that I am the body. You have a point here. But here and now, as I talk to you, I am in my body obviously. The body may not be me, but it is mine. M. The entire universe contributes incessantly to your existence. Hence the entire universe is your body. In that sense, I agree. Q. My body influences me deeply. In more than one way my body is my destiny. My character, my moods, the nature of my reactions, my desires and fears, inborn or acquired, they are all based on the body. a little alcohol, some drug, or other, and all changes. Until the drug wears off, I become another man. All this happens because you think yourself to be the body. Realize your real self and even drugs will have no power over you. Q. You smoke? My body kept a few habits which may as well continue till it dies. There is no harm in them. Q. You eat meat? I was born among meat-eating people and my children are eating meat. I eat very little, and make no fuss. Q. Meat eating implies killing. Obviously. I make no claims of consistency. You think absolute consistency is possible, prove it by example. Don't preach what you do not practice. Coming back to the idea of having been born. You are stuck with what your parents told you, all about conception, pregnancy, and birth, infant, child, youngster, teenager, and so on. Now, divest yourself of the idea that you are the body with the help of the contrary idea that you are not the body. It is also an idea, no doubt, treat it like something to be abandoned when its work is done. The idea that I am not the body gives reality to the body, when in fact, there is no such thing as body, it is but a state of mind. You can have as many bodies and as diverse as you like, just remember steadily what you want and reject the incompatibles. Q. I am like a box, within box, the outer box acting as the body and the one next to it, as the indwelling soul. Abstract the outer box and the next becomes the body and the one next to it the soul. It is an infinite series, an endless opening of boxes. Is the last one the ultimate soul? If you have a body, you must have a soul. Here your simile of a nest of boxes applies. But here and now, through all your bodies and souls shines awareness, the pure light of Chit. Hold on to it unswervingly. Without awareness, the body would not last a second. There is in the body a current of energy, affection, and intelligence, which guides, maintains and energizes the body. Discover that current and stay with it. Of course, all these are manners of speaking. Words are as much a barrier as a bridge. Find the spark of life that weaves the tissues of your body and be with it. It is the only reality the body has. Q. What happens to that spark of life after death? It is beyond time. Birth and death are but points in time. Life weaves eternally its many webs. The weaving is in time, but life itself is timeless. Whatever name and shape you give to its expressions, it is like the ocean, never changing, ever changing. Q. All you say sounds beautifully convincing, yet my feeling of being just a person in a world strange and alien, often inimical and dangerous, does not cease. Being a person, limited in space and time, how can I possibly realize myself as the opposite, a depersonalized, universalized awareness of nothing in particular? You assert yourself to be what you are not and deny yourself to be what you are. You omit the element of pure cognition, of awareness free from all personal distortions. Unless you admit the reality of Chit, you will never know yourself. Q. What am I to do? I do not see myself as you see me. Maybe you are right and I am wrong, but how can I cease to be what I feel I am? A prince who believes himself to be a beggar can be convinced conclusively in one way only, he must behave as a prince and see what happens. Behave as if what I say is true and judge by what actually happens. All I ask is the little faith needed for making the first step. With experience will come confidence and you will not need me anymore. I know what you are and I am telling you. Trust me for a while. Q. To be here and now, I need my body and its senses. To understand, I need a mind. M. The body and the mind are only symptoms of ignorance, of misapprehension. Behave as if you were pure awareness, bodiless and mindless, spaceless and timeless, beyond where and when and how. Dwell on it, think of it, learn to accept its reality. Don't oppose it and deny it all the time. Keep an open mind at least. Yoga is bending the outer to the inner. Make your mind and body express the real which is all and beyond all. By doing you succeed, not by arguing. Q. Kindly allow me to come back to my first question. How does the error of being a person originate? M. The absolute precedes time. Awareness comes first. A bundle of memories and mental habits attracts attention. Awareness gets focalized and a person suddenly appears. Remove the light of awareness, go to sleep or swoon away, and the person disappears. The person, vyakti, flickers. Awareness, vyakta, contains all space and time. The absolute, avyakta, island. 55. Give up all and you gain all. Questioner. What is your state at the present moment? Maharaj. A state of non-experiencing. In it all experience is included. Q. Can you enter into the mind and heart of another man and share his experience? M. No. Such things require special training. I am like a dealer in wheat. I know little about breads and cakes. Even the taste of a wheat gruel I may not know. But about the wheat grain I know all and well. I know the source of all experience. But the innumerable particular forms experience can take I do not know. Nor do I need to know. From moment to moment, the little I need to know to live my life, I somehow happen to know. Q. Your particular existence and my particular existence, do they both exist in the mind of Brahma? M. The universal is not aware of the particular. The existence as a person is a personal matter. A person exists in time and space, has name and shape, beginning and end. The universal includes all persons and the absolute is at the root of and beyond all. Q. I am not concerned with the totality. My personal consciousness and your personal consciousness, what is the link between the two? M. Between two dreamers what can be the link? Q. They may dream of each other. M. That is what people are doing. Everyone imagines others and seeks a link with them. The seeker is the link, there is none other. Q. Surely there must be something in common between the many points of consciousness we are. M. Where are the many points? In your mind. You insist that your world is independent of your mind. How can it be? Your desire to know other people's minds is due to your not knowing your own mind. First know your own mind and you will find that the question of other minds does not arise at all, for there are no other people. You are the common factor, the only link between the minds. Being is consciousness, I am applies to all. Q. The Supreme Reality, Parabrahman, may be present in all of us. But of what use is it to us? M. You are like a man who says, I need a place where to keep my things, but of what use is space to me? Or I need milk, tea, coffee, or soda, but for water I have no use. Don't you see that the Supreme Reality is what makes everything possible? But if you ask of what use is it to you, I must answer, none. In matters of daily life the knower of the real has no advantage, he may be at a disadvantage rather, being free from greed and fear, he does not protect himself. The very idea of profit is foreign to him, he abhors accretions, his life is constant divesting oneself, sharing, giving. Q. If there is no advantage in gaining the supreme, then why take the trouble? M. There is trouble only when you cling to something. When you hold on to nothing, no trouble arises. The relinquishing of the lesser is the gaining of the greater. Give up all and you gain all. Then life becomes what it was meant to be, pure radiation from an inexhaustible source. In that light the world appears dimly like a dream. Q. If my world is merely a dream and you are a part of it, what can you do for me? If the dream is not real, having no being, how can reality affect it? M. While it lasts, the dream has temporary being. It is your desire to hold on to it that creates the problem. Let go. Stop imagining that the dream is yours. Q. You seem to take for granted that there can be a dream without a dreamer and that I identify myself with the dream of my own sweet will. But I am the dreamer and the dream too. Who is to stop dreaming? M. Let the dream unroll itself to its very end. You cannot help it. But you can look at the dream as a dream, refuse it the stamp of reality. Q. Here am I, sitting before you. I am dreaming and you are watching me talking in my dream. What is the link between us? M. My intention to wake you up is the link. My heart wants you awake. I see you suffer in your dream and I know that you must wake up to end your woes. When you see your dream as dream, you wake up. But in your dream itself I am not interested. Enough for me to know that you must wake up. You need not bring your dream to a definite conclusion, or make it noble, or happy, or beautiful. All you need is to realize that you are dreaming. Stop imagining. Stop believing. See the contradictions, the incongruities, the falsehood, and the sorrow of the human state, the need to go beyond. Within the immensity of space floats a tiny atom of consciousness and in it the entire universe is contained. Q. There are affections in the dream which seem real and everlasting. Do they disappear on waking up? M. In dream you love some and not others. On waking up you find you are love itself, embracing all. Personal love, however intense and genuine, invariably binds. Love in freedom is love of all. Q. People come and go. One loves whom one meets, one cannot love all. M. When you are love itself, you are beyond time and numbers. In loving one you love all, in loving all, you love each. One and all are not exclusive. Q. You say you are in a timeless state. Does it mean that past and future are open to you? Did you meet Vashishta Muni, Rama's guru? M. The question is in time and about time. Again you are asking me about the contents of a dream. Timelessness is beyond the illusion of time, it is not an extension in time. He who called himself Vashishta knew Vashishta. I am beyond all names and shapes. Vashishta is a dream in your dream. How can I know him? You are too much concerned with past and future. It is all due to your longing to continue, to protect yourself against extinction. And as you want to continue, you want others to keep you company, hence your concern with their survival. But what you call survival is but the survival of a dream. Death is preferable to it. There is a chance of waking up. Q. You are aware of eternity, therefore you are not concerned with survival. M. It is the other way round. Freedom from all desire is eternity. All attachment implies fear, for all things are transient. And fear makes one a slave. This freedom from attachment does not come with practice, it is natural, when one knows one's true being. Love does not cling, Clinging is not love. Q. So there is no way to gain detachment? M. There is nothing to gain. Abandon all imaginings and know yourself as you are. Self-knowledge is detachment. All craving is due to a sense of insufficiency. When you know that you lack nothing, that all there is you and yours, desire ceases. Q. To know myself must I practice awareness? M. There is nothing to practice. To know yourself, be yourself. To be yourself, stop imagining yourself to be this or that. Just be. Let your true nature emerge. Don't disturb your mind with seeking. Q. It will take much time if I just wait for self-realization. M. What have you to wait for when it is already here and now? You have only to look and see. Look at yourself, at your own being. You know that you are and you like it. Abandon all imagining, that is all. Do not rely on time. Time is death. Who waits, dies. Life is now only. Do not talk to me about past and future. They exist only in your mind. Q. You too will die. M. I am dead already. Physical death will make no difference in my case. I am timeless being. I am free of desire or fear, because I do not remember the past, or imagine the future. Where there are no names and shapes, how can there be desire and fear? With desirelessness comes timelessness. I am safe, because what is not, cannot touch what is. You feel unsafe, because you imagine danger. Of course, your body as such is complex and vulnerable and needs protection. But not you. Once you realize your own unassailable being, you will be at peace. Q. How can I find peace when the world suffers? M. The world suffers for very valid reasons. If you want to help the world, you must be beyond the need of help. Then all you're doing as well as not doing will help the world most effectively. Q. How can non-action be of use where action is needed? M. Where action is needed, action happens. Man is not the actor. His is to be aware of what is going on. His very presence is action. The window is the absence of the wall and it gives air and light because it is empty. Be empty of all mental content, of all imagination and effort, and the very absence of obstacles will cause reality to rush in. If you really want to help a person, keep away. If you are emotionally committed to helping, you will fail to help. You may be very busy and be very pleased with your charitable nature, but not much will be done. A man is really helped when he is no longer in need of help. All else is just futility. Q. There is not enough time to sit and wait for help to happen. One must do something. M. By all means, do. But what you can do is limited, the self alone is unlimited. Give limitlessly, of yourself. All else you can give in small measures only. You alone are immeasurable. To help is your very nature. Even when you eat and drink you help your body. For yourself you need nothing. You are pure giving, beginningless, endless, inexhaustible. When you see sorrow and suffering, be with it. Do not rush into activity. Neither learning nor action can really help. Be with sorrow and lay bare its roots. Helping to understand is real help. Q. My death is nearing. M. Your body is short of time, not you. Time and space are in the mind only. You are not bound. Just understand yourself, that itself is eternity. 56. Consciousness arising, world arises. Questioner, when an ordinary man dies, what happens to him? Maharaj, according to his belief it happens. As life before death is but imagination, so is life after. The dream continues. Q. And what about the Nani? M. The Nani does not die because he was never born. Q. He appears so to others. M. But not to himself. In himself he is free of things, physical and mental. Q. Still you must know the state of the man who died. At least from your own past lives. M. Until I met my guru I knew so many things. Now I know nothing, for all knowledge is in dream only and not valid. I know myself and I find no life nor death in me, only pure being, not being this or that, but just being. But the moment the mind, drawing on its stock of memories, begins to imagine, it fills the space with objects and time with events. As I do not know even this birth, how can I know past births? It is the mind that, itself in movement, sees everything moving, and having created time, worries about the past and future. All the universe is cradled in consciousness, Mahatattva, which arises where there is perfect order and harmony, Mahasattva. As all waves are in the ocean, so are all things physical and mental in awareness. Hence awareness itself is all important, not the content of it. Deepen and broaden your awareness of yourself and all the blessings will flow. You need not seek anything, all will come to you most naturally and effortlessly. The five senses and the four functions of the mind, memory, thought, understanding and selfhood, the five elements, earth, water, fire, air, and ether, the two aspects of creation, matter, and spirit, all are contained in awareness. Q. Yet, you must believe in having lived before. M. The scriptures say so, but I know nothing about it. I know myself as I am, as I appeared or will appear is not within my experience. It is not that I do not remember. In fact there is nothing to remember. Reincarnation implies a reincarnating self. There is no such thing. The bundle of memories and hopes, called the I, imagines itself existing everlastingly and creates time to accommodate its false eternity, to be. I need no past or future. All experience is born of imagination, I do not imagine, so no birth or death happens to me. Only those who think themselves born can think themselves reborn. You are accusing me of having been born, I plead not guilty. All exists in awareness and awareness neither dies nor is reborn. It is the changeless reality itself. All the universe of experience is born with the body and dies with the body, it has its beginning and end in awareness, but awareness knows no beginning, nor end. If you think it out carefully and brood over it for a long time, you will come to see the light of awareness in all its clarity and the world will fade out of your vision. It is like looking at a burning incense stick, you see the stick and the smoke first, when you notice the fiery point, you realize that it has the power to consume mountains of sticks and fill the universe with smoke. Timelessly the self actualizes itself, without exhausting its infinite possibilities. In the incense stick simile the stick is the body and the smoke is the mind. As long as the mind is busy with its contortions, it does not perceive its own source. The Guru comes and turns your attention to the spark within. By its very nature the mind is outward turned, it always tends to seek for the source of things among the things themselves. To be told to look for the source within, is, in a way, the beginning of a new life. Awareness takes the place of consciousness. In consciousness there is the I, who is conscious, while awareness is undivided, awareness is aware of itself. The I am is a thought, while awareness is not a thought, there is no I am aware in awareness. Consciousness is an attribute while awareness is not. One can be aware of being conscious, but not conscious of awareness. God is the totality of consciousness, but awareness is beyond all, being as well as not being. I had started with the question about the condition of a man after death. When his body is destroyed, what happens to his consciousness? Does he carry his senses of seeing, hearing, etc. along with him, or does he leave them behind? And, if he loses his senses, what becomes to his consciousness? Senses are mere modes of perception. As the grosser modes disappear, finer states of consciousness emerge. Is there no transition to awareness after death? There can be no transition from consciousness to awareness, for awareness is not a form of consciousness. Consciousness can only become more subtle and refined, and that is what happens after death. As the various vehicles of man die off, the modes of consciousness induced by them also fade away. Until only unconsciousness remains? Look at yourself talking of unconsciousness as something that comes and goes. Who is there to be conscious of unconsciousness? As long as the window is open, there is sunlight in the room. With the windows shut, the sun remains, but does it see the darkness in the room? Is there anything like darkness to the sun? There is no such thing as unconsciousness, for unconsciousness is not experienceable. We infer unconsciousness when there is a lapse in memory or communication. If I stop reacting, you will say that I am unconscious. In reality, I may be most acutely conscious, only unable to communicate or remember. I am asking a simple question. There are about 4 billion people in the world and they are all bound to die. What will be their condition after death? Not physically, but psychologically. Will their consciousness continue? And if it does, in what form? Do not tell me that I am not asking the right question, or that you do not know the answer, or that in your world my question is meaningless. The moment you start talking about your world and my world as different and incompatible, you build a wall between us. Either we live in one world or your experience is of no use to us. Of course we live in one world. Only I see it as it is, while you don't. You see yourself in the world, while I see the world in myself. To you, you get born and die, while to me, the world appears and disappears. Our world is real, but your view of it is not. There is no wall between us, except the one built by you. There is nothing wrong with the senses, it is your imagination that misleads you. It covers up the world as it is, with what you imagine it to be, something existing independently of you and yet closely following your inherited, or acquired patterns. There is a deep contradiction in your attitude, which you do not see and which is the cause of sorrow. You cling to the idea that you were born into a world of pain and sorrow. I know that the world is a child of love, having its beginning, growth, and fulfillment in love. But I am beyond love even. If you have created the world out of love, why is it so full of pain? You are right, from the body's point of view. But you are not the body. You are the immensity and infinity of consciousness. Don't assume what is not true and you will see things as I see them. Pain and pleasure, good and bad, right and wrong, these are relative terms and must not be taken absolutely. They are limited and temporary. In the Buddhist tradition it is stated that a nirvani, an enlightened Buddha, has the freedom of the universe. He can know and experience for himself all that exists. He can command, interfere with nature, with the chain of causation, change the sequence of events, even undo the past. The world is still with him, but he is free in it. What you describe is God. Of course, where there is a universe, there will also be its counterpart, which is God. But I am beyond both. There was a kingdom in search of a king. They found the right man and made him king. In no way had he changed. He was merely given the title, the rights, and the duties of a king. His nature was not affected, only his actions. Similarly, with the enlightened man, the content of his consciousness undergoes a radical transformation. But he is not misled. He knows the changeless. The changeless cannot be conscious. Consciousness is always of change. The changeless leaves no trace in consciousness. Yes and no. The paper is not the writing, yet it carries the writing. The ink is not the message, nor is the reader's mind the message, but they all make the message possible. Does consciousness come down from reality or is it an attribute of matter? Consciousness as such is the subtle counterpart of matter. Just as inertia, tamas, and energy, rajas, are attributes of matter, so does harmony, sattva, manifest itself as consciousness. You may consider it in a way as a form of very subtle energy. Wherever matter organizes itself into a stable organism, consciousness appears spontaneously. With the destruction of the organism, consciousness disappears. Then what survives? That, of which matter and consciousness are but aspects, which is neither born nor dies. If it is beyond matter and consciousness, how can it be experienced? It can be known by its effects on both. Look for it in beauty and in bliss. But you will understand neither body nor consciousness, unless you go beyond both. Please tell us squarely, are you conscious or unconscious? The enlightened, Nani, is neither. But in his enlightenment, Nana, all is contained. Awareness contains every experience. But he who is aware is beyond every experience. He is beyond awareness itself. There is the background of experience, call it matter. There is the experiencer, call it mind. What makes the bridge between the two? The very gap between is the bridge. That, which at one end looks like matter and at the other as mind, is in itself the fridge. Don't separate reality into mind and body and there will be no need of bridges. Consciousness arising, the world arises. When you consider the wisdom and the beauty of the world, you call it God. Know the source of it all, which is in yourself, and you will find all your questions answered. The seer and the seen, are they one or two? There is only seeing, both the seer and the seen are contained in it. Don't create differences where there are none. I began with the question about the man who died. You said that his experiences will shape themselves according to his expectations and beliefs. Before you were born you expected to live according to a plan, which you yourself had laid down. Your own will was the backbone of your destiny. Surely, karma interfered. Karma shapes the circumstances, the attitudes are your own. Ultimately your character shapes your life and you alone can shape your character. How does one shape one's character? By seeing it as it is, and being sincerely sorry. This integral seeing feeling can work miracles. It is like casting a bronze image, metal alone, or fire alone will not do, nor will the mold be of any use. You have to melt down the metal in the heat of the fire and cast it in the mold. 57. Beyond mind, there is no suffering. Questioner, I see you sitting in your son's house waiting for lunch to be served. And I wonder whether the content of your consciousness is similar to mine, or partly different, or totally different. Are you hungry and thirsty as I am, waiting rather impatiently for the meals to be served, or are you in an altogether different state of mind? Maharaj, there is not much difference on the surface, but very much of it in depth. You know yourself only through the senses and the mind. You take yourself to be what they suggest, having no direct knowledge of yourself. You have mere ideas, all mediocre, second-hand, by hearsay. Whatever you think you are, you take it to be true. The habit of imagining yourself perceivable and describable is very strong with you. I see as you see, hear as you hear, taste as you taste, eat as you eat. I also feel thirst and hunger and expect my food to be served on time. When starved or sick, my body and mind go weak. All this I perceive quite clearly, but somehow I am not in it. I feel myself as if floating over it, aloof and detached. Even not aloof and detached. There is aloofness and detachment as there is thirst and hunger. There is also the awareness of it all and a sense of immense distance, as if the body and the mind and all that happens to them were somewhere far out on the horizon. I am like a cinema screen, clear and empty. The pictures pass over it and disappear, leaving it as clear and empty as before. In no way is the screen affected by the pictures, nor are the pictures affected by the screen. The screen intercepts and reflects the pictures, it does not shape them. It has nothing to do with the rolls of films. These are as they are, lumps of destiny, prarabdha, but not my destiny, the destinies of the people on the screen. Q. You do not mean to say that the people in a picture have destinies. They belong to the story is not theirs. M. And what about you? Do you shape your life or are you shaped by it? Q. Yes, you are right. A life story unrolls itself of which I am one of the actors. I have no being outside it, as it has no being without me. I am merely a character, not a person. M. The character will become a person, when he begins to shape his life instead of accepting it as it comes, and identifying himself with it. Q. When I ask a question and you answer, what exactly happens? M. The question and the answer, both appear on the screen. The lips move, the body speaks, and again the screen is clear and empty. Q. When you say, clear and empty, what do you mean? M. I mean free of all contents. To myself I am neither perceivable nor conceivable, there is nothing I can point out and say, this I am. You identify yourself with everything so easily, I find it impossible. The feeling, I am not this or that, nor is anything mine, is so strong in me that as soon as a thing or a thought appears, there comes at once the sense this I am not. Q. Do you mean to say that you spend your time repeating this I am not, that I am not? M. Of course not. I am merely verbalizing for your sake. By the grace of my Guru I have realized once and for good that I am neither object nor subject and I do not need to remind myself all the time. Q. I find it hard to grasp what exactly do you mean by saying that you are neither the object nor the subject. At this very moment, as we talk, am I not the object of your experience, and you the subject? M. Look, my thumb touches my forefinger. Both touch and are touched. When my attention is on the thumb is the feeler and the forefinger, the self. Shift the focus of attention and the relationship is reversed. I find that somehow, by shifting the focus of attention, I become the very thing I look at and experience the kind of consciousness it has. I become the inner witness of the thing. I call this capacity of entering other focal points of consciousness love. You may give it any name you like. Love says, I am everything. Wisdom says, I am nothing. Between the two my life flows. Since at any point of time and space I can be both the subject and the object of experience, I express it by saying that I am both, and neither, and beyond both. Q. You make all these extraordinary statements about yourself. What makes you say those things? What do you mean by saying that you are beyond space and time? M. You ask and the answer comes. I watch myself. I watch the answer and see no contradiction. It is clear to me that I am telling you the truth. It is all very simple. Only you must trust me that I mean what I say, that I am quite serious. As I told you already, my Guru showed me my true nature, and the true nature of the world. Having realized that I am one with, and yet beyond the world, I became free from all desire and fear. I did not reason out that I should be free, I found myself free, unexpectedly, without the least effort. This freedom from desire and fear remained with me since then. Another thing I noticed was that I do not need to make an effort, the deed follows the thought, without delay and friction. I have also found that thoughts become self-fulfilling, things would fall in place smoothly and rightly. The main change was in the mind, it became motionless and silent, responding quickly, but not perpetuating the response. Spontaneity became a way of life, the real became natural and the natural became real. And above all, infinite affection, love, dark and quiet, radiating in all directions, embracing all, making all interesting and beautiful, significant and auspicious. Q. We are told that various yogic powers arise spontaneously in a man who has realized his own true being. What is your experience in these matters? M. Man's five-fold body, physical etc., has potential powers beyond our wildest dreams. Not only is the entire universe reflected in man, but also the power to control the universe is waiting to be used by him. The wise man is not anxious to use such powers, except when the situation calls for them. He finds the abilities and skills of the human personality quite adequate for the business of daily living. Some of the powers can be developed by specialized training, but the man who flaunts such powers is still in bondage. The wise man counts nothing as his own. When at some time and place some miracle is attributed to some person, he will not establish any causal link between events and people, nor will he allow any conclusions to be drawn. All happened as it happened because it had to happen, everything happens as it does, because the universe is as it is. Q. The universe does not seem a happy place to live in. Why is there so much suffering? M. Pain is physical, suffering is mental. Beyond the mind there is no suffering. Pain is merely a signal that the body is in danger and requires attention. Similarly, suffering warns us that the structure of memories and habits, which we call the person, vyakti, is threatened by loss or change. Pain is essential for the survival of the body, but none compels you to suffer. Suffering is due entirely to clinging or resisting, it is a sign of our unwillingness to move on, to flow with life. As a sane life is free of pain, so is a saintly life free from suffering. Q. Nobody has suffered more than saints. M. Did they tell you, or do you say so on your own? The essence of saintliness is total acceptance of the present moment, harmony with things as they happen. A saint does not want things to be different from what they are, he knows that, considering all factors, they are unavoidable. He is friendly with the inevitable and, therefore, does not suffer. Pain he may know, but it does not shatter him. If he can, he does the needful to restore the lost balance, or he lets things take their course. Q. He may die. M. So what? What does he gain by living on and what does he lose by dying? What was born, must die, what was never born cannot die. It all depends on what he takes himself to be. Q. Imagine you fall mortally ill. Would you not regret and resent? M. But I am dead already, or, rather, neither alive nor dead. You see my body behaving the habitual way and draw your own conclusions. You will not admit that your conclusions bind nobody but you. Do see that the image you have of me may be altogether wrong. Your image of yourself is wrong too, but that is your problem. But you need not create problems for me and then ask me to solve them. I am neither creating problems nor solving them. 58. Perfection, destiny of all. Questioner, when asked about the means for self-realization, you invariably stress the importance of the mind dwelling on the sense I am. Where is the causal factor? Why should this particular thought result in self-realization? How does the contemplation of I am affect me? Maharaj, the very fact of observation alters the observer and the observed. After all, what prevents the insight into one's true nature is the weakness and obtuseness of the mind and its tendency to skip the subtle and focus the gross only. When you follow my advice and try to keep your mind on the notion of I am only, you become fully aware of your mind and its vagaries. Awareness, being lucid harmony, sattva, in action, dissolves dullness and quietens the restlessness of the mind and gently, but steadily changes its very substance. This change need not be spectacular, it may be hardly noticeable, yet it is a deep and fundamental shift from darkness to light, from inadvertence to awareness. Q. Must it be the I am formula? Will not any other sentence do? If I concentrate on there is a table, will it not serve the same purpose? M. As an exercise in concentration, yes. But it will not take you beyond the idea of a table. You are not interested in tables, you want to know yourself. For this keep steadily in the focus of consciousness the only clue you have, your certainty of being. Be with it, play with it, ponder over it, delve deeply into it, till the shell of ignorance breaks open and you emerge into the realm of reality. Q. Is there any causal link between my focusing the I am and the breaking of the shell? M. The urge to find oneself is a sign that you are getting ready. The impulse always comes from within. Unless your time has come, you will have neither the desire nor the strength to go for self-inquiry wholeheartedly. Q. Is not the grace of the Guru responsible for the desire and its fulfillment? Is not the Guru's radiant face the bait on which we are caught and pulled out of this mire of sorrow? M. It is the inner Guru, Sadguru, who takes you to the outer Guru, as a mother takes her child to a teacher. Trust and obey your Guru, for he is the messenger of your real self. Q. How do I find a Guru whom I can trust? M. Your own heart will tell you. There is no difficulty in finding a Guru, because the Guru is in search of you. The Guru is always ready, you are not ready. You have to be ready to learn, or you may meet your Guru and waste your chance by sheer inattentiveness and obstinacy. Take my example, there was nothing in me of much promise, but when I met my Guru, I listened, trusted and obeyed. Q. Must I not examine the teacher before I put myself entirely into his hands? M. By all means examine. But what can you find out? only as he appears to you on your own level. Q. I shall watch whether he is consistent, whether there is harmony between his life and his teaching. M. You may find plenty of disharmony, so what? It proves nothing. Only motives matter. How will you know his motives? Q. I should at least expect him to be a man of self-control who lives a righteous life. M. Such you will find many, and of no use to you. A guru can show the way back home, to your real self. What has this to do with the character, or temperament of the person he appears to be? Does he not clearly tell you that he is not the person? The only way you can judge is by the change in yourself when you are in his company. If you feel more at peace and happy, if you understand yourself with more than usual clarity and depth, it means you have met the right man. Take your time, but once you have made up your mind to trust him absolutely and follow every instruction fully and faithfully. It does not matter much if you do not accept him as your guru and are satisfied with his company only. Satsang alone can also take you to your goal, provided it is unmixed and undisturbed. But once you accept somebody as your guru, listen, remember and obey. Half-heartedness is a serious drawback and the cause of much self-created sorrow. The mistake is never the guru's, it is always the obtuseness and cussedness of the discipline that is at fault. Q. Does the guru then dismiss, or disqualify a disciple? M. He would not be a guru if he did. He bides his time and waits till the disciple, chastened and sobered, comes back to him in a more receptive mood. Q. What is the motive? Why does the guru take so much trouble? M. Sorrow and the ending of sorrow. He sees people suffering in their dreams and he wants them to wake up. Love is intolerant of pain and suffering. The patience of a guru has no limits and, therefore, it cannot be defeated. The guru never fails. Q. Is my first guru also my last, or do I have to pass from guru to guru? M. The entire universe is your guru. You learn from everything, if you are alert and intelligent. Were your mind clear and your heart clean, you would learn from every passerby. It is because you are indolent or restless, that your inner self manifests as the outer guru and makes you trust him and obey. Q. Is a guru inevitable? M. It is like asking, is a mother inevitable? To rise in consciousness from one dimension to another, you need help. The help may not always be in the shape of a human person, it may be a subtle presence, or a spark of intuition, but help must come. The inner self is watching and waiting for the son to return to his father. At the right time he arranges everything affectionately and effectively. Where a messenger is needed, or a guide, he sends the guru to do the needful. Q. There is one thing I cannot grasp. You speak of the inner self as wise and good and beautiful and in every way perfect, and of the person as mere reflection without a being of its own. On the other hand, you take so much trouble in helping the person to realize itself. If the person is so unimportant, why be so concerned with its welfare? Who cares for a shadow? M. You have brought in duality where there is none. There is the body and there is the self. Between them is the mind, in which the self is reflected as I am. Because of the imperfections of the mind, its crudity and restlessness, lack of discernment and insight, it takes itself to be the body, not the self. All that is needed is to purify the mind so that it can realize its identity with the self. When the mind merges in the self, the body presents no problems. It remains what it is, an instrument of cognition and action, the tool and the expression of the creative fire within. The ultimate value of the body is that it serves to discover the cosmic body, which is the universe in its entirety. As you realize yourself in manifestation, you keep on discovering that you are ever more than what you have imagined. Q. Is there no end to self-discovery? M. As there is no beginning, there is no end. But what I have discovered by the grace of my Guru is, I am nothing that can be pointed at. I am neither a this nor a that. This holds absolutely. Q. Then, where comes in the never-ending discovery, the endless transcending oneself into new dimensions? M. All this belongs to the realm of manifestation. It is in the very structure of the universe, that the higher can be had only through the freedom from the lower. Q. What is lower and what is higher? M. Look at it in terms of awareness. Wider and deeper consciousness is higher. All that lives, works for protecting, perpetuating, and expanding consciousness. This is the world's sole meaning and purpose. It is the very essence of yoga, ever raising the level of consciousness, discovery of new dimensions, with their properties, qualities, and powers. In that sense the entire universe becomes a school of yoga, Yogakshetra. Q. Is perfection the destiny of all human beings? M. Of all living beings, ultimately. The possibility becomes a certainty when the notion of enlightenment appears in the mind. Once a living being has heard and understood that deliverance is within his reach, he will never forget, for it is the first message from within. It will take roots and grow and in due course take the blessed shape of the Guru. Q. So all we are concerned with is the redemption of the mind? M. What else? The mind goes astray, the mind returns home. Even the word astray is not proper. The mind must know itself in every mood. Nothing is a mistake unless repeated. 59. Desire and fear, self-centered states. Questioner. I would like to go again into the question of pleasure and pain, desire and fear. I understand fear, which is memory and anticipation of pain. It is essential for the preservation of the organism and its living pattern. Needs, when felt, are painful and their anticipation is full of fear. We are rightly afraid of not being able to meet our basic needs. The relief experienced when a need is met, or an anxiety allayed, is entirely due to the ending of pain. We may give it positive names like pleasure, or joy, or happiness, but essentially it is relief from pain. It is this fear of pain that holds together our social, economic, and political institutions. What puzzles me is that we derive pleasure from things and states of mind, which have nothing to do with survival. On the contrary, our pleasures are usually destructive. They damage or destroy the object, the instrument, and also the subject of pleasure. Otherwise, pleasure and pursuit of pleasure would be no problem. This brings me to the core of my question: why is pleasure destructive? Why, in spite of its destructiveness, is it wanted? I may add, I do not have in mind the pleasure-pain pattern by which nature compels us to go her way. I think of the man-made pleasures, both sensory and subtle, ranging from the grossest, like overeating, to the most refined. Addiction to pleasure, at whatever cost, is so universal that there must be something significant at the root of it. Of course, not every activity of man must be utilitarian, designed to meet a need. Play, for example, is natural and man is the most playful animal in existence. Play fulfills the need for self-discovery and self-development. But even on his play man becomes destructive of nature, others, and himself. Maharaj, in short, you do not object to pleasure, but only to its price in pain and sorrow. Q. If reality itself is bliss, then pleasure in some way must be related to it. M. let us not proceed by verbal logic. The bliss of reality does not exclude suffering. Besides, you know only pleasure, not the bliss of pure being. So let us examine pleasure at its own level. If you look at yourself in your moments of pleasure or pain, you will invariably find that it is not the thing in itself that is pleasant or painful, but the situation of which it is a part. Pleasure lies in the relationship between the enjoyer and the enjoyed. And the essence of it is acceptance. Whatever may be the situation, if it is acceptable, it is pleasant. If it is not acceptable, it is painful. What makes it acceptable is not important. The cause may be physical, or psychological, or untraceable. Acceptance is the decisive factor. Obversely, suffering is due to non-acceptance. Q. Pain is not acceptable. M. Why not? Did you ever try? Do try and you will find in pain a joy which pleasure cannot yield, for the simple reason that acceptance of pain takes you much deeper than pleasure does. The personal self by its very nature is constantly pursuing pleasure and avoiding pain. The ending of this pattern is the ending of the self. The ending of the self with its desires and fears enables you to return to your real nature, the source of all happiness and peace. The perennial desire for pleasure is the reflection of the timeless harmony within. It is an observable fact that one becomes self-conscious only when caught in the conflict between pleasure and pain, which demands choice and decision. It is this clash between desire and fear that causes anger, which is the great destroyer of sanity in life. When pain is accepted for what it is, a lesson and a warning, and deeply looked into and heeded, the separation between pain and pleasure breaks down. Both become experience, painful when resisted, joyful when accepted. Q. Do you advise shunning pleasure and pursuing pain? M. No, nor pursuing pleasure and shunning pain. Accept both as they come, enjoy both while they last, let them go, as they must. Q. How can I possibly enjoy pain? Physical pain calls for action. M. Of course. And so does mental. The bliss is in the awareness of it, in not shrinking, or in any way turning away from it. All happiness comes from awareness. The more we are conscious, the deeper the joy. Acceptance of pain, non-resistance, courage and endurance, these open deep and perennial sources of real happiness, true bliss. Q. Why should pain be more effective than pleasure? M. Pleasure is readily accepted, while all the powers of the self reject pain. As the acceptance of pain is the denial of the self, and the self stands in the way of true happiness, the wholehearted acceptance of pain releases the springs of happiness. Q. Does the acceptance of suffering act the same way? M. The fact of pain is easily brought within the focus of awareness. With suffering it is not that simple. To focus suffering is not enough, for mental life, as we know it, is one continuous stream of suffering. To reach the deeper layers of suffering you must go to its roots and uncover their vast underground network, where fear and desire are closely interwoven and the currents of life's energy oppose, obstruct and destroy each other. Q. How can I set right a tangle which is entirely below the level of my consciousness? M. By being with yourself, the I Am, by watching yourself in your daily life with alert interest, with the intention to understand rather than to judge, in full acceptance of whatever may emerge, because it is there, you encourage the deep to come to the surface and enrich your life and consciousness with its captive energies. This is the great work of awareness. It removes obstacles and releases energies by understanding the nature of life and mind. Intelligence is the door to freedom and alert attention is the mother of intelligence. Q. One more question. Why does pleasure end in pain? M. Everything has a beginning and an end, and so does pleasure. Don't anticipate and don't regret, and there will be no pain. It is memory and imagination that cause suffering. Of course, pain after pleasure may be due to the misuse of the body or the mind. The body knows its measure, but the mind does not. Its appetites are numberless and limitless. Watch your mind with great diligence, for there lies your bondage and also the key to freedom. Q. My question is not yet fully answered. Why are man's pleasures destructive? Why does he find so much pleasure in destruction? Life's concern lies in protection, perpetration, and expansion of itself. In this it is guided by pain and pleasure. At what point do they become destructive? M. When the mind takes over, remembers and anticipates, it exaggerates, it distorts, it overlooks. The past is projected into future and the future betrays the expectations. The organs of sensation and action are stimulated beyond capacity and they inevitably break down. The objects of pleasure cannot yield what is expected of them and get worn out, or destroyed, by misuse. It results in excess of pain where pleasure was looked for. Q. We destroy not only ourselves, but others too. M. Naturally, selfishness is always destructive. Desire and fear, both are self-centered states. Between desire and fear anger arises, with anger hatred, with hatred passions for destruction. War is hatred in action, organized and equipped with all the instruments of death. Q. Is there a way to end these horrors? M. When more people come to know their real nature, their influence, however subtle, will prevail and the world's emotional atmosphere will sweeten up. People follow their leaders, and when among the leaders appear some, great in heart and mind, and absolutely free from self-seeking, their impact will be enough to make the crudities and crimes of the present age impossible. A new golden age may come and last for a time and succumb to its own perfection. 4. Ebb begins when the tide is at its highest. Q. Is there no such thing as permanent perfection? M. Yes, there is, but it includes all imperfection. It is the perfection of our self-nature which makes everything possible, perceivable, interesting. It knows no suffering, for it neither likes nor dislikes, neither accepts nor rejects. Creation and destruction are the two poles between which it weaves its ever-changing pattern. Be free from predilections and preferences, and the mind with its burden of sorrow will be no more. Q. But I am not alone to suffer. There are others. M. When you go to them with your desires and fears, you merely add to their sorrows. First be free of suffering yourself and then only hope of helping others. You do not even need to hope, your very existence will be the greatest help a man can give his fellow men. 60. Live facts, not fancies. Questioner, you say that whatever you see is yourself. You also admit that you see the world as we see it. Here is today's newspaper with all the horrors going on. Since the world is yourself, how can you explain such misbehavior? Maharaj, which world do you have in mind? Q. Our common world, in which we live. M. Are you sure we live in the same world? I do not mean nature, the sea, and the land, plants and animals. They are not the problem, nor the endless space, the infinite time, the inexhaustible power. Do not be misled by my eating and smoking, reading and talking. My mind is not here, my life is not here. Your world, of desires and their fulfillments, of fears and their escapes, is definitely not my world. I do not even perceive it, except through what you tell me about it. It is your private dream world, and my only reaction to it is to ask you to stop dreaming. Q. Surely, wars and revolutions are not dreams. Sick mothers and starving children are not dreams. Wealth, ill-gotten and misused, is not a dream. M. What else? Q. A dream cannot be shared. M. Nor can the waking state. All the three states, of waking, dreaming and sleeping, are subjective, personal, intimate. They all happen to and are contained within the little bubble in consciousness, called I. The real world lies beyond the self. Q. Self or no self, facts are real. M. Of course facts are real. I live among them. But you live with fancies, not with facts. Facts never clash, while your life and world are full of contradictions. Contradiction is the mark of the false, the real never contradicts itself. For instance, you complain that people are abjectly poor. Yet you do not share your riches with them. You mind the war next door, but you hardly give it a thought when it is in some far-off country. The shifting fortunes of your ego determine your values. I think, want, I must are made into absolutes. Q. Nevertheless, the evil is real. M. Not more real than you are. Evil is in the wrong approach to problems created by misunderstanding and misuse. It is a vicious circle. Q. Can the circle be broken? M. A false circle need not be broken. It is enough to see it as it is, non-existent. Q. But, real enough to make us submit to and inflict indignities and atrocities. M. Insanity is universal. Sanity is rare. Yet there is hope, because the moment we perceive our insanity, we are on the way to sanity. This is the function of the Guru, to make us see the madness of our daily living. Life makes you conscious, but the teacher makes you aware. Q. Sir, you are neither the first nor the last. Since immemorial times people were breaking into reality. Yet how little it affected our lives. The Ramas and the Krishnas, the Buddhas and the Christs have come and gone, and we are as we were, wallowing in sweat and tears. What have the great ones done, whose lives we witnessed? What have you done, sir, to alleviate the world's thrall? M. You alone can undo the evil you have created. Your own callous selfishness is at the root of it. Put first your own house in order and you will see that your work is done. Q. The men of wisdom and of love, who came before us, did set themselves right, often at a tremendous cost. What was the outcome? A shooting star, however bright, does not make the night less dark. M. To judge them and their work you must become one of them. A frog in a well knows nothing about the birds in the sky. Q. Do you mean to say that between good and evil there is no wall? M. There is no wall, because there is no good and no evil. In every concrete situation there is only the necessary and the unnecessary. The needful is right, the needless is wrong. Q. Who decides? M. The situation decides. Every situation is a challenge which demands the right response. When the response is right, the challenge is met and the problem ceases. If the response is wrong, the challenge is not met and the problem remains unsolved. Your unsolved problems, that is what constitutes your karma. Solve them rightly and be free. Q. You seem to drive me always back into myself. Is there no objective solution to the world's problems? M. The world problems were created by numberless people like you, each full of his own desires and fears. Who can free you of your past, personal and social, accept yourself. And how will you do it unless you see the urgent need of your being first free of cravings born of illusion? How can you truly help, as long as you need help yourself? Q. In what way did the ancient sages help? In what way do you help? A few individuals profit, no doubt. Your guidance and example may mean a lot to them, but in what way do you affect humanity, the totality of life and consciousness? You say that you are the world and the world is you. What impact have you made on it? M. What kind of impact do you expect? Q. Man is stupid, selfish, cruel. M. Man is also wise, affectionate, and kind. Q. Why does not goodness prevail? M. It does, in my real world. In my world even what you call evil is the servant of the good and therefore necessary. It is like boils and fevers that clear the body of impurities. Disease is painful, even dangerous, but if dealt with rightly, it heals. Q. Or kills. M. In some cases death is the best cure. A life may be worse than death, which is but rarely an unpleasant experience, whatever the appearances. Therefore, pity the living, never the dead. This problem of things, good and evil in themselves, does not exist in my world. The needful is good and the needless is evil. In your world the pleasant is good and the painful is evil. Q. What is necessary? M. To grow is necessary. To outgrow is necessary. To leave behind the good for the sake of the better is necessary. Q. To what end? M. The end is in the beginning. You end where you start, in the absolute. Q. Why all this trouble then? To come back to where I started? M. Whose trouble? Which trouble? Do you pity the seed that is to grow and multiply till it becomes a mighty forest? Do you kill an infant to save him from the bother of living? What is wrong with life, ever more life? Remove the obstacles to growing and all your personal, social, economic, and political problems will just dissolve. The universe is perfect as a whole and the parts striving for perfection is a way of joy. Willingly sacrifice the imperfect to the perfect and there will be no more talk about good and evil. Q. Yet we are afraid of the better and cling to the worse. M. This is our stupidity, verging on insanity. 61. Matter is consciousness itself. Questioner. I was lucky to have holy company all my life. Is it enough for self-realization? Maharaj. It depends what you make of it. Q. I was told that the liberating action of satsang is automatic. Just like a river carries one to the estuary, so the subtle and silent influence of good people will take me to reality. M. It will take you to the river, but the crossing is your own. Freedom cannot be gained nor kept without will to freedom. You must strive for liberation, the least you can do is uncover and remove the obstacles diligently. If you want peace you must strive for it. You will not get peace just by keeping quiet. Q. A child just grows. He does not make plans for growth, nor has he a pattern, nor does he grow by fragments, a hand here a leg there, he grows integrally and unconsciously. M. Because he is free of imagination. You can also grow like this, but you must not indulge in forecasts and plans, born of memory and anticipation. It is one of the peculiarities of a Gnani that he is not concerned with the future. Your concern with future is due to fear of pain and desire for pleasure. To the Gnani all is bliss. He is happy with whatever comes. Q. Surely, there are many things that would make even a Gnani miserable. M. A Gnani may meet with difficulties, but they do not make him suffer. Bringing up a child from birth to maturity may seem a hard task, but to a mother the memories of hardships are a joy. There is nothing wrong with the world. What is wrong is in the way you look at it. It is your own imagination that misleads you. Without imagination there is no world. Your conviction that you are conscious of a world is the world. The world you perceive is made of consciousness. What you call matter is consciousness itself. You are the space, Akash, in which it moves, the time in which it lasts, the love that gives it life. Cut off imagination and attachment and what remains? Q. The world remains. I remain. M. Yes. But how different it is when you can see it as it is, not through the screen of desire and fear. Q. What for are all these distinctions, reality and illusion, wisdom and ignorance, saint and sinner? Everyone is in search of happiness, everyone strives desperately, everyone is a yogi and his life a school of wisdom. Each learns his own way the lessons he needs. Society approves of some, disapproves of others, there are no rules that apply everywhere and for all time. M. In my world love is the only law. I do not ask for love, I give it. Such is my nature. Q. I see you living your life according to a pattern. You run a meditation class in the morning, lecture and have discussions regularly, twice daily there is worship, puja, and religious singing, bhajan, in the evening. You seem to adhere to the routine scrupulously. M. The worship and the singing are as I found them and I saw no reason to interfere. The general routine is according to the wishes of the people with whom I happen to live or who come to listen. They are working people, with many obligations and the timings are for their convenience. Some repetitive routine is inevitable. Even animals and plants have their timetables. Q. Yes, we see a regular sequence in all life. Who maintains the order? Is there an inner ruler, who lays down laws and enforces order? M. Everything moves according to its nature. Where is the need of a policeman? Every action creates a reaction, which balances and neutralizes the action. Everything happens, but there is a continuous cancelling out, and in the end it is as if nothing happened. Q. Do not console me with final harmonies. The accounts tally, but the loss is mine. M. Wait and see. You may end up with a profit good enough to justify the outlays. Q. There is a long life behind me and I often wonder whether its many events took place by accident, or there was a plan. Was there a pattern laid down before I was born by which I had to live my life? If yes, who made the plans and who enforced them? Could there be deviations and mistakes? Some say destiny is immutable and every second of life is predetermined, others say that pure accident decides everything. M. You can have it as you like. You can distinguish in your life a pattern or see merely a chain of accidents. Explanations are meant to please the mind. They need not be true. Reality is indefinable and indescribable. Q. Sir, you are escaping my question. I want to know how you look at it. Wherever we look we find structure of unbelievable intelligence and beauty. How can I believe that the universe is formless and chaotic? Your world, the world in which you live, may be formless, but it need not be chaotic. M. The objective universe has structure, is orderly and beautiful. Nobody can deny it. But structure and pattern imply constraint and compulsion. My world is absolutely free, everything in it is self-determined. Therefore I keep on saying that all happens by itself. There is order in my world too, but it is not imposed from outside. It comes spontaneously and immediately, because of its timelessness. Perfection is not in the future. It is now. Q. Does your world affect mine? M. At one point only, at the point of the now. It gives it momentary being, a fleeting sense of reality. In full awareness the contact is established. It needs effortless, unself-conscious attention. Q. Is not attention an attitude of mind? M. Yes. When the mind is eager for reality, it gives attention. There is nothing wrong with your world, it is your thinking yourself to be separate from it that creates disorder. Selfishness is the source of all evil. Q. I am coming back to my question. Before I was born, did my inner self decide the details of my life, or was it entirely accidental and at the mercy of heredity and circumstances? M. Those who claim to have selected their father and mother and decided how they are going to live their next life may know for themselves. I know for myself. I was never born. Q. I see you sitting in front of me and replying my questions. M. You see the body only which, of course, was born and will die. Q. It is the life story of this body-mind that I am interested in. Was it laid down by you or somebody else, or did it happen accidentally? M. There is a catch in your very question. I make no distinction between the body and the universe. Each is the cause of the other, each is the other, in truth. But I am out of it all. When I am telling you that I was never born, why go on asking me what were my preparations for the next birth? The moment you allow your imagination to spin, it at once spins out a universe. It is not at all as you imagine and I am not bound by your imaginings. Q. It requires intelligence and energy to build and maintain a living body. Where do they come from? M. There is only imagination. The intelligence and power are all used up in your imagination. It has absorbed you so completely that you just cannot grasp how far from reality you have wandered. No doubt imagination is richly creative. Universe within universe are built on it. Yet they are all in space and time, past and future, which just do not exist. Q. I have read recently a report about a little girl who was very cruelly handled in her early childhood. She was badly mutilated and disfigured and grew up in an orphanage, completely estranged from its surroundings. This little girl was quiet and obedient, but completely indifferent. One of the nuns who were looking after the children, was convinced that the girl was not mentally retarded, but merely withdrawn, irresponsive. A psychoanalyst was asked to take up the case and for full 2 years he would see the child once a week and try to break the wall of isolation. She was docile and well behaved, but would give no attention to her doctor. He brought her a toy house, with rooms and movable furniture and dolls representing father, mother and their children. It brought out a response. The girl got interested. One day the old hurts revived and came to the surface. Gradually she recovered. A number of operations brought back her face and body to normal and she grew into an efficient and attractive young woman. It took the doctor more than 5 years, but the work was done. He was a real guru. He did not put down conditions nor talk about readiness and eligibility. Without faith, without hope, out of love only he tried and tried again. Yes, that is the nature of a guru. He will never give up. But, to succeed, he must not be met with too much resistance. Doubt and disobedience necessarily delay. Given confidence and pliability, he can bring about a radical change in the disciple speedily. Deep insight in the guru and earnestness in the disciple, both are needed. Whatever was her condition, the girl in your story suffered for lack of earnestness in people. The most difficult are the intellectuals. They talk a lot, but are not serious. What you call realization is a natural thing. When you are ready, your guru will be waiting. Sadhana is effortless. When the relationship with your teacher is right, you grow. Above all, trust him. He cannot mislead you. Even when he asks me to do something patently wrong. Do it. A sannyasi had been masked by his guru to marry. He obeyed and suffered bitterly. But his 4 children were all saints and seers, the greatest in Maharashtra. Be happy with whatever comes from your guru and you will grow to perfection without striving. Sir, have you any wants or wishes? Can I do anything for you? What can you give me that I do not have? Material things are needed for contentment. But I am contented with myself. What else do I need? Surely, when you are hungry you need food and when sick you need medicine. Hunger brings the food and illness brings the medicine. It is all nature's work. If I bring something I believe you need, will you accept it? The love that made you offer will make me accept. If somebody offers to build you a beautiful ashram, let him, by all means. Let him spend a fortune, employ hundreds, feed thousands. Is it not a desire? Not at all. I am only asking him to do it properly, not stingily, half-heartedly. He is fulfilling his own desire, not mine. Let him do it well and be famous among men and gods. But do you want it? I do not want it. Will you accept it? I don't need it. Will you stay in it? If I am compelled. What can compel you? Love of those who are in search of light. Yes, I see your point. Now, how am I to go into samadhi? If you are in the right state, whatever you see will put you into samadhi. After all, samadhi is nothing unusual. When the mind is intensely interested, it becomes one with the object of interest. The seer and the seen become one in seeing, the hearer and the heard became one in hearing, the lover and the loved become one in loving. Every experience can be the ground for samadhi. Are you always in a state of samadhi? Of course not. Samadhi is a state of mind, after all. I am beyond all experience, even of samadhi. I am the great devourer and destroyer, whatever I touch dissolves into void, akash. I need samadhis for self-realization. You have all the self-realization you need, but you do not trust it. Have courage, trust yourself, go, talk, act, give it a chance to prove itself. With some realization comes imperceptibly, but somehow they need convincing. They have changed, but they do not notice it. Such non-spectacular cases are often the most reliable. Can one believe himself to be realized and be mistaken? Of course. The very idea I am self-realized is a mistake. There is no I am this, I am that in the natural state. 62. In the Supreme the witness appears. Questioner: some 40 years ago J. Krishnamurti said that there is life only and all talk of personalities and individualities has no foundation in reality. He did not attempt to describe life, he merely said that while life need not and cannot be described, it can be fully experienced, if the obstacles to its being experienced are removed. The main hindrance lies in our idea of, an addiction to, time, in our habit of anticipating a future in the light of the past. The sum total of the past becomes the I was, the hoped for future becomes the I shall be, and life is a constant effort of crossing over from what I was to what I shall be. The present moment, the now, is lost sight of. Maharaj speaks of I am. Is it an illusion, like I was and I shall be, or is there something real about it? And if the I am too is an illusion, how does one free oneself from it? The very notion of I am free of I am is an absurdity. Is there something real, something lasting, about the I am in distinction from the I was, or I shall be, which change with time, as added memories create new expectations? Maharaj, the present I am is as false as the I was and I shall be. It is merely an idea in the mind, an impression left by memory, and the separate identity it creates is false. This habit of referring to a false center must be done away with. The notion, I see, I feel, I think, I do, must disappear from the field of consciousness. What remains when the false is no more, is real. Q. What is this big talk about elimination of the self? How can the self eliminate itself? What kind of metaphysical acrobatics can lead to the disappearance of the acrobat? In the end he will reappear, mightily proud of his disappearing. You need not chase the I am to kill it. You cannot. All you need is a sincere longing for reality. We call it Atma Bhakti, the love of the Supreme, or Moksha Sankalpa, the determination to be free from the false. Without love, and will inspired by love, nothing can be done. Merely talking about reality without doing anything about it is self-defeating. There must be love in the relation between the person who says I am and the observer of that I am. As long as the observer, the inner self, the higher self, considers himself apart from the observed, the lower self, despises it and condemns it, the situation is hopeless. It is only when the observer, Vyakta, accepts the person, Vyakti, as a projection or manifestation of himself, and, so to say, takes the self into the self, the duality of I and this goes, and in the identity of the outer and the inner the supreme reality manifests itself. This union of the seer and the seen happens when the seer becomes conscious of himself as the seer. He is not merely interested in the seen, which he is anyhow, but also interested in being interested, giving attention to attention, aware of being aware. Affectionate awareness is the crucial factor that brings reality into focus. Q. According to the Theosophists and allied occultists, man consists of three aspects: personality, individuality, and spirituality. Beyond spirituality lies divinity. The personality is strictly temporary and valid for one birth only. It begins with the birth of the body and ends with the birth of the next body. Once over, it is over for good, nothing remains of it except a few sweet or bitter lessons. The individuality begins with the animal man and ends with the fully human. The split between the personality and individuality is characteristic of our present-day humanity. On one side the individuality with its longing for the true, the good, and the beautiful, on the other side an ugly struggle between habit and ambition, fear and greed, passivity and violence. The spirituality aspect is still in abeyance. It cannot manifest itself in an atmosphere of duality. Only when the personality is reunited with the individuality and becomes a limited, perhaps, but true expression of it, that the light and love and beauty of the spiritual come into their own. You teach of the Vyakti, Vyakta, Avyakta, observer, observed and ground of observation. Does it tally with the other view? Yes, When the Vyakta realizes its non-existence and separation from the Vyakta, and the Vyakta sees the Vyakta as his own expression, then the peace and silence of the Avyakta state come into being. In reality, the three are one, the Vyakta and the Avyakta are inseparable, while the Vyakta is the sensing feeling thinking process, based on the body made of and fed by the five elements. Q. What is the relation between the Vyakta and the Avyakta? M. How can there be relation when they are one? All talk of separation and relation is due to the distorting and corrupting influence of I am the body idea. The outer self, Vyakta, is merely a projection on the body-mind of the inner self, Vyakta, which again is only an expression of the Supreme Self, Avyakta, which is all and none. Q. There are teachers who will not talk of the higher self and lower self. They address the man as if only the lower self existed. Neither Buddha nor Christ ever mentioned a higher self. J. Krishnamurti too fights shy of any mention of the higher self. Why is it so? M. How can there be two selves in one body? The I am is one. There is no higher I am and lower I am. All kinds of states of mind are presented to awareness and there is self-identification with them. The objects of observation are not what they appear to be and the attitudes they are met with are not what they need be. If you think that Buddha, Christ, or Krishnamurti speak to the person, you are mistaken. They know well that the Vyakta, the outer self, is but a shadow of the Vyakta, the inner self, and they address and admonish the Vyakta only. They tell him to give attention to the outer self, to guide and help it, to feel responsible for it, in short, to be fully aware of it. Awareness comes from the Supreme and pervades the inner self. The so-called outer self is only that part of one's being of which one is not aware. One may be conscious, for every being is conscious, but one is not aware. What is included in awareness becomes the inner and partakes of the inner. You may put it differently, the body defines the outer self, consciousness the inner, and in pure awareness the Supreme is contacted. Q. You said the body defines the outer self. Since you have a body, do you have also an outer self? M. I would, were I attached to the body and take it to be myself. Q. But you are aware of it and attend to its needs. M. The contrary is nearer to truth. The body knows me and is aware of my needs. But neither is really so. This body appears in your mind, in my mind nothing is. Q. Do you mean to say you are quite unconscious of having a body? M. On the contrary, I am conscious of not having a body. Q. I see you smoking. M. Exactly so. You see me smoking. Find out for yourself how did you come to see me smoking, and you will easily realize that it is your I am the body state of mind that is responsible for this I see you smoking idea. Q. There is the body and there is myself. I know the body. Apart from it, what am I? M. There is no I apart from the body, nor the world. The three appear and disappear together. At the root is the sense I am. Go beyond it. The idea, I am not the body is merely an antidote to the idea I am the body which is false. What is that I am? Unless you know yourself, what else can you know? Q. From what you say I conclude that without the body there can be no liberation. If the idea, I am not the body leads to liberation, the presence of the body is essential. M. Quite right. Without the body, how can the idea, I am not the body come into being? The idea I am free is as false as the idea I am in bondage. Find out the I am common to both and go beyond. Q. All is a dream only. M. All are mere words. Of what use are they to you? You are entangled in the web of verbal definitions and formulations. Go beyond your concepts and ideas. In the silence of desire and thought the truth is found. Q. One has to remember not to remember. What a task. M. It cannot be done, of course. It must happen. But it does happen when you truly see the need of it. Again, earnestness is the golden key. Q. At the back of my mind there is a hum going on all the time. Numerous weak thoughts swarm and buzz, and this shapeless cloud is always with me. Is it the same with you? What is at the back of your mind? M. Where there is no mind, there no back to it. I am all front, no back. The void speaks, the void remains. Q. Is there no memory left? M. No memory of past pleasure or pain is left. Each moment is newly born. Q. Without memory you cannot be conscious. M. Of course I am conscious, and fully aware of it. I am not a block of wood. Compare consciousness and its content to a cloud. You are inside the cloud, while I look at it. You are lost in it, hardly able to see the tips of your fingers, while I see the cloud and many other clouds and the blue sky too, and the sun, the moon, the stars. Reality is one for both of us, but for you it is a prison and for me it is a home. Q. You spoke of the person, Vyakti, the witness, Vyakta, and the supreme, Avyakta. Which comes first? M. In the supreme the witness appears. The witness creates the person and thinks itself as separate from it. The witness sees that the person appears in consciousness, which again appears in the witness. This realization of the basic unity is the working of the Supreme. It is the power behind the witness, the source from which all flows. It cannot be contacted, unless there is unity and love and mutual help between the person and the witness, unless the doing is in harmony with the being and the knowing. The Supreme is both the source and the fruit of such harmony. As I talk to you, I am in the state of detached but affectionate awareness, Turiya. When this awareness turns upon itself, you may call it the Supreme State, Turiyadatta. But the fundamental reality is beyond awareness, beyond the three states of becoming, being, and not being. Q. How is it that here my mind is engaged in high topics and finds dwelling on them easy and pleasant? When I return home I find myself forgetting all I have learned here, worrying and fretting, unable to remember my real nature even for a moment. What may be the cause? M. It is your childishness you are returning to. You are not fully grown up, there are levels left undeveloped because unattended. Just give full attention to what in you is crude and primitive, unreasonable and unkind, altogether childish, and you will open. It is the maturity of heart and mind that is essential. It comes effortlessly when the main obstacle is removed, inattention, unawareness. In awareness you grow. 63. Notion of doership is bondage. Questioner. We have been staying at the Satya Sai Baba ashram for some time. We have also spent 2 months at Sri Raman ashram at Tiruvannamalai. Now we are on our way back to the United States. Maharaj, did India cause any change in you? Q. We feel we have shed our burden. Sri Satya Sai Baba told us to leave everything to him and just live from day to day as righteously as possible. Be good and leave the rest to me, he used to tell us. M. What were you doing at the Sri Raman ashram? Q. We were going on with the mantra given to us by the Guru. We also did some meditation. There was not much of thinking or study, we were just trying to keep quiet. We are on the bhakti path and rather poor in philosophy. We have not much to think about, just trust our guru and live our lives. Most of the bhaktas trust their guru only as long as all is well with them. When troubles come, they feel let down and go out in search of another guru. Yes, we were warned against this danger. We are trying to take the hard along with the soft. The feeling, all is grace, must be very strong. A sadhu was walking eastwards, from where a strong wind started blowing. The sadhu just turned round and walked west. We hope to live just like that, adjusting ourselves to circumstances as sent us by our guru. There is only life. There is nobody who lives a life. That we understand, yet constantly we make attempts to live our lives instead of just living. Making plans for the future seems to be an inveterate habit with us. Whether you plan or don't, life goes on. But in life itself a little whirl arises in the mind, which indulges in fantasies and imagines itself dominating and controlling life. Life itself is desireless. But the false self wants to continue, pleasantly. Therefore it is always engaged in ensuring one's continuity. Life is unafraid and free. As long as you have the idea of influencing events, liberation is not for you. The very notion of doership, of being a cause, is bondage. How can we overcome the duality of the doer and the done? Contemplate life as infinite, undivided, ever present, ever active, until you realize yourself as one with it. It is not even very difficult, for you will be returning only to your own natural condition. Once you realize that all comes from within, that the world in which you live has not been projected onto you but by you, your fear comes to an end. Without this realization you identify yourself with the externals, like the body, mind, society, nation, humanity, even God, or the Absolute. But these are all escapes from fear. It is only when you fully accept your responsibility for the little world in which you live and watch the process of its creation, preservation, and destruction, that you may be free from your imaginary bondage. Why should I imagine myself so wretched? You do it by habit only. Change your ways of feeling and thinking, take stock of them and examine them closely. You are in bondage by inadvertence. Attention liberates. You are taking so many things for granted. Begin to question. The most obvious things are the most doubtful. Ask yourself such questions as, was I really born? Am I really so and so? How do I know that I exist? Who are my parents? Have they created me, or have I created them? Must I believe all I am told about myself? Who am I, anyhow? You have put so much energy into building a prison for yourself. Now spend as much on demolishing it. In fact, demolition is easy, for the false dissolves when it is discovered. All hangs on the idea I am. Examine it very thoroughly. It lies at the root of every trouble. It is a sort of skin that separates you from the reality. The real is both within and without the skin, but the skin itself is not real. This I am idea was not born with you. You could have lived very well without it. It came later due to your self-identification with the body. It created an illusion of separation where there was none. It made you a stranger in your own world and made the world alien and inimical. Without the sense of I am, life goes on. There are moments when we are without the sense of I am, at peace and happy. With the return of the I am, trouble starts. How is one to be free from the I sense? You must deal with the I sense if you want to be free of it. Watch it in operation and at peace, how it starts and when it ceases, what it wants and how it gets it, till you see clearly and understand fully. After all the yogas, whatever their source and character, have only one aim, to save you from the calamity of separate existence, of being a meaningless dot in a vast and beautiful picture. You suffer because you have alienated yourself from reality and now you seek an escape from this alienation. You cannot escape from your own obsessions. You can only cease nursing them. It is because the I am is false that it wants to continue. Reality need not continue, knowing itself indestructible, it is indifferent to the destruction of forms and expressions. To strengthen and stabilize the I am we do all sorts of things, all in vain, for the I am is being rebuilt from moment to moment. It is unceasing work and the only radical solution is to dissolve the separative sense of I am such and such person once and for good. Being remains, but not self-being. Q. I have definite spiritual ambitions. Must I not work for their fulfillment? M. No ambition is spiritual. All ambitions are for the sake of the I am. If you want to make real progress you must give up all idea of personal attainment. The ambitions of the so-called yogis are preposterous. A man's desire for a woman is innocence itself compared to the lusting for an everlasting personal bliss. The mind is a cheat. The more pious it seems, the worse the betrayal. Q. People come to you very often with their worldly troubles and ask for help. How do you know what to tell them? M. I just tell them what comes to my mind at the moment. I have no standardized procedure in dealing with people. Q. You are sure of yourself. But when people come to me for advice, how am I to be sure that my advice is right? M. Watch in what state you are, from what level you talk. If you talk from the mind, you may be wrong. If you talk from full insight into the situation, with your own mental habits in abeyance your advice may be a true response. The main point is to be fully aware that neither you nor the man in front of you are mere bodies. If your awareness is clear and full, a mistake is less probable. 64. Whatever pleases you, keeps you back. Questioner. I am a retired chartered accountant and my wife is engaged in social work for poor women. Our son is leaving for the United States and we came to see him off. We are Punjabis, but we live in Delhi. We have a guru of the Radhasomi faith and we value satsang highly. We feel very fortunate to be brought here. We have met many holy people and we are glad to meet one more. Maharaj, you have met many anchorites and ascetics, but a fully realized man conscious of his divinity, Swarupa, is hard to find. The saints and yogis, by immense efforts and sacrifices, acquire many miraculous powers and can do much good in the way of helping people and inspiring faith, yet it does not make them perfect. It is not a way to reality, but merely an enrichment of the false. All effort leads to more effort. Whatever was built up must be maintained. Whatever was acquired must be protected against decay or loss. Whatever can be lost is not really one's own, and what is not your own of what use can it be to you? In my world nothing is pushed about, all happens by itself. All existence is in space and time, limited and temporary. He who experiences existence is also limited and temporary. I am not concerned either with what exists or with who exists. I take my stand beyond, where I am both and neither. The persons who, after much effort and penance, have fulfilled their ambitions and secured higher levels of experience and action, are usually acutely conscious of their standing. They grade people into hierarchies, ranging from the lowest non-achiever to the highest achiever. To me all are equal. Differences in appearance and expression are there, but they do not matter. Just as the shape of a gold ornament does not affect the gold, so does man's essence remain unaffected. Where this sense of equality is lacking, it means that reality had not been touched. Mere knowledge is not enough, the knower must be known. The Pandits and the yogis may know many things, but of what use is mere knowledge when the self is not known? It will be certainly misused. Without the knowledge of the knower there can be no peace. Q. How does one come to know the knower? M. I can only tell you what I know from my own experience. When I met my guru, he told me, "You are not what you take yourself to be. Find out what you are. Watch the sense I am, find your real self." I obeyed him, because I trusted him. I did as he told me. All my spare time I would spend looking at myself in silence. And what a difference it made, and how soon. It took me only 3 years to realize my true nature. My guru died soon after I met him, but it made no difference. I remembered what he told me and persevered. The fruit of it is here, with me. Q. What is it? M. I know myself as I am in reality. I am neither the body, nor the mind, nor the mental faculties. I am beyond all these. Q. Are you just nothing? M. Come on, be reasonable. Of course I am, most tangibly. Only I am not what you may think me to be. This tells you all. Q. It tells me nothing. M. Because it cannot be told. You must gain your own experience. You are accustomed to deal with things, physical and mental. I am not a thing, nor are you. We are neither matter nor energy, neither body nor mind. Once you have a glimpse of your own being, you will not find me difficult to understand. We believe in so many things on hearsay. We believe in distant lands and people, in heavens and hells, in gods and goddesses, because we were told. Similarly, we were told about ourselves, our parents, name, position, duties and so on. We never cared to verify. The way to truth lies through the destruction of the false. To destroy the false, you must question your most inveterate beliefs. Of these the idea that you are the body is the worst. With the body comes the world, with the world, God, who is supposed to have created the world, and thus it starts, fears, religions, prayers, sacrifices, all sorts of systems, all to protect and support the child man, frightened out of his wits by monsters of his own making. Realize that what you are cannot be born nor die, and with the fear gone all suffering ends. What the mind invents, the mind destroys. But the real is not invented and cannot be destroyed. Hold on to that over which the mind has no power. What I am telling you about is neither in the past nor in the future. Nor is it in the daily life as it flows in the now. It is timeless, and the total timelessness of it is beyond the mind. My Guru and his words, "You are myself," are timelessly with me. In the beginning I had to fix my mind on them, but now it has become natural and easy. The point when the mind accepts the words of the Guru as true and lives by them spontaneously and in every detail of daily life is the threshold of realization. In a way it is salvation by faith, but the faith must be intense and lasting. However, you must not think that faith itself is enough. Faith expressed in action is a sure means to realization. Of all the means it is the most effective. There are teachers who deny faith and trust reason only. Actually it is not faith they deny, but blind beliefs. Faith is not blind. It is the willingness to try. Q. We were told that of all forms of spiritual practices the practice of the attitude of a mere witness is the most efficacious. How does it compare with faith? M. The witness attitude is also faith. It is faith in oneself. You believe that you are not what you experience and you look at everything as from a distance. There is no effort in witnessing. You understand that you are the witness only and the understanding acts. You need nothing more, just remember that you are the witness only. If in the state of witnessing you ask yourself, "Who am I?" the answer comes at once, though it is wordless and silent. Cease to be the object and become the subject of all that happens. Once having turned within, you will find yourself beyond the subject. When you have found yourself, you will find that you are also beyond the object, that both the subject and the object exist in you, but you are neither. Q. You speak of the mind, of the witnessing consciousness beyond the mind and of the supreme, which is beyond awareness. Do you mean to say that even awareness is not real? M. As long as you deal in terms, real, unreal, awareness is the only reality that can be. But the supreme is beyond all distinctions and to it the term real does not apply, for in it all is real and, therefore, need not be labeled as such. It is the very source of reality, it imparts reality to whatever it touches. It just cannot be understood through words. Even a direct experience, however sublime, merely bears testimony, nothing more. Q. But who creates the world? M. The universal mind, Chidakash, makes and unmakes everything. The Supreme, Paramakash, imparts reality to whatever comes into being. To say that it is the universal love may be the nearest we can come to it in word. Just like love, it makes everything real, beautiful, desirable. Q. Why desirable? M. Why not? Wherefrom come all the powerful attractions that make all created things respond to each other, that bring people together, if not from the Supreme? Shun not desire. See only that it flows into the right channels. Without desire you are dead. But with low desires you are a ghost. Q. What is the experience which comes nearest to the Supreme? M. Immense peace and boundless love. Realize that whatever there is true, noble, and beautiful in the universe, it all comes from you, that you yourself are at the source of it. The gods and goddesses that supervise the world may be most wonderful and glorious beings, yet they are like the gorgeously dressed servants who proclaim the power and the riches of their master. Q. How does one reach the supreme state? M. By renouncing all lesser desires. As long as you are pleased with the lesser, you cannot have the highest. Whatever pleases you, keeps you back. Until you realize the unsatisfactoriness of everything, its transiency and limitation, and collect your energies in one great longing, even the first step is not made. On the other hand, the integrity of the desire for the Supreme is by itself a call from the Supreme. Nothing, physical or mental, can give you freedom. You are free once you understand that your bondage is of your own making and you cease forging the chains that bind you. Q. How does one find the faith in a guru? M. To find the guru and also the trust in him is rare luck. It does not happen often. Q. Is it destiny that ordains? M. Calling it destiny explains little. When it happens, you cannot say why it happens and you merely cover up your ignorance by calling it karma or grace, or the will of God. Q. Krishnamurti says that guru is not needed. M. Somebody must tell you about the supreme reality and the way that leads to it. Krishnamurti is doing nothing else. In a way he is right, most of the so-called disciples do not trust their gurus, they disobey them and finally abandon them. For such disciples it would have been infinitely better if they had no guru at all and just looked within for guidance. To find a living guru is a rare opportunity and a great responsibility. One should not treat these matters lightly. You people are out to buy yourself the heaven and you imagine that the guru will supply it for a price. You seek to strike a bargain by offering little but asking much. You cheat nobody except yourselves. Q. You were told by your guru that you are the supreme and you trusted him and acted on it. What gave you this trust? M. Say, I was just reasonable. It would have been foolish to distrust him. What interest could he possibly have in misleading me? Q. You told a questioner that we are the same, that we are equals. I cannot believe it. Since I do not believe it, of what use is your statement to me? M. Your disbelief does not matter. My words are true and they will do their work. This is the beauty of noble company, satsang. Q. Just sitting near you, can it be considered spiritual practice? M. Of course. The river of life is flowing. Some of its water is here, but so much of it has already reached its goal. You know only the present. I see much further into the past and future, into what you are and what you can be. I cannot but see you as myself. It is in the very nature of love to see no difference. Q. How can I come to see myself as you see me? M. It is enough if you do not imagine yourself to be the body. It is the I am the body idea that is so calamitous. It blinds you completely to your real nature. Even for a moment do not think that you are the body. Give yourself no name, no shape. In the darkness and the silence reality is found. Q. Must not I think with some conviction that I am not the body? Where am I to find such conviction? M. Behave as if you were fully convinced and the confidence will come. What is the use of mere words? A formula, a mental pattern will not help you. But unselfish action, free from all concern with the body and its interests, will carry you into the very heart of reality. Q. Where am I to get the courage to act without conviction? M. Love will give you the courage. When you meet somebody wholly admirable, love-worthy, sublime, your love and admiration will give you the urge to act nobly. Q. Not everybody knows to admire the admirable. Most of the people are totally insensitive. M. Life will make them appreciate. The very weight of accumulated experience will give them eyes to see. When you meet a worthy man, you will love and trust him and follow his advice. This is the role of the realized people, to set an example of perfection for others to admire and love. Beauty of life and character is a tremendous contribution to the common good. Q. Must we not suffer to grow? M. It is enough to know that there is suffering, that the world suffers. By themselves neither pleasure nor pain enlighten, only understanding does. Once you have grasped the truth that the world is full of suffering, that to be born is a calamity, you will find the urge and the energy to go beyond it. Pleasure puts you to sleep and pain wakes you up. If you do not want to suffer, don't go to sleep. You cannot know yourself through bliss alone, for bliss is your very nature. You must face the opposite, what you are not, to find enlightenment. 65. A quiet mind is all you need. Questioner, I am not well. I feel rather weak. What am I to do? Maharaj, who is unwell, you or the body? Q. My body, of course. M. Yesterday you felt well. What felt well? Q. The body, M. You were glad when the body was well and you are sad when the body is unwell. Who is glad one day and sad the next? Q. The mind. M. And who knows the variable mind? Q. The mind. M. The mind is the knower. Who knows the knower? Q. Does not the knower know itself? M. The mind is discontinuous. Again and again it blanks out, like in sleep or swoon, or distraction. There must be something continuous to register discontinuity. Q. The mind remembers. This stands for continuity. M. Memory is always partial, unreliable, and evanescent. It does not explain the strong sense of identity pervading consciousness, the sense I am. Find out what is at the root of it. Q. However deeply I look, I find only the mind. Your words beyond the mind give me no clue. M. While looking with the mind, you cannot go beyond it. To go beyond, you must look away from the mind and its contents. Q. In what direction am I to look? M. All directions are within the mind. I am not asking you to look in any particular direction. Just look away from all that happens in your mind and bring it to the feeling I am. The I am is not a direction. It is the negation of all direction. Ultimately even the I am will have to go, for you need not keep on asserting what is obvious. Bringing the mind to the feeling I am merely helps in turning the mind away from everything else. Q. Where does it all lead me? M. When the mind is kept away from its preoccupations, it becomes quiet. If you do not disturb this quiet and stay in it, you find that it is permeated with a light and a love you have never known, and yet you recognize it at once as your own nature. Once you have passed through this experience, you will never be the same man again. The unruly mind may break its peace and obliterate its vision, but it is bound to return, provided the effort is sustained, until the day when all bonds are broken, delusions and attachments end and life becomes supremely concentrated in the present. Q. What difference does it make? M. The mind is no more. There is only love in action. Q. How shall I recognize this state when I reach it? M. There will be no fear. Q. Surrounded by a world full of mysteries and dangers, how can I remain unafraid? M. Your own little body too is full of mysteries and dangers, yet you are not afraid of it, for you take it as your own. What you do not know is that the entire universe is your body and you need not be afraid of it. You may say you have two bodies, the personal and the universal. The personal comes and goes, the universal is always with you. The entire creation is your universal body. You are so blinded by what is personal, that you do not see the universal. This blindness will not end by itself, it must be undone skillfully and deliberately. When all illusions are understood and abandoned, you reach the error-free and perfect state in which all distinctions between the personal and the universal are no more. Q. I am a person and therefore limited in space and time. I occupy little space and last but a few moments. I cannot even conceive myself to be eternal and all-pervading. M. Nevertheless you are. As you dive deep into yourself in search of your true nature, you will discover that only your body is small and only your memory is short, while the vast ocean of life is yours. Q. The very words I and universal are contradictory. One excludes the other. M. They don't. The sense of identity pervades the universal. Search and you shall discover the universal person, who is yourself and infinitely more. Anyhow, begin by realizing that the world is in you, not you in the world. Q. How can it be? I am only a part of the world. How can the whole world be contained in the part, except by reflection, mirror-like? What you say is true. Your personal body is a part in which the whole is wonderfully reflected. But you have also a universal body. You cannot even say that you do not know it, because you see and experience it all the time. Only you call it the world and are afraid of it. I feel I know my little body, while the other I do not know, except through science. Your little body is full of mysteries and wonders which you do not know. There also science is your only guide. Both anatomy and astronomy describe you. Even if I accept your doctrine of the universal body as a working theory, in what way can I test it and of what use is it to me? Knowing yourself as the dweller in both the bodies, you will disown nothing. All the universe will be your concern, every living thing you will love and help most tenderly and wisely. There will be no clash of interests between you and others. All exploitation will cease absolutely. Your every action will be beneficial, every movement will be a blessing. It is all very tempting, but how am I to proceed to realize my universal being? You have two ways. You can give your heart and mind to self-discovery, or you accept my words on trust and act accordingly. In other words, either you become totally self-concerned, or totally unself-concerned. It is the word totally that is important. You must be extreme to reach the supreme. How can I aspire to such heights, small and limited as I am? Realize yourself as the ocean of consciousness in which all happens. This is not difficult. A little of attentiveness, of close observation of oneself, and you will see that no event is outside your consciousness. The world is full of events which do not appear in my consciousness. Even your body is full of events which do not appear in your consciousness. This does not prevent you from claiming your body to be your own. You know the world exactly as you know your body, through your senses. It is your mind that has separated the world outside your skin from the world inside and put them in opposition. This created fear and hatred and all the miseries of living. What I do not follow is what you say about going beyond consciousness. I understand the words, but I cannot visualize the experience. After all, you yourself have said that all experience is in consciousness. You are right, there can be no experience beyond consciousness. Yet there is the experience of just being. There is a state beyond consciousness, which is not unconscious. Some call it superconsciousness, or pure consciousness, or supreme consciousness. It is pure awareness free from the subject-object nexus. I have studied theosophy and I find nothing familiar in what you say. I admit theosophy deals with manifestation only. It describes the universe and its inhabitants in great details. It admits many levels of matter and corresponding levels of experience, but it does not seem to go beyond. What you say goes beyond all experience. If it is not experienceable, why at all talk about it? Consciousness is intermittent, full of gaps. Yet there is the continuity of identity. What is this sense of identity due to, if not to something beyond consciousness? If I am beyond the mind, how can I change myself? Where is the need of changing anything? The mind is changing anyhow all the time. Look at your mind dispassionately, this is enough to calm it. When it is quiet, you can go beyond it. Do not keep it busy all the time. Stop it, and just be. If you give it rest, it will settle down and recover its purity and strength. Constant thinking makes it decay. Q. If my true being is always with me, how is it that I am ignorant of it? M. Because it is very subtle and your mind is gross, full of gross thoughts and feelings. Calm and clarify your mind and you will know yourself as you are. Q. Do I need the mind to know myself? M. You are beyond the mind, but you know with your mind. It is obvious that the extent, depth, and character of knowledge depend on what instrument you use. Improve your instrument and your knowledge will improve. Q. To know perfectly I need a perfect mind. M. A quiet mind is all you need. All else will happen rightly, once your mind is quiet. As the sun on rising makes the world active, so does self-awareness affect changes in the mind. In the light of calm and steady self-awareness, inner energies wake up and work miracles without any effort on your part. Q. You mean to say that the greatest work is done by not working? M. Exactly. Do understand that you are destined for enlightenment. Cooperate with your destiny, don't go against it, don't thwart it. Allow it to fulfill itself. All you have to do is to give attention to the obstacles created by the foolish mind. 66. All search for happiness is misery. Questioner. I have come from England and I am on my way to Madras. There I shall meet my father and we shall go by car overland to London. I am to study psychology, but I do not yet know what I shall do when I get my degree. I may try industrial psychology, or psychotherapy. My father is a general physician, I may follow the same line. But this does not exhaust my interests. There are certain questions which do not change with time. I understand you have some answers to such questions and this made me come to see you. Maharaj, I wonder whether I am the right man to answer your questions. I know little about things and people. I know only that I am, and that much you also know. We are equals. Q. Of course I know that I am. But I do not know what it means. M. What you take to be the I and the I am is not you. To know that you are is natural, to know what you are is the result of much investigation. You will have to explore the entire field of consciousness and go beyond it. For this you must find the right teacher and create the conditions needed for discovery. Generally speaking, there are two ways, external and internal. Either you live with somebody who knows the truth and submit yourself entirely to his guiding and molding influence, or you seek the inner guide and follow the inner light wherever it takes you. In both cases your personal desires and fears must be disregarded. You learn either by proximity or by investigation, the passive or the active way. You either let yourself be carried by the river of life and love represented by your guru, or you make your own efforts, guided by your inner star. In both cases you must move on, you must be earnest. Rare are the people who are lucky to find somebody worthy of trust and love. Most of them must take the hard way, the way of intelligence and understanding, of discrimination and detachment, vive Kavarajya. This is the way open to all. Q. I am lucky to have come here, though I am leaving tomorrow, one talk with you may affect my entire life. M. Yes, once you say I want to find truth, all your life will be deeply affected by it. All your mental and physical habits, feelings and emotions, desires and fears, plans and decisions will undergo a most radical transformation. Q. Once I have made up my mind to find the reality, what do I do next? M. It depends on your temperament. If you are earnest, whatever way you choose will take you to your goal. It is the earnestness that is the decisive factor. Q. What is the source of earnestness? M. It is the homing instinct, which makes the bird return to its nest and the fish to the mountain stream where it was born. The seed returns to the earth, when the fruit is ripe. Ripeness is all. Q. And what will ripen me? Do I need experience? M. You already have all the experience you need, otherwise you would not have come here. You need not gather any more, rather you must go beyond experience. Whatever effort you make, whatever method, sadhana, you follow, will merely generate more experience, but will not take you beyond. Nor will reading books help you. They will enrich your mind, but the person you are will remain intact. If you expect any benefits from your search, material, mental or spiritual, you have missed the point. Truth gives no advantage. It gives you no higher status, no power over others, all you get is truth and the freedom from the false. Q. Surely truth gives you the power to help others. M. This is mere imagination, however noble. In truth you do not help others, because there are no others. You divide people into noble and ignoble and you ask the noble to help the ignoble. You separate, you evaluate, you judge, and condemn, in the name of truth you destroy it. Your very desire to formulate truth denies it, because it cannot be contained in words. Truth can be expressed only by the denial of the false, in action. For this you must see the false as false, vivka, and reject it, vairagya. Renunciation of the false is liberating and energizing. It lays open the road to perfection. Q. When do I know that I have discovered truth? M. When the idea this is true, that is true does not arise. Truth does not assert itself, it is in the seeing of the false as false and rejecting it. It is useless to search for truth, when the mind is blind to the false. It must be purged of the false completely before truth can dawn on it. Q. But what is false? M. Surely, what has no being is false. Q. What do you mean by having no being? The false is there, hard as a nail. M. What contradicts itself, has no being. Or it has only momentary being, which comes to the same. 4. What has a beginning and an end has no middle. It is hollow. It has only the name and shape given to it by the mind, but it has neither substance nor essence. Q. If all that passes has no being, then the universe has no being either. M. Whoever denies it? Of course the universe has no being. Q. What has? M. That which does not depend for its existence, which does not arise with the universe arising, nor set with the universe setting, which does not need any proof, but imparts reality to all it touches. It is the nature of the false that it appears real for a moment. One could say that the true becomes the father of the false. But the false is limited in time and space and is produced by circumstances. Q. How am I to get rid of the false and secure the real? M. To what purpose? Q. In order to live a better, a more satisfactory life, integrated and happy. M. Whatever is conceived by the mind must be false, for it is bound to be relative and limited. The real is inconceivable and cannot be harnessed to a purpose. It must be wanted for its own sake. Q. How can I want the inconceivable? M. What else is there worth wanting? Granted, the real cannot be wanted, as a thing is wanted. But you can see the unreal as unreal and discard it. It is the discarding the false that opens the way to the true. Q. I understand, but how does it look in actual daily life? M. Self-interest and self-concern are the focal points of the false. Your daily life vibrates between desire and fear. Watch it intently and you will see how the mind assumes innumerable names and shapes, like a river foaming between the boulders. Trace every action to its selfish motive and look at the motive intently till it dissolves. Q. To live, one must look after oneself, one must earn money for oneself. M. You need not earn for yourself, but you may have to, for a woman and a child. You may have to keep on working for the sake of others. Even just to keep alive can be a sacrifice. There is no need whatsoever to be selfish. Discard every self-seeking motive as soon as it is seen and you need not search for truth. Truth will find you. Q. There is a minimum of needs. M. Were they not supplied since you were conceived? Give up the bondage of self-concern and be what you are, intelligence and love in action. Q. But one must survive. M. You can't help surviving. The real you is timeless and beyond birth and death. And the body will survive as long as it is needed. It is not important that it should live long. A full life is better than a long life. Q. Who is to say what is a full life? It depends on my cultural background. M. If you seek reality you must set yourself free of all backgrounds, of all cultures, of all patterns of thinking and feeling. Even the idea of being man or woman, or even human, should be discarded. The ocean of life contains all, not only humans. So, first of all abandon all self-identification, stop thinking of yourself as such and such, so and so, this or that. Abandon all self-concern, worry not about your welfare, material or spiritual, abandon every desire, gross or subtle, stop thinking of achievement of any kind. You are complete here and now, you need absolutely nothing. It does not mean that you must be brainless and foolhardy, improvident, or indifferent, only the basic anxiety for oneself must go. You need some food, clothing, and shelter for you and yours, but this will not create problems as long as greed is not taken for a need. Live in tune with things as they are and not as they are imagined. Q. What am I if not human? M. That which makes you think that you are a human is not human. It is but a dimensionless point of consciousness, a conscious nothing. All you can say about yourself is, I am. You are pure being, awareness, bliss. To realize that is the end of all seeking. You come to it when you see all you think yourself to be as mere imagination and stand aloof in pure awareness of the transient as transient, imaginary as imaginary, unreal as unreal. It is not at all difficult, but detachment is needed. It is the clinging to the false that makes the true so difficult to see. Once you understand that the false needs time and what needs time is false, you are near the reality, which is timeless, ever in the now. Eternity in time is mere repetitiveness, like the movement of a clock. It flows from the past into the future endlessly, an empty perpetuity. Reality is what makes the present so vital, so different from the past and future, which are merely mental. If you need time to achieve something, it must be false. The real is always with you, you need not wait to be what you are. Only you must not allow your mind to go out of yourself in search. When you want something, ask yourself, do I really need it? And if the answer is no, then just drop it. Q. Must I not be happy? I may not need a thing, yet if it can make me happy, should I not grasp it? M. Nothing can make you happier than you are. All search for happiness is misery and leads to more misery. The only happiness worth the name is the natural happiness of conscious being. Q. Don't I need a lot of experience before I can reach such high level of awareness? M. Experience leaves only memories behind and adds to the burden which is heavy enough. You need no more experiences. The past ones are sufficient. And if you feel you need more, look into the hearts of people around you. You will find a variety of experiences which you would not be able to go through in 1,000 years. Learn from the sorrows of others and save yourself your own. It is not experience that you need, but the freedom from all experience. Don't be greedy for experience, you need none. Q. Don't you pass through experiences yourself? M. Things happen round me, but I take no part in them. An event becomes an experience only when I am emotionally involved. I am in a state which is complete, which seeks not to improve on itself. Of what use is experience to me? Q. One needs knowledge, education. M. To deal with things, knowledge of things is needed. To deal with people, you need insight, sympathy. To deal with yourself you need nothing. Be what you are, conscious being, and don't stray away from yourself. Q. University education is most useful. M. No doubt, it helps you to earn a living. But it does not teach you how to live. You are a student of psychology. It may help you in certain situations. But can you live by psychology? Life is worthy of the name only when it reflects reality in action. No university will teach you how to live so that when the time of dying comes, you can say, I lived well, I do not need to live again. Most of us die wishing we could live again. So many mistakes committed, so much left undone. Most of the people vegetate, but do not live. They merely gather experience and enrich their memory. But experience is the denial of reality, which is neither sensory nor conceptual, neither of the body, nor of the mind, though it includes and transcends both. Q. But experience is most useful. By experience you learn not to touch a flame. M. I have told you already that knowledge is most useful in dealing with things. But it does not tell you how to deal with people and yourself, how to live a life. We are not talking of driving a car, or earning money. For this you need experience. But for being a light unto yourself, material knowledge will not help you. You need something much more intimate and deeper than mediate knowledge, to be yourself in the true sense of the word. Your outer life is unimportant. You can become a night watchman and live happily. It is what you are inwardly that matters. Your inner peace and joy you have to earn. It is much more difficult than earning money. No university can teach you to be yourself. The only way to learn is by practice. Right away begin to be yourself. Discard all you are not and go ever deeper. Just as a man digging a well discards what is not water, until he reaches the water-bearing strata, so must you discard what is not your own, till nothing is left which you can disown. You will find that what is left is nothing which the mind can hook onto. You are not even a human being. You just are, a point of awareness, co-extensive with time and space and beyond both, the ultimate cause, itself uncaused. If you ask me, who are you? My answer would be, nothing in particular. Yet, I am. Q. If you are nothing in particular, then you must be the universal. M. What is to be universal, not as a concept, but as a way of life? Not to separate, not to oppose, but to understand and love whatever contacts you, is living universally. To be able to say truly, I am the world is me, I am at home in the world is my own. Every existence is my existence, every consciousness is my consciousness, Every sorrow is my sorrow and every joy is my joy. This is universal life. Yet, my real being, and yours too, is beyond the universe and, therefore, beyond the categories of the particular and the universal. It is what it is, totally self-contained and independent. Q. I find it hard to understand. M. You must give yourself time to brood over these things. The old grooves must be erased in your brain, without forming new ones. You must realize yourself as the immovable, behind and beyond the movable, the silent witness of all that happens. Q. Does it mean that I must give up all idea of an active life? M. Not at all. There will be marriage, there will be children, there will be earning money to maintain a family. All this will happen in the natural course of events, for destiny must fulfill itself. You will go through it without resistance, facing tasks as they come, attentive and thorough, both in small things and big. But the general attitude will be of affectionate detachment, enormous goodwill, without expectation of return, constant giving without asking. In marriage you are neither the husband nor the wife, you are the love between the two. You are the clarity and kindness that makes everything orderly and happy. It may seem vague to you, but if you think a little, you will find that the mystical is most practical, for it makes your life creatively happy. Your consciousness is raised to a higher dimension, from which you see everything much clearer and with greater intensity. You realize that the person you became at birth and will cease to be at death is temporary and false. You are not the sensual, emotional, and intellectual person, gripped by desires and fears. Find out your real being. What am I? Is the fundamental question of all philosophy and psychology. Go into it deeply. 67. Experience is not the real thing. Maharaj, the seeker is he who is in search of himself. Soon he discovers that his own body he cannot be. Once the conviction, I am not the body, becomes so well grounded that he can no longer feel, think, and act for and on behalf of the body, he will easily discover that he is the universal being, knowing, acting, that in him and through him the entire universe is real, conscious, and active. This is the heart of the problem. Either you are body conscious and a slave of circumstances, or you are the universal consciousness itself, and in full control of every event. Yet consciousness, individual or universal, is not my true abode. I am not in it, it is not mine, there is no me in it. I am beyond, though it is not easy to explain how one can be neither conscious, nor unconscious, but just beyond. I cannot say that I am in God or I am God. God is the universal light and love, the universal witness. I am beyond the universal even. Questioner, in that case you are without name and shape. What kind of being have you? M. I am what I am, neither with form nor formless, neither conscious nor unconscious. I am outside all these categories. Q. You are taking the needy, not this, approach. M. You cannot find me by mere denial. I am as well everything, as nothing. Nor both, nor either. These definitions apply to the Lord of the universe, not to me. Q. Do you intend to convey that you are just nothing? M. Oh, no. I am complete and perfect. I am the beingness of being, the knowingness of knowing, the fullness of happiness. You cannot reduce me to emptiness. Q. If you are beyond words, what shall we talk about? Metaphysically speaking, what you say holds together, there is no inner contradiction. But there is no food for me in what you say. It is so completely beyond my urgent needs. When I ask for bread, you are giving jewels. They are beautiful, no doubt, but I am hungry. It is not so. I am offering you exactly what you need, awakening. You are not hungry and you need no bread. You need cessation, relinquishing, disentanglement. What you believe you need is not what you need. Your real need I know, not you. You need to return to the state in which I am, your natural state. Anything else you may think of is an illusion and an obstacle. Believe me, you need nothing except to be what you are. You imagine you will increase your value by acquisition. It is like gold imagining that an addition of copper will improve it. Elimination and purification, renunciation of all that is foreign to your nature is enough. All else is vanity. It is easier said than done. A man comes to you with stomachache and you advise him to disgorge his stomach. Of course, without the mind there will be no problems. But the mind is there, most tangibly. It is the mind that tells you that the mind is there. Don't be deceived. All the endless arguments about the mind are produced by the mind itself, for its own protection, continuation, and expansion. It is the blank refusal to consider the convolutions and convulsions of the mind that can take you beyond it. Sir, I am an humble seeker. While you are the supreme reality itself. Now the seeker approaches the supreme in order to be enlightened. What does the supreme do? Listen to what I keep on telling you and do not move away from it. Think of it all the time and of nothing else. Having reached that far, abandon all thoughts, not only of the world, but of yourself also. Stay beyond all thoughts, in silent being awareness. It is not progress, for what you come to is already there in you, waiting for you. So you say I should try to stop thinking and stay steady in the idea, I am. Yes, and whatever thoughts come to you in connection with the I am, empty them of all meaning, pay them no attention. I happen to meet many young people coming from the West and I find that there is a basic difference when I compare them to the Indians. It looks as if their psyche, antavarana, is different. Concepts like self, reality, pure mind, universal consciousness the Indian mind grasps easily. They ring familiar, they taste sweet. The Western mind does not respond, or just rejects them. It concretizes and wants to utilize at once in the service of accepted values. These values are often personal, health, well-being, prosperity, sometimes they are social, a better society, a happier life for all are connected with worldly problems, personal or impersonal. Another difficulty one comes across quite often in talking with the Westerners is that to them everything is experience, as they want to experience food, drink, and women, art and travels, so do they want to experience yoga, realization, and liberation. To them it is just another experience, to be had for a price. They imagine such experience can be purchased and they bargain about the cost. When one guru quotes too high, in terms of time and effort, they go to another, who offers installment terms, apparently very easy, but beset with unfulfillable conditions. It is the old story of not thinking of the gray monkey when taking the medicine. In this case it is not thinking of the world, abandoning all selfhood, extinguishing every desire, becoming perfect celibates etc. Naturally there is vast cheating going on all levels and the results are nil. Some gurus in sheer desperation abandon all discipline, prescribe no conditions, advise effortlessness, naturalness, simply living in passive awareness, without any pattern of must and must not. And there are many disciples whose past experiences brought them to dislike themselves so badly that they just do not want to look at themselves. If they are not disgusted, they are bored. They have surfeit of self-knowledge, they want something else. Let them not think of themselves, if they do not like it. Let them stay with the Guru, watch him, think of him. Soon they will experience a kind of bliss, quite new, never experienced before, except, maybe, in childhood. The experience is so unmistakably new, that it will attract their attention and create interest. Once the interest is roused, orderly application will follow. These people are very critical and suspicious. They cannot be otherwise, having passed through much learning and much disappointment. On one hand they want experience, on the other they mistrust it. How to reach them, God alone knows. True insight and love will reach them. When they have some spiritual experience, another difficulty arises. They complain that the experience does not last, that it comes and goes in a haphazard way. Having got hold of the lollipop, they want to suck it all the time. Experience, however sublime, is not the real thing. By its very nature it comes and goes. Self-realization is not an acquisition. It is more of the nature of understanding. Once arrived at it, it cannot be lost. On the other hand, consciousness is changeful, flowing, undergoing transformation from moment to moment. Do not hold on to consciousness and its contents. Consciousness held, ceases. To try to perpetuate a flash of insight, or a burst of happiness is destructive of what it wants to preserve. What comes must go. The permanent is beyond all comings and goings. Go to the root of all experience, to the sense of being. Beyond being and not being lies the immensity of the real. Try and try again. To try one needs faith. There must be the desire first. When the desire is strong, the willingness to try will come. You do not need assurance of success, when the desire is strong. You are ready to gamble. Strong desire, strong faith, it comes to the same. These people do not trust either their parents or the society, or even themselves. All they touch turned to ashes. Give them one experience absolutely genuine, indubitable, beyond the argumentations of the mind and they will follow you to the world's end. But I am doing nothing else. Tirelessly I draw their attention to the one incontrovertible factor, that of being. Being needs no proofs, it proves all else. If only they go deeply into the fact of being and discover the vastness and the glory to which the I am is the door, and cross the door and go beyond, their life will be full of happiness and light. Believe me, the effort needed is as nothing when compared with the discoveries arrived at. What you say is right. But these people have neither confidence nor patience. Even a short effort tires them. It is really pathetic to see them groping blindly and yet unable to hold on to the helping hand. They are such nice people fundamentally, but totally bewildered. I tell them, you cannot have truth on your own terms. You must accept the conditions. To this they answer, some will accept the conditions and some will not. Acceptance or non-acceptance are superficial and accidental. Reality is in all. There must be a way for all to tread, with no conditions attached. There is such a way, open to all, on every level, in every walk of life. Everybody is aware of himself. The deepening and broadening of self-awareness is the royal way. Call it mindfulness, or witnessing, or just attention, it is for all. None is unripe for it and none can fail. But, of course, you must not be merely alert. Your mindfulness must include the mind also. Witnessing is primarily awareness of consciousness and its movements. 68. Seek the source of consciousness. Questioner: we were talking the other day about the ways of the modern Western mind and the difficulty it finds in submitting to the moral and intellectual discipline of the Vedanta. One of the obstacles lies in the young Europeans' or Americans' preoccupation with the disastrous condition of the world and the urgent need of setting it right. They have no patience with people like you who preach personal improvement as a precondition for the betterment of the world. They say it is neither possible nor necessary. Humanity is ready for a change of systems, social, economic, political. A world government, world police, world planning and the abolition of all physical and ideological barriers. This is enough. No personal transformation is needed. No doubt, people shape society, but society shapes people too. In a humane society people will be humane. Besides, science provides the answer to many questions which formerly were in the domain of religion. Maharaj, no doubt, striving for the improvement of the world is a most praiseworthy occupation. Done selflessly, it clarifies the mind and purifies the heart. But soon man will realize that he pursues a mirage. Local and temporary improvement is always possible and was achieved again and again under the influence of a great king or teacher, but it would soon come to an end, leaving humanity in a new cycle of misery. It is in the nature of all manifestation that the good and the bad follow each other and in equal measure. The true refuge is only in the unmanifest. Q. Are you not advising escape? M. On the contrary. The only way to renewal lies through destruction. You must melt down the old jewelry into formless gold before you can mold a new one. Only the people who have gone beyond the world can change the world. It never happened otherwise. The few whose impact was long-lasting were all knowers of reality. Reach their level and then only talk of helping the world. Q. It is not the rivers and mountains that we want to help, but the people. M. There is nothing wrong with the world, but for the people who make it bad. Go and ask them to behave. Q. Desire and fear make them behave as they do. M. Exactly. As long as human behavior is dominated by desire and fear, there is not much hope. And to know how to approach the people effectively, you must yourself be free of all desire and fear. Q. Certain basic desires and fears are inevitable, such as are connected with food, sex, and death. M. These are needs and, as needs, they are easy to meet. Q. Even death is a need? M. Having lived a long and fruitful life you feel the need to die. Only when wrongly applied, desire and fear are destructive. By all means desire the right and fear the wrong. But when people desire what is wrong and fear what is right, they create chaos and despair. Q. What is right and what is wrong? M. Relatively, what causes suffering is wrong, what alleviates it is right. Absolutely, what brings you back to reality is right and what dims reality is wrong. Q. When we talk of helping humanity, we mean a struggle against disorder and suffering. M. You merely talk of helping. Have you ever helped, really helped, a single man? Have you ever put one soul beyond the need of further help? Can you give a man character, based on full realization of his duties and opportunities at least, if not on the insight into his true being? When you do not know what is good for yourself, how can you know what is good for others? Q. The adequate supply of means of livelihood is good for all. You may be God himself, but you need a well-fed body to talk to us. It is you that need my body to talk to you. I am not my body, nor do I need it. I am the witness only. I have no shape of my own. You are so accustomed to think of yourselves as bodies having consciousness that you just cannot imagine consciousness as having bodies. Once you realize that bodily existence is but a state of mind, a movement in consciousness, that the ocean of consciousness is infinite and eternal, and that, when in touch with consciousness, you are the witness only, you will be able to withdraw beyond consciousness altogether. We are told there are many levels of existence. Do you exist and function on all the levels? While you are on earth, are you also in heaven, Swarga? I am nowhere to be found. I am not a thing to be given a place among other things. All things are in me, but I am not among things. You are telling me about the superstructure while I am concerned with the foundations. The superstructures rise and fall, but the foundations last. I am not interested in the transient, while you talk of nothing else. Forgive me a strange question. If somebody with a razor-sharp sword would suddenly sever your head, what difference would it make to you? None whatsoever. The body will lose its head, certain lines of communication will be cut, that is all. Two people talk to each other on the phone and the wire is cut. Nothing happens to the people, only they must look for some other means of communication. The Bhagavad Gita says, the sword does not cut it. It is literally so. It is in the nature of consciousness to survive its vehicles. It is like fire. It turns up the fuel, but not itself. Just like a fire can outlast a mountain of fuel, so does consciousness survive innumerable bodies. The fuel affects the flame. As long as it lasts. Change the nature of the fuel and the color and appearance of the flame will change. Now we are talking to each other. For this presence is needed, unless we are present, we cannot talk. But presence by itself is not enough. There must also be the desire to talk. Above all, we want to remain conscious. We shall bear every suffering and humiliation, but we shall rather remain conscious. Unless we revolt against this craving for experience and let go the manifested altogether, there can be no relief. We shall remain trapped. You say you are the silent witness and also you are beyond consciousness. Is there no contradiction in it? If you are beyond consciousness, what are you witnessing to? I am conscious and unconscious, both conscious and unconscious, neither conscious nor unconscious. To all this I am witness, but really there is no witness, because there is nothing to be a witness to. I am perfectly empty of all mental formations, void of mind, yet fully aware. This I try to express by saying that I am beyond the mind. How can I reach you then? Be aware of being conscious and seek the source of consciousness. That is all. Very little can be conveyed in words. It is the doing as I tell you that will bring light, not my telling you. The means do not matter much, it is the desire, the urge, the earnestness that count. 69. Transiency is proof of unreality. Questioner: my friend is a German and I was born in England from French parents. I am in India since over a year wandering from ashram to ashram. Maharaj: any spiritual practices, sadhanas? Studies and meditation. What did you meditate on? On what I'll read. Good. What are you doing, sir? Sitting. Q. And what else? M. Talking. Q. What are you talking about? M. Do you want a lecture? Better ask something that really touches you, so that you feel strongly about it. Unless you are emotionally involved, you may argue with me, but there will be no real understanding between us. If you say, "Nothing worries me, I have no problems, it is all right with me," we can keep quiet. But if something really touches you, then there is purpose in talking. Shall I ask you? What is the purpose of your moving from place to place? Q. To meet people, to try to understand them. M. What people are you trying to understand? What exactly are you after? Q. Integration. M. If you want integration, you must know whom you want to integrate. Q. By meeting people and watching them, one comes to know oneself also. It goes together. M. It does not necessarily go together. Q. One improves the other. M. It does not work that way. The mirror reflects the image, but the image does not improve the mirror. You are neither the mirror nor the image in the mirror. Having perfected the mirror so that it reflects correctly, truly, you can turn the mirror round and see in it a true reflection of yourself, true as far as the mirror can reflect. But the reflection is not yourself, you are the seer of the reflection. Do understand it clearly, whatever you may perceive, you are not what you perceive. Q. I am the mirror and the world is the image? M. You can see both the image and the mirror. You are neither. Who are you? Don't go by formulas. The answer is not in words. The nearest you can say in words is, I am what makes perception possible, the life beyond the experiencer and his experience. Now, can you separate yourself both from the mirror and the image in the mirror and stand completely alone, all by yourself? Q. No, I cannot. M. How do you know that you cannot? There are so many things you are doing without knowing how to do it. You digest, you circulate your blood and lymph, you move your muscles, all without knowing how. In the same way, you perceive, you feel, you think without knowing the why and how of it. Similarly, you are yourself without knowing it. There is nothing wrong with you as the self. It is what it is to perfection. It is the mirror that is not clear and true and, therefore, gives you false images. You need not correct yourself, only set right your idea of yourself. Learn to separate yourself from the image and the mirror, keep on remembering, I am neither the mind nor its ideas, do it patiently and with conviction and you will surely come to the direct vision of yourself as the source of being, knowing, loving, eternal, all-embracing, all-pervading. You are the infinite focused in a body. Now you see the body only. Try earnestly and you will come to see the infinite only. Q. The experience of reality, where it comes, does it last? M. All experience is necessarily transient. But the ground of all experience is immovable. Nothing that may be called an event will last. But some events purify the mind and some stain it. Moments of deep insight and all-embracing love purify the mind, while desires, and tears, envies and anger, blind beliefs, and intellectual arrogance pollute and dull the psyche. Q. Is self-realization so important? M. Without it you will be consumed by desires and fears, repeating themselves meaninglessly in endless suffering. Most of the people do not know that there can be an end to pain. But once they have heard the good news, obviously going beyond all strife and struggle is the most urgent task that can be. You know that you can be free and now it is up to you. Either you remain forever hungry and thirsty, longing, searching, grabbing, holding, ever losing and sorrowing, or go out wholeheartedly in search of the state of timeless perfection to which nothing can be added, from which nothing, taken away. In it all desires and fears are absent, not because they were given up, but because they have lost their meaning. Q. So far I have been following you. Now, what am I expected to do? M. There is nothing to do. Just be. Do nothing. V. No climbing mountains and sitting in caves. I do not even say, be yourself, since you do not know yourself. Just be. Having seen that you are neither the outer world of perceivades, nor the inner world of thinkables, that you are neither body nor mind, just be. Q. Surely, there are degrees of realization. M. There are no steps to self-realization. There is nothing gradual about it. It happens suddenly and is irreversible. You rotate into a new dimension, seen from which the previous ones are mere abstractions. Just like on sunrise you see things as they are, so on self-realization you see everything as it is. The world of illusions is left behind. Q. In the state of realization do things change? They become colorful and full of meaning? M. The experience is quite right, but it is not the experience of reality, Satanubhav, but of harmony, Satvanubhav, of the universe. Q. Nevertheless, there is progress. M. There can be progress only in the preparation, sadhana. Realization is sudden. The fruit ripens slowly, but falls suddenly and without return. Q. I am physically and mentally at peace. What more do I need? M. Yours may not be the ultimate state. You will recognize that you have returned to your natural state by a complete absence of all desire and fear. After all, at the root of all desire and fear is the feeling of not being what you are. Just as a dislocated joint pains only as long as it is out of shape, and is forgotten as soon as it is set right, so is all self-concern a symptom of mental distortion which disappears as soon as one is in the normal state. Q. Yes, but what is the sadhana for achieving the natural state? M. Hold on to the sense I am to the exclusion of everything else. When thus the mind becomes completely silent, it shines with a new light and vibrates with new knowledge. It all comes spontaneously, you need only hold on to the I am. Just like emerging from sleep or a state of rapture you feel rested and yet you cannot explain why and how you come to feel so well, in the same way on realization you feel complete, fulfilled, free from the pleasure-pain complex, and yet not always able to explain what happened, why and how. You can put it only in negative terms, nothing is wrong with me any longer. It is only by comparison with the past that you know that you are out of it. Otherwise, you are just yourself. Don't try to convey it to others. If you can, it is not the real thing. Be silent and watch it expressing itself in action. Q. If you could tell me what I shall become, it may help me to watch over my development. M. How can anybody tell you what you shall become when there is no becoming? You merely discover what you are. All molding oneself to a pattern is a grievous waste of time. Think neither of the past nor of the future, just be. Q. How can I just be? Changes are inevitable. M. Changes are inevitable in the changeful, but you are not subject to them. You are the changeless background, against which changes are perceived. Q. Everything changes, the background also changes. There is no need of a changeless background to notice changes. The self is momentary, it is merely the point where the past meets the future. Of course the self based on memory is momentary. But such self demands unbroken continuity behind it. You know from experience that there are gaps when yourself is forgotten. What brings it back to life? What wakes you up in the morning? There must be some constant factor bridging the gaps in consciousness. If you watch carefully, you will find that even your daily consciousness is in flashes, with gaps intervening all the time. What is in the gaps? What can there be but your real being, that is timeless? Mind and mindlessness are one to it. Q. Is there any particular place you would advise me to go to for spiritual attainment? M. The only proper place is within. The outer world neither can help nor hinder. No system, no pattern of action will take you to your goal. Give up all working for a future, concentrate totally on the now, be concerned only with your response to every movement of life as it happens. Q. What is the cause of the urge to roam about? M. There is no cause. You merely dream that you roam about. In a few years your stay in India will appear as a dream to you. You will dream some other dream at that time. Do realize that it is not you who moves from dream to dream, but the dreams flow before you and you are the immutable witness. No happening affects your real being, this is the absolute truth. Q. Cannot I move about physically and keep steady inwardly? M. You can, but what purpose does it serve? If you are earnest, you will find that in the end you will get fed up with roaming and regret the waste of energy and time. To find yourself you need not take a single step. Q. Is there any difference between the experience of the self, Atman, and of the Absolute, Brahman? M. There can be no experience of the Absolute as it is beyond all experience. On the other hand, the self is the experiencing factor in every experience and thus, in a way, validates the multiplicity of experiences. The world may be full of things of great value, but if there is nobody to buy them, they have no price. The Absolute contains everything experienceable, but without the experiencer they are as nothing. That which makes the experience possible is the Absolute. That which makes it actual is the self. Q. Don't we reach the Absolute through a gradation of experiences? Beginning with the grossest, we end with the most sublime. M. There can be no experience without desire for it. There can be gradation between desires, but between the most sublime desire and the freedom from all desire there is an abyss which must be crossed. The unreal may look real, but it is transient. The real is not afraid of time. Q. Is not the unreal the expression of the real? M. How can it be? It is like saying that truth expresses itself in dreams. To the real the unreal is not. It appears to be real only because you believe in it. Doubt it, and it ceases. When you are in love with somebody, you give it reality. You imagine your love to be all-powerful and everlasting. When it comes to an end, you say, I thought it was real, but it wasn't. Transiency is the best proof of unreality. What is limited in time and space and applicable to one person only, is not real. The real is for all and forever. Above everything else you cherish yourself. You would accept nothing in exchange for your existence. The desire to be is the strongest of all desires and will go only on the realization of your true nature. Q. Even in the unreal there is a touch of reality. M. Yes, the reality you impart to it by taking it to be real. Having convinced yourself, you are bound by your conviction. When the sun shines, colors appear. When it sets, they disappear. Where are the colors without the light? Q. This is thinking in terms of duality. M. All thinking is in duality. In identity no thought survives. 70. God is the end of all desire and knowledge. Maharaj, where are you coming from? What have you come for? Questioner, I come from America and my friend is from the Republic of Ireland. I came about 6 months ago and I was traveling from ashram to ashram. My friend came on his own. M. What have you seen? Q. I have been at Sri Raman Ashram and also I have visited Rishikesh. Can I ask you what is your opinion of Sri Ramana Maharshi? M. We are both in the same ancient state. But what do you know of Maharshi? You take yourself to be a name and a body, so all you perceive are names and bodies. Q. Were you to meet the Maharshi, what would happen? M. Probably we would feel quite happy. We may even exchange a few words. Q. But would he recognize you as a liberated man? M. Of course. As a man recognizes a man, so Anani recognizes Anani. You cannot appreciate what you have not experienced. You are what you think yourself to be, but you cannot think yourself to be what you have not experienced. Q. To become an engineer I must learn engineering. To become God, what must I learn? M. You must unlearn everything. God is the end of all desire and knowledge. Q. You mean to say that I become God merely by giving up the desire to become God? M. All desires must be given up, because by desiring you take the shape of your desires. When no desires remain, you revert to your natural state. Q. How do I come to know that I have achieved perfection? M. You cannot know perfection, you can know only imperfection. For knowledge to be, there must be separation and disharmony. You can know what you are not, but you cannot know your real being. You can be only what you are. The entire approach is through understanding, which is in the seeing of the false as false. But to understand, you must observe from outside. Q. The Vedantic concept of Maya, illusion, applies to the manifested. Therefore our knowledge of the manifested is unreliable. But we should be able to trust our knowledge of the unmanifest. M. There can be no knowledge of the unmanifest. The potential is unknowable. Only the actual can be known. Q. Why should the knower remain unknown? M. The knower knows the known. Do you know the knower? Who is the knower of the knower? You want to know the unmanifest. Can you say you know the manifested? Q. I know things and ideas and their relations. It is the sum total of all my experiences. M. All? Q. Well, all actual experiences. I admit I cannot know what did not happen. M. If the manifested is the sum total of all actual experiences, including their experiencers, how much of the total do you know? A very small part indeed. And what is the little you know? Q. Some sensory experiences as related to myself. M. Not even that. You only know that you react. Who reacts into what, you do not know. You know on contact that you exist, I am. The I am this, I am that are imaginary. Q. I know the manifested because I participate in it. I admit, my part in it is very small, yet it is as real as the totality of it. And what is more important, I give it meaning. Without me the world is dark and silent. M. A firefly illumining the world. You don't give meaning to the world, you find it. Dive deep into yourself and find the source from where all meaning flows. Surely it is not the superficial mind that can give meaning. Q. What makes me limited and superficial? M. The total is open and available, but you will not take it. You are attached to the little person you think yourself to be. Your desires are narrow, your ambitions, petty. After all, without a center of perception, where would be the manifested? Unperceived, the manifested is as good as the unmanifest. And you are the perceiving point, the non-dimensional source of all dimensions. Know yourself as the total. Q. How can a point contain a universe? M. There is enough space in a point for an infinity of universes. There is no lack of capacity. Self-limitation is the only problem. But you cannot run away from yourself. However far you go, you come back to yourself and to the need of understanding this point, which is as nothing and yet the source of everything. Q. I came to India in search of a yoga teacher. I am still in search. M. What kind of yoga do you want to practice, the yoga of getting, or the yoga of giving up? Q. Don't they come to the same in the end? M. How can they? One enslaves, the other liberates. The motive matters supremely. Freedom comes through renunciation. All possession is bondage. Q. What I have the strength and the courage to hold on to, why should I give up? And if I have not the strength, how can I give up? I do not understand this need of giving up. When I want something, why should I not pursue it? Renunciation is for the weak. M. If you do not have the wisdom and the strength to give up, just look at your possessions. Your mere looking will burn them up. If you can stand outside your mind, you will soon find that total renunciation of possessions and desires is the most obviously reasonable thing to do. You create the world and then worry about it. Becoming selfish makes you weak. If you think you have the strength and courage to desire, it is because you are young and inexperienced. Invariably the object of desire destroys the means of acquiring it and then itself withers away. It is all for the best, because it teaches you to shun desire like poison. Q. How am I to practice desirelessness? M. No need of practice. No need of any acts of renunciation. Just turn your mind away, that is all. Desire is merely the fixation of the mind on an idea. Get it out of its groove by denying it attention. Q. That is all? M. Yes, that is all. Whatever may be the desire or fear, don't dwell upon it. Try and see for yourself. Here and there you may forget, it does not matter. Go back to your attempts till the brushing away of every desire and fear, of every reaction becomes automatic. Q. How can one live without emotions? M. You can have all the emotions you want, but beware of reactions, of induced emotion. Be entirely self-determined and ruled from within, not from without. Merely giving up a thing to secure a better one is not true relinquishment. Give it up because you see its valuelessness. As you keep on giving up, you will find that you grow spontaneously in intelligence and power and inexhaustible love and joy. Q. Why so much insistence on relinquishing all desires and fears? Are they not natural? M. They are not. They are entirely mind-made. You have to give up everything to know that you need nothing, not even your body. Your needs are unreal and your efforts are meaningless. You imagine that your possessions protect you. In reality they make you vulnerable. Realize yourself as away from all that can be pointed at as this or that. You are unreachable by any sensory experience or verbal construction. Turn away from them. Refuse to impersonate. Q. After I have heard you, what am I to do? M. Only hearing will not help you much. You must keep it in mind and ponder over it and try to understand the state of mind which makes me say what I say. I speak from truth. Stretch your hand and take it. You are not what you think yourself to be, I assure you. The image you have of yourself is made up from memories and is purely accidental. Q. What I am is the result of my karma. M. What you appear to be, you are not. Karma is only a word you have learned to repeat. You have never been, nor shall ever be a person. Refuse to consider yourself as one. But as long as you do not even doubt yourself to be a Mr. So-and-so, there is little hope. When you refuse to open your eyes, what can you be shown? Q. I imagine karma to be a mysterious power that urges me towards perfection. M. That's what people told you. You are already perfect, here and now. The perfectible is not you. You imagine yourself to be what you are not. Stop it. It is the cessation that is important, not what you are going to stop. Q. Did not karma compel me to become what I am? M. Nothing compels. You are as you believe yourself to be. Stop believing. Q. Here you are sitting on your seat and talking to me. What compels you is your karma. M. Nothing compels me. I do what needs doing. But you do so many unnecessary things. It is your refusal to examine that creates karma. It is the indifference to your own suffering that perpetuates it. Q. Yes, it is true. What can put an end to this indifference? M. The urge must come from within as a wave of detachment, or compassion. Q. Could I meet this urge halfway? M. Of course. See your own condition, see the condition of the world. Q. We were told about karma and reincarnation, evolution, and yoga, masters and disciples. What are we to do with all this knowledge? M. Leave it all behind you. Forget it. Go forth, unburdened with ideas and beliefs. Abandon all verbal structures, all relative truth, all tangible objectives. The absolute can be reached by absolute devotion only. Don't be half-hearted. Q. I must begin with some absolute truth. Is there any? M. Yes, there is, the feeling, I am. Begin with that. Q. Nothing else is true? M. All else is neither true nor false. It seems real when it appears, it disappears when it is denied. A transient thing is a mystery. Q. I thought the real is the mystery. M. How can it be? The real is simple, open, clear, and kind, beautiful and joyous. It is completely free of contradictions. It is ever new, ever fresh, endlessly creative. Being and non-being, life and death, all distinctions merge in it. Q. I can admit that all is false. But, does it make my mind non-existent? M. The mind is what it thinks. To make it true, think true. Q. If the shape of things is mere appearance, what are they in reality? M. In reality there is only perception. The perceiver and the perceived are conceptual, the fact of perceiving is actual. Q. Where does the absolute come in? M. The absolute is the birthplace of perceiving. It makes perception possible. But too much analysis leads you nowhere. There is in you the core of being which is beyond analysis, beyond the mind. You can know it in action only. Express it in daily life and its light will grow ever brighter. The legitimate function of the mind is to tell you what is not. But if you want positive knowledge, you must go beyond the mind. Q. In all the universe, is there one single thing of value? M. Yes, the power of love. 71. In self-awareness you learn about yourself. Questioner. It is our repeated experience that the disciples do much harm to their gurus. They make plans and carry them out, without considering the guru's wishes. In the end there is only endless worry for the guru and bitterness for his disciples. Maharaj. Yes, it does happen. Q. Who compels the guru to submit to these indignities? M. The guru is basically without desire. He sees what happens, but feels no urge to interfere. He makes no choices, takes no decisions. As pure witness, he watches what is going on and remains unaffected. Q. But his work suffers. M. Victory is always his, in the end. He knows that if the disciples do not learn from his words, they will learn from their own mistakes. Inwardly he remains quiet and silent. He has no sense of being a separate person. The entire universe is his own, including his disciples with their petty plans. Nothing in particular affects him, or, which comes to the same, the entire universe affects him in equal measure. Q. Is there no such thing as the Guru's grace? M. His grace is constant and universal. It is not given to one and denied to another. Q. How does it affect me personally? M. It is by the Guru's grace that your mind is engaged in search for truth, and it is by his grace that you will find it. It works unwaveringly towards your ultimate good. And it is for all. Q. Some disciples are ready, mature, and some are not. Must not the Guru exercise choice and make decisions? M. The Guru knows the ultimate and relentlessly propels the disciple towards it. The disciple is full of obstacles, which he himself must overcome. The Guru is not very much concerned with the superficialities of the disciple's life. It is like gravitation. The fruit must fall, when no longer held back. Q. If the disciple does not know the goal, how can he make out the obstacles? M. The goal is shown by the Guru, obstacles are discovered by the disciples. The Guru has no preferences, but those who have obstacles to overcome seem to be lagging behind. In reality, the disciple is not different from the Guru. He is the same dimensionless center of perception and love in action. It is only his imagination and self-identification with the imagined that encloses him and converts him into a person. The Guru is concerned little with the person. His attention is on the inner watcher. It is the task of the watcher to understand and thereby eliminate the person. While there is grace on one side, there must be dedication to the task on the other. Q. But the person does not want to be eliminated. M. The person is merely the result of a misunderstanding. In reality, there is no such thing. Feelings, thoughts, and actions race before the watcher in endless succession, leaving traces in the brain and creating an illusion of continuity. A reflection of the watcher in the mind creates the sense of I, and the person acquires an apparently independent existence. In reality, there is no person, only the watcher identifying himself with the I and the mine. The teacher tells the watcher, you are not this, there is nothing of yours in this, except the little point of I am, which is the bridge between the watcher and his dream. I am this, I am that is dream, while pure I am has the stamp of reality on it. You have tasted so many things, all came to naught. Only the sense I am persisted, unchanged. Stay with the changeless among the changeful, until you are able to go beyond. Q. When will it happen? M. It will happen as soon as you remove the obstacles. Q. Which obstacles? M. Desire for the false and fear of the true. You, as the person, imagine that the Guru is interested in you as a person. Not at all. To him you are a nuisance and a hindrance to be done away with. He actually aims at your elimination as a factor in consciousness. Q. If I am eliminated, what will remain? M. Nothing will remain, all will remain. The sense of identity will remain, but no longer identification with a particular body. Being. Awareness, love will shine in full splendor. Liberation is never of the person, it is always from the person. Q. And no trace remains of the person? M. A vague memory remains, like the memory of a dream, or early childhood. After all, what is there to remember? A flow of events, mostly accidental and meaningless. A sequence of desires and fears and inane blunders. Is there anything worth remembering? The person is but a shell imprisoning you. Break the shell. Q. Whom are you asking to break the shell? Who is to break the shell? M. Break the bonds of memory and self-identification and the shell will break by itself. There is a center that imparts reality to whatever it perceives. All you need is to understand that you are the source of reality, that you give reality instead of getting it, that you need no support and no confirmation. Things are as they are, because you accept them as they are. Stop accepting them and they will dissolve. Whatever you think about with desire or fear appears before you as real. Look at it without desire or fear and it does lose substance. Pleasure and pain are momentary. It is simpler and easier to disregard them than to act on them. Q. If all things come to an end, why did they appear at all? M. Creation is in the very nature of consciousness. Consciousness causes appearances. Reality is beyond consciousness. Q. While we are conscious of appearances, how is it that we are not conscious that these are mere appearances? M. The mind covers up reality, without knowing it. To know the nature of the mind, you need intelligence, the capacity to look at the mind in silent and dispassionate awareness. Q. If I am of the nature of all-pervading consciousness, how could ignorance and illusion happen to me? M. Neither ignorance nor illusion ever happened to you. Find the self to which you ascribe ignorance and illusion and your question will be answered. You talk as if you know the self and see it to be under the sway of ignorance and illusion. But, in fact, you do not know the self, nor are you aware of ignorance. By all means become aware, this will bring you to the self and you will realize that there is neither ignorance nor delusion in it. It is like saying, if there is sun, how can darkness be? As under a stone there will be darkness, however strong the sunlight, so in the shadow of the I am the body consciousness there must be ignorance and illusion. Q. But why did the body consciousness come into being? M. Don't ask why, ask how. It is in the nature of creative imagination to identify itself with its creations. You can stop at any moment by switching off attention. Or through investigation. Q. Does creation come before investigation? M. First you create a world, then the I am becomes a person, who is not happy for various reasons. He goes out in search of happiness, meets a guru who tells him, you are not a person, find who you are. He does it and goes beyond. Q. Why did he not do it at the very start? M. It did not occur to him. He needed somebody to tell him. Q. Was that enough? M. It was enough. Q. why does it not work in my case? M. You do not trust me. Q. Why is my faith weak? M. Desires and fears have dulled your mind. It needs some scrubbing. Q. How can I clear my mind? M. By watching it relentlessly. Inattention obscures, attention clarifies. Q. Why do the Indian teachers advocate inactivity? M. Most of people's activities are valueless, if not outright destructive. Dominated by desire and fear, they can do nothing good. Ceasing to do evil precedes beginning to do good. Hence the need for stopping all activities for a time, to investigate one's urges and their motives, see all that is false in one's life, purge the mind of all evil and then only restart work, beginning with one's obvious duties. Of course, if you have a chance to help somebody, by all means do it and promptly too, don't keep him waiting till you are perfect. But do not become a professional do-gooder. Q. I do not feel there are too many do-gooders among disciples. Most of those I met are too absorbed in their own petty conflicts. They have no heart for others. M. Such self-centeredness is temporary. Be patient with such people. For so many years they gave attention to everything but themselves. Let them turn to themselves for a change. Q. What are the fruits of self-awareness? M. You grow more intelligent. In awareness you learn. In self-awareness you learn about yourself. Of course, you can only learn what you are not. To know what you are, you must go beyond the mind. Q. Is not awareness beyond the mind? M. Awareness is the point at which the mind reaches out beyond itself into reality. In awareness you seek not what pleases, but what is true. Q. I find that awareness brings about a state of inner silence, a state of psychic void. M. It is all right as it goes, but it is not enough. Have you felt the all-embracing emptiness in which the universe swims like a cloud in the blue sky? Q. Sir, let me first come to know well my own inner space. M. Destroy the wall that separates, the I am the body idea, and the inner and the outer will become one. Q. Am I to die? M. Physical destruction is meaningless. It is the clinging to sensate life that binds you. If you could experience the inner void fully, the explosion into the totality would be near. Q. My own spiritual experience has its seasons. Sometimes I feel glorious, then again I am down. I am like a lift boy, going up, going down, going up, going down. M. All changes in consciousness are due to the I am the body idea. Divested of this idea the mind becomes steady. There is pure being, free of experiencing anything in particular. But to realize it you must do what your teacher tells you. Mere listening, even memorizing, is not enough. If you do not struggle hard to apply every word of it in your daily life, don't complain that you made no progress. All real progress is irreversible. Ups and downs merely show that the teaching has not been taken to heart and translated into action fully. Q. The other day you told us that there is no such thing as karma. Yet we see that everything has a cause and the sum total of all the causes may be called karma. M. As long as you believe yourself to be a body, you will ascribe causes to everything. I do not say things have no causes. Each thing has innumerable causes. It is as it is, because the world is as it is. Every cause in its ramifications covers the universe. When you realize that you are absolutely free to be what you consent to be, that you are what you appear to be because of ignorance or indifference, you are free to revolt and change. You allow yourself to be what you are not. You are looking for the causes of being what you are not. It is a futile search. There are no causes, but your ignorance of your real being, which is perfect and beyond all causation. For whatever happens, all the universe is responsible and you are the source of the universe. I know nothing about being the cause of the universe. Because you do not investigate. Inquire, search within and you will know. How can a speck like me create the vast universe? When you are infected with the I am the body virus, a whole universe springs into being. But when you have had enough of it, you cherish some fanciful ideas about liberation and pursue lines of action totally futile. You concentrate, you meditate, you torture your mind and body, you do all sorts of unnecessary things, but you miss the essential, which is the elimination of the person. In the beginning we may have to pray and meditate for some time before we are ready for self-inquiry. If you believe so, go on. To me, all delay is a waste of time. You can skip all the preparation and go directly for the ultimate search within. Of all the yogas it is the simplest and the shortest. 72. What is pure, unalloyed, unattached is real. Maharaj, you are back in India. Where have you been, what have you seen? Questioner, I come from Switzerland. I stayed there with a remarkable man who claims to have realized. He has done many yogas in his past and had many experiences that passed away. Now he claims no special abilities, nor knowledge. The only unusual thing about him is connected with sensations. He is unable to separate the seer from the seen. For instance, when he sees a car rushing at him, he does not know whether the car is rushing at him, or he at a car. He seems to be both at the same time, the seer and the seen. They become one. Whatever he sees himself. When I asked him some Vedantic questions he said, I really cannot answer. I do not know. All I know is this strange identity with whatever I perceive. You know, I expected anything but this. He is on the whole a humble man, he makes no disciples and in no way puts himself on a pedestal. He is willing to talk about his strange condition, but that is all. Now he knows what he knows. All else is over. At least he still talks. Soon he may cease talking. What will he do then? Immobility and silence are not inactive. The flower fills the space with perfume, the candle, with light. They do nothing yet they change everything by their mere presence. You can photograph the candle, but not its light. You can know the man, his name and appearance, but not his influence. His very presence is action. Is it not natural to be active? Everybody wants to be active, but where do his actions originate? There is no central point, each action begets another, meaninglessly and painfully, in endless succession. The alternation of work and pause is not there. First find the immutable center where all movement takes birth. Just like a wheel turns round an axle, so must you be always at the axle in the center and not whirling at the periphery. How do I go about it in practice? Whenever a thought or emotion of desire or fear comes to your mind, just turn away from it. By suppressing my thoughts and feelings I shall provoke a reaction. I am not talking of suppression. Just refuse attention. Must I not use effort to arrest the movements of the mind? It has nothing to do with effort. Just turn away, look between the thoughts, rather than at the thoughts. When you happen to walk in a crowd, you do not fight every man you meet, you just find your way between. Q. If I use my will to control the mind, it only strengthens the ego. M. Of course. When you fight, you invite a fight. But when you do not resist, you meet with no resistance. When you refuse to play the game, you are out of it. Q. How long will it take me to get free of the mind? M. It may take 1,000 years, but really no time is required. All you need is to be in dead earnest. Here the will is the deed. If you are sincere, you have it. After all, it is a matter of attitude. Nothing stops you from being Anani here and now, except fear. You are afraid of being impersonal, of impersonal being. It is all quite simple. Turn away from your desires and fears and from the thoughts they create, and you are at once in your natural state. Q. No question of reconditioning, changing, or eliminating the mind. M. Absolutely none. Leave your mind alone, that is all. Don't go along with it. After all, there is no such thing as mind apart from thoughts which come and go obeying their own laws, not yours. They dominate you only because you are interested in them. It is exactly as Christ said, resist not evil. By resisting evil you merely strengthen it. Q. Yes, I see now. All I have to do is to deny existence to evil. Then it fades away. But does it not boil down to some kind of autosuggestion? M. The autosuggestion is in full swing now, when you think yourself to be a person, caught between good and evil. What I am asking you to do is to put an end to it, to wake up and see things as they are. About your stay in Switzerland with that strange friend of yours, what did you gain in his company? Q. Nothing absolutely. His experience did not affect me at all. One thing I have understood, there is nothing to search for. Wherever I may go, nothing waits for me at the end of the journey. Discovery is not the result of transportation. M. Yes, you are quite apart from anything that can be gained or lost. Q. Do you call it vairagya, relinquishment, renunciation? M. There is nothing to renounce. Enough if you stop acquiring. To give you must have, and to have you must take. Better don't take. It is simpler than to practice renunciation, which leads to a dangerous form of spiritual pride. All this weighing, selecting, choosing, exchanging, it is all shopping in some spiritual market. What is your business there? What deal are you out to strike? When you are not out for business, what is the use of this endless anxiety of choice? Restlessness takes you nowhere. Something prevents you from seeing that there is nothing you need. Find it out and see its falseness. It is like having swallowed some poison and suffering from unquenchable craving for water. Instead of drinking beyond all measure, why not eliminate the poison and be free of this burning thirst? Q. I shall have to eliminate the ego. M. The sense I am a person in time and space is the poison. In a way, time itself is the poison. In time all things come to an end and new are born, to be devoured in their turn. Do not identify yourself with time, do not ask anxiously, what next, what next? Step out of time and see it devour the world. Say, well, it is in the nature of time to put an end to everything. Let it be. It does not concern me. I am not combustible, nor do I need to collect fuel. Q. Can the witness be without the things to witness? M. There is always something to witness. If not a thing, then its absence. Witnessing is natural and no problem. The problem is excessive interest, leading to self-identification. Whatever you are engrossed in you take to be real. Q. Is the I am real or unreal? Is the I am the witness? Is the witness real or unreal? M. What is pure, unalloyed, unattached, is real. What is tainted, mixed up, dependent and transient is unreal. Do not be misled by words. One word may convey several and even contradictory meanings. The I am that pursues the pleasant and shuns the unpleasant is false. The I am that sees pleasure and pain as inseparable sees rightly. The witness that is enmeshed in what he perceives is the person. The witness who stands aloof, unmoved, and untouched, is the watchtower of the real, the point at which awareness, inherent in the unmanifest, contacts the manifested. There can be no universe without the witness. There can be no witness without the universe. Q. Time consumes the world. Who is the witness of time? M. He who is beyond time, the unnameable. A glowing ember, moved round and round quickly enough, appears as a glowing circle. When the movement ceases, the ember remains. Similarly, the I am in movement creates the world. The I am at peace becomes the absolute. You are like a man with an electric torch walking through a gallery. You can see only what is within the beam. The rest is in darkness. Q. If I project the world, L should be able to change it. M. Of course, you can. But you must cease identifying yourself with it and go beyond. Then you have the power to destroy and recreate. Q. All I want is to be free. M. You must know two things. What are you to be free from and what keeps you bound? Q. Why do you want to annihilate the universe? M. I am not concerned with the universe. Let it be or not be. It is enough if I know myself. Q. If you are beyond the world, then you are of no use to the world. M. Pity the self that is, not the world that is not. Engrossed in a dream you have forgotten your true self. Q. Without the world there is no place for love. M. Quite so. All these attributes, being, consciousness, love and beauty are reflections of the real in the world. No real, no reflection. Q. The world is full of desirable things and people. How can I imagine it non-existent? M. Leave the desirables to those who desire. Change the current of your desire from taking to giving. The passion for giving, for sharing, will naturally wash the idea of an external world out of your mind, and of giving as well. Only the pure radiance of love will remain, beyond giving and receiving. Q. In love there must be duality, the lover and the beloved. M. In love there is not the one even. How can there be two? Love is the refusal to separate, to make distinctions. Before you can think of unity, you must first create duality. When you truly love, you do not say, I love you. Where there is mentation, there is duality. Q. What is it that brings me again and again to India? It cannot be only the comparative cheapness of life here, nor the colorfulness and variety of impressions. There must be some more important factor. M. There is also the spiritual aspect. The division between the outer and the inner is less in India. It is easier here to express the inner in the outer. Integration is easier. Society is not so oppressive. Q. Yes, in the West it is all tamas and rajas. In India there is more of sattva, of harmony and balance. M. Can't you go beyond the gunas? Why chose the sattva? Be what you are, wherever you are, and worry not about Gunness. Q. I have not the strength. M. It merely shows that you have gained little in India. What you truly have you cannot lose. Were you well grounded in yourself, change of place would not affect it. Q. In India spiritual life is easy. It is not so in the West. One has to conform to environment to a much greater extent. M. Why don't you create your own environment? The world has only as much power over you as you give it. Rebel. Go beyond duality, make no difference between East and West. Q. What can one do when one finds oneself in a very unspiritual environment? M. Do nothing. Be yourself. Stay out. Look beyond. Q. There may be clashes at home. Parents rarely understand. M. When you know your true being, you have no problems. You may please your parents or not, marry or not, make a lot of money or not, it is all the same to you. Just act according to circumstances, yet in close touch with the facts, with the reality in every situation. Q. Is it not a very high state? M. Oh no, it is the normal state. You call it high because you are afraid of it. First be free from fear. See that there is nothing to be afraid of. Fearlessness is the door to the Supreme. Q. No amount of effort can make me fearless. M. Fearlessness comes by itself, when you see that there is nothing to be afraid of. When you walk in a crowded street, you just bypass people. Some you see, some you just glance at, but you do not stop. It is the stopping that creates the bottleneck. Keep moving. Disregard names and shapes, don't be attached to them, your attachment is your bondage. Q. What should I do when a man slaps me on my face? M. You will react according to your character, inborn or acquired. Q. Is it inevitable? M. Is the world condemned to remain as we are? M. A jeweler who wants to refashion an ornament, first melts it down to shapeless gold. Similarly, one must return to one's original state before a new name and form can emerge. Death is essential for renewal. Q. You are always stressing the need of going beyond, of aloofness, of solitude. You hardly ever use the words right and wrong. Why is it so? M. It is right to be oneself, it is wrong not to be. All else is conditional. You are eager to separate right from wrong, because you need some basis for action. You are always after doing something or other. But, personally motivated action, based on some scale of values, aiming at some result is worse than inaction, for its fruits are always bitter. Q. Are awareness and love one and the same? M. Of course. Awareness is dynamic, love is being. Awareness is love in action. By itself the mind can actualize any number of possibilities, but unless they are prompted by love, they are valueless. Love precedes creation. Without it there is only chaos. Q. Where is the action in awareness? M. You are so incurably operational. Unless there is movement, restlessness, turmoil, you do not call it action. Chaos is movement for movement's sake. True action does not displace, it transforms. A change of place is mere transportation, a change of heart is action. Just remember, nothing perceivable is real. Activity is not action. Action is hidden, unknown, unknowable. Yon can only know the fruit. Q. Is not God the all-doer? M. Why do you bring in an outer doer? The world recreates itself out of itself. It is an endless process, the transitory begetting the transitory. It is your ego that makes you think that there must be a doer. You create a god to your own image, however dismal the image. Through the film of your mind you project a world and also a god to give it cause and purpose. It is all imagination. Step out of it. Q. How difficult it is to see the world as purely mental. The tangible reality of it seems so very convincing. M. This is the mystery of imagination, that it seems to be so real. You may be celibate or married, a monk, or a family man, that is not the point. Are you a slave of your imagination, or are you not? Whatever decision you take, whatever work you do, it will be invariably based on imagination, on assumptions parading as facts. Q. Here I am sitting in front of you. What part of it is imagination? M. The whole of it. Even space and time are imagined. Q. Does it mean that I don't exist? M. I too do not exist. All existence is imaginary. Q. Is being too imaginary? M. Pure being, filling all and beyond all, is not existence which is limited. All limitation is imaginary, only the unlimited is real. Q. When you look at me, what do you see? M. I see you imagining yourself to be. Q. There are many like me. Yet each is different. M. The totality of all projections is what is called Mahamaya. The great illusion. Q. But when you look at yourself, what do you see? M. It depends how I look. When I look through the mind, I see numberless people. When I look beyond the mind, I see the witness. Beyond the witness there is the infinite intensity of emptiness and silence. Q. How to deal with people. M. Why make plans and what for? Such questions show anxiety. Relationship is a living thing. Be at peace with your inner self and you will be at peace with everybody. Realize that you are not the master of what happens. You cannot control the future except in purely technical matters. Human relationship cannot be planned, it is too rich and varied. Just be understanding and compassionate, free of all self-seeking. Q. Surely, I am not the master of what happens. Its slave rather. M. Be neither master, nor slave. Stand aloof. Q. Does it imply avoidance of action? M. You cannot avoid action. It happens, like everything else. Q. My actions, surely, I can control. M. Try. You will soon see that you do what you must. Q. I can act according to my will. M. You know your will only after you have acted. Q. I remember any desires, the choices made, the decisions taken and act accordingly. M. Then your memory decides, not you. Q. Where do I come in? M. You make it possible by giving it attention. Q. Is there no such thing as free will? Am I not free to desire? M. Oh no, you are compelled to desire. In Hinduism the very idea of free will is non-existent, so there is no word for it. Will is commitment, fixation, bondage. Q. I am free to choose my limitations. M. You must be free first. To be free in the world you must be free of the world. Otherwise your past decides for you and your future. Between what had happened and what must happen you are caught. Call it destiny or karma, but never, freedom. First return to your true being and then act from the heart of love. Q. within the manifested what is the stamp of the unmanifest? M. There is none. The moment you begin to look for the stamp of the unmanifest, the manifested dissolves. If you try to understand the unmanifest with the mind, you at once go beyond the mind, like when you stir the fire with a wooden stick, you burn the stick. Use the mind to investigate the manifested. Be like the chick that pecks at the shell. Speculating about life outside the shell would have been of little use to it, but pecking at the shell breaks the shell from within and liberates the chick. Similarly, break the mind from within by investigation and exposure of its contradictions and absurdities. Q. The longing to break the shell, where does it come from? M. From the unmanifest. 73. Death of the mind is birth of wisdom. Questioner. Before one can realize one's true nature, need not one be a person? Does not the ego have its value? Maharaj. The person is of little use. It is deeply involved in its own affairs and is completely ignorant of its true being. Unless the witnessing consciousness begins to play on the person and it becomes the object of observation rather than the subject, realization is not feasible. It is the witness that makes realization desirable and attainable. Q. There comes a point in a person's life when it becomes the witness. M. Oh, no. The person by itself will not become the witness. It is like expecting a cold candle to start burning in the course of time. The person can stay in the darkness of ignorance forever, unless the flame of awareness touches it. Q. Who lights the candle? M. The Guru. His words, his presence. In India it is very often the mantra. Once the candle is lighted, the flame will consume the candle. Q. Why is the mantra so effective? M. Constant repetition of the mantra is something the person does not do for one's own sake. The beneficiary is not the person. Just like the candle which does not increase by burning. Q. Can the person become aware of itself by itself? M. Yes, it happens sometimes as a result of much suffering. The Guru wants to save you the endless pain. Such is his grace. Even when there is no discoverable outer Guru, there is always the Sadguru, the inner Guru, who directs and helps from within. The words outer and inner are relative to the body only, in reality all is one, the outer being merely a projection of the inner. Awareness comes as if from a higher dimension. Q. Before the spark is lit and after, what is the difference? M. Before the spark is lit there is no witness to perceive the difference. The person may be conscious, but is not aware of being conscious. It is completely identified with what it thinks and feels and experiences. The darkness that is in it is of its own creation. When the darkness is questioned, it dissolves. The desire to question is planted by the Guru. In other words, the difference between the person and the witness is as between not knowing and knowing oneself. The world seen in consciousness is to be of the nature of consciousness, when there is harmony, sattva, but when activity and passivity, rajas and tamas, appear, they obscure and distort and you see the false as real. Q. What can the person do to prepare itself for the coming of the Guru? M. The very desire to be ready means that the Guru had come and the flame is lighted. It may be a stray word, or a page in a book, the Guru's grace works mysteriously. Q. Is there no such thing as self-preparation? We hear so much about yoga sadhana. M. It is not the person that is doing sadhana. The person is in unrest and resistance to the very end. It is the witness that works on the person, on the totality of its illusions, past, present, and future. Q. How can we know that what you say is true? While it is self-contained and free from inner contradictions, how can we know that it is not a product of fertile imagination, nurtured and enriched by constant repetition? The proof of the truth lies in its effect on the listener. Q. Words can have a most powerful effect. By hearing, or repeating words, one can experience various kinds of trances. The listener's experiences may be induced and cannot be considered as a proof. The effect need not necessarily be an experience. It can be a change in character, in motivation, in relationship to people and oneself. Trances and visions induced by words, or drugs, or any other sensory or mental means are temporary and inconclusive. The truth of what is said here is immovable and everlasting. And the proof of it is in the listener, in the deep and permanent changes in his entire being. It is not something he can doubt, unless he doubts his own existence, which is unthinkable. When my experience becomes your own experience also, what better proof do you want? Q. The experiencer is the proof of his experience. Quite, but the experiencer needs no proof. I am, and I know I am. You cannot ask for further proofs. Q. Can there be true knowledge of things? Relatively, yes. Absolutely, there are no things. To know that nothing is true knowledge. Q. What is the link between the relative and the absolute? They are identical. Q. From which point of view are they identical? When the words are spoken, there is silence. When the relative is over, the absolute remains. The silence before the words were spoken, is it different from the silence that comes after? The silence is one, and without it the words could not have been heard. It is always there, at the back of the words. Shift your attention from words to silence and you will hear it. The mind craves for experience, the memory of which it takes for knowledge. The Gnani is beyond all experience and his memory is empty of the past. He is entirely unrelated to anything in particular. But the mind craves for formulations and definitions, always eager to squeeze reality into a verbal shape. Of everything it wants an idea, for without ideas the mind is not. Reality is essentially alone, but the mind will not leave it alone, and deals instead with the unreal. And yet it is all the mind can do, discover the unreal as unreal. Q. And seeing the real as real? There is no such state as seeing the real. Who is to see what? You can only be the real, which you are, anyhow. The problem is only mental. Abandon false ideas, that is all. There is no need of true ideas. There aren't any. Q. Why then are we encouraged to seek the real? The mind must have a purpose. To encourage it to free itself from the unreal it is promised something in return. In reality, there is no need of purpose. Being free from the false is good in itself, it wants no reward. It is just like being clean, which is its own reward. Q. Is not self-knowledge the reward? The reward of self-knowledge is freedom from the personal self. You cannot know the knower, for you are the knower. The fact of knowing proves the knower. You need no other proof. The knower of the known is not knowable. Just like the light is known in colors only, so is the knower known in knowledge. Q. Is the knower an inference only? You know your body, mind, and feelings. Are you an inference only? Q. I am an inference to others, but not to myself. So am I. An inference to you, but not to myself. I know myself by being myself. As you know yourself to be a man by being one. You do not keep on reminding yourself that you are a man. It is only when your humanity is questioned that you assert it. Similarly, I know that I am all. I do not need to keep on repeating, I am all, I am all. Only when you take me to be a particular, a person, I protest. As you are a man all the time, so I am what I am, all the time. Whatever you are changelessly, that you are beyond all doubt. Q. When I ask how do you know that you are Anani, you answer, I find no desire in me. Is this not a proof? M. Were I full of desires, I would have still been what I am. Q. Myself, full of desires and you, full of desires, what difference would there be? M. You identify yourself with your desires and become their slave. To me desires are things among other things, mere clouds in the mental sky, and I do not feel compelled to act on them. Q. The knower and his knowledge, are they one or two? M. They are both. The knower is the unmanifest, the known is the manifested. The known is always on the move, it changes, it has no shape of its own, no dwelling place. The knower is the immutable support of all knowledge. Each needs the other, but reality lies beyond. The Nani cannot be known, because there is nobody to be known. When there is a person, you can tell something about it, but when there is no self-identification with the particular, what can be said? You may tell Anani anything, his question will always be, about whom are you talking? There is no such person. Just as you cannot say anything about the universe because it includes everything, so nothing can be said about Anani, for he is all and yet nothing in particular. You need a hook to hang your picture on. When there is no hook, on what will the picture hang? To locate a thing you need space, to place an event you need time, but the timeless and spaceless defies all handling. It makes everything perceivable, yet itself it is beyond perception. The mind cannot know what is beyond the mind, but the mind is known by what is beyond it. The Nani knows neither birth nor death, existence and non-existence are the same to him. Q. When your body dies, you remain. M. Nothing dies. The body is just imagined. There is no such thing. Q. Before another century will pass, you will be dead to all around you. Your body will be covered with flowers, then burnt and the ashes scattered. That will be our experience. What will be yours? M. Time will come to an end. This is called the Great Death. Mahamrityu, the death of time. Q. Does it mean that the universe and its contents will come to an end? M. The universe is your personal experience. How can it be affected? You might have been delivering a lecture for 2 hours. Where has it gone when it is over? It has merged into silence in which the beginning, middle, and end of the lecture are all together. Time has come to a stop. It was, but is no more. The silence after a life of talking and the silence after a life of silence is the same silence. Immortality is freedom from the feeling, I am. Yet it is not extinction. On the contrary, it is a state infinitely more real, aware, and happy than you can possibly think of. Only self-consciousness is no more. Q. Why does the great death of the mind coincide with the small death of the body? M. It does not. You may die 100 deaths without a break in the mental turmoil. Or, you may keep your body and die only in the mind. The death of the mind is the birth of wisdom. Q. The person goes and only the witness remains. M. Who remains to say, I am the witness. When there is no I am, where is the witness? In the timeless state there is no self to take refuge in. The man who carries a parcel is anxious not to lose it, he is parcel conscious. The man who cherishes the feeling I am is self-conscious. The nani holds on to nothing and cannot be said to be conscious. And yet he is not unconscious. He is the very heart of awareness. We call him Digambara, clothed in space, the naked one, beyond all appearance. There is no name and shape under which he may be said to exist, yet he is the only one that truly is. Q. I cannot grasp it. M. Who can? The mind has its limits. It is enough to bring you to the very frontiers of knowledge and make you face the immensity of the unknown. To dive in it is up to you. Q. What about the witness? Is it real or unreal? M. It is both. The last remnant of illusion, the first touch of the real. To say, I am only the witness is both false and true, false because of the I am, true because of the witness. It is better to say, there is witnessing. The moment you say, I am, the entire universe comes into being along with its creator. Q. Another question, can we visualize the person and the self as two brothers, small and big? The little brother is mischievous and selfish, rude and restless, while the big brother is intelligent and kind, reasonable and considerate, free from body consciousness with its desires and fears. The big brother knows the little one, but the small one is ignorant of the big one and thinks itself to be entirely on its own. The Guru comes and tells the smaller one, you are not alone, you come from a very good family, your brother is a very remarkable man, wise and kind, and he loves you very much. Remember him, think of him, find him, serve him, and you will become one with him. Now, the question is, are there two in us, the personal and the individual, the false self and the true self, or is it only a simile? M. It is both. They appear to be two, but on investigation they are found to be one. Duality lasts only as long as it is not questioned. The Trinity, mind, self, and spirit, Vyakti, Vyakta, Avyakta, when looked into, becomes unity. These are only modes of experiencing, of attachment, of detachment, of transcendence. Q. Your assumption that we are in a dream state makes your position unassailable. Whatever objection we raise, you just deny its validity. One cannot discuss with you. M. The desire to discuss is also mere desire. The desire to know, to have the power, even the desire to exist are desires only. Everybody desires to be, to survive, to continue, for no one is sure of himself. But everybody is immortal. You make yourself mortal by taking yourself to be the body. Q. Since you have found your freedom, will you not give me a little of it? M. Why little? Take the whole. Take it, it is there for the taking. But you are afraid of freedom. Q. Swami Ramdas had to deal with a similar request. Some devotees collected round him one day and began to ask for liberation. Ramdas listened smilingly, and then suddenly he became serious and said, you can have it, here and now, freedom absolute and permanent. Who wants it? Come forward. Nobody moved. Thrice he repeated the offer. None accepted. Then he said, the offer is withdrawn. M. Attachment destroys courage. The giver is always ready to give. The taker is absent. Freedom means letting go. People just do not care to let go everything. They do not know that the finite is the price of the infinite, as death is the price of immortality. Spiritual maturity lies in the readiness to let go everything. The giving up is the first step. But the real giving up is in realizing that there is nothing to give up, for nothing is your own. It is like deep sleep. You do not give up your bed when you fall asleep, you just forget it. 74. Truth is here and now. Questioner, my question is, what is the proof of truth? Followers of every religion, metaphysical or political, philosophical or ethical, are convinced that theirs is the only truth, that all else is false, and they take their own unshakable conviction for the proof of truth. I am convinced, so it must be true, they say. It seems to me that no philosophy or religion, no doctrine or ideology, however complete, free from inner contradictions and emotionally appealing, can be the proof of its own truth. They are like clothes men put on, which vary with times and circumstances and follow the fashion trends. Now, can there be a religion or philosophy which is true and which does not depend on somebody's conviction? Nor on scriptures, because they again depend on somebody's faith in them? Is there a truth which does not depend on trusting, which is not subjective? Maharaj, what about science? Q. Science is circular, it ends where it starts, with the senses. It deals with experience, and experience is subjective. No two persons can have the same experience, though they may express it in the same words. You must look for truth beyond the mind. Q. Sir, I have had enough of trances. Any drug can induce them cheaply and quickly. Even the classical samadhis, caused by breathing or mental exercises, are not much different. There are oxygen samadhis and carbon dioxide samadhis and self-induced samadhis, caused by repetition of a formula or a chain of thoughts. Monotony is soporific. I cannot accept samadhi, however glorious, as a proof of truth. Samadhi is beyond experience. It is a qualityless state. Q. The absence of experience is due to inattention. It reappears with attention. Closing one's eyes does not disprove light. Attributing reality to negative states will not take us far. The very negation contains an affirmation. In a way you are right. But don't you see, you are asking for the proof of truth, without explaining what is the truth you have in mind and what proof will satisfy you? You can prove anything, provided you trust your proof. But what will prove that your proof is true? I can easily drive you into an admission that you know only that you exist, that you are the only proof you can have of anything. But I do not identify mere existence with reality. Existence is momentary, always in time and space, while reality is changeless and all-pervading. Q. Sir, I do not know what is truth and what can prove it. Do not throw me on my own resources. I have none. Here you are the truth knower, not me. You refuse testimony as the proof of truth. The experience of others is of no use to you. You reject all inference from the concurring statements of a vast number of independent witnesses, so it is for you to tell me what is the proof that will satisfy you, what is your test of a valid proof. Q. Honestly, I do not know what makes a proof. Not even your own experience. Q. Neither my experience, nor even existence. They depend on my being conscious. And your being conscious depends on what? Q. I do not know. Formerly, I would have said, on my body. Now I can see that the body is secondary, not primary, and cannot be considered as an evidence of existence. I am glad you have abandoned the I am the body idea, the main source of error and suffering. Q. I have abandoned it intellectually, but the sense of being the particular, a person, is still with me. I can say, I am, but what I am I cannot say. I know I exist, but I do not know what exists. Whichever way I put it, I face the unknown. Your very being is the real. Q. Surely, we are not talking of the same thing. I am not some abstract being. I am a person, limited and aware of its limitations. I am a fact, but a most unsubstantial fact I am. There is nothing I can build on my momentary existence as a person. Your words are wiser than you are. As a person, your existence is momentary. But are you a person only? Are you a person at all? Q. How am I to answer? My sense of being proves only that I am, it does not prove anything which is independent of me. I am relative, both creature and creator of the relative. The absolute proof of the absolute truth, what is it? Where is it? Can the mere feeling I am be the proof of reality? Of course not. I am and the world is are related and conditional. They are due to the tendency of the mind to project names and shapes. Q. Names and shapes and ideas and convictions, but not truth. But for you, I would have accepted the relativity of everything, including truth, and learned to live by assumptions. But then I meet you and hear you talking of the absolute as within my reach and also as supremely desirable. Words like peace, bliss, eternity, immortality, catch my attention, as offering freedom from pain and fear. My inborn instincts, pleasure-seeking and curiosity are roused and I begin to explore the realm you have opened. All seems most attractive and naturally I ask. Is it attainable? Is it real? You are like a child that says, prove that the sugar is sweet then only I shall have it. The proof of the sweetness is in the mouth not in the sugar. To know it is sweet, you must taste it, there is no other way. Of course, you begin by asking, is it sugar? Is it sweet? And you accept my assurance until you taste it. Then only all doubts dissolve and your knowledge becomes first-hand and unshakable. I do not ask you to believe me. Just trust me enough to begin with. Every step proves or disproves itself. You seem to want the proof of truth to precede fit truth. And what will be the proof of the proof? You see, you are falling into a regress. To cut it, you must put a stop to asking for proofs and accept, for a moment only, something as true. It does not really matter what it is. It may be God, or me, or your own self. In each case you accept something, or somebody, unknown as true. Now, if you act on the truth you have accepted, even for a moment, very soon you will be brought to the next step. It is like climbing a tree in the dark, you can get hold of the next branch only when you are perched on the previous one. In science it is called the experimental approach. To prove a theory you carry out an experiment according to the operational instructions, left by those who have made the experiment before you. In spiritual search the chain of experiments one has to make is called yoga. Q. There are so many yogas, which to choose? Of course, every Nani will suggest the path of his own attainment as the one he knows most intimately. But most of them are very liberal and adapt their advice to the needs of the inquirer. All the paths take you to the purification of the mind. The impure mind is opaque to truth, the pure mind is transparent. Truth can be seen through it easily and clearly. Q. I am sorry, but I seem unable to convey my difficulty. I am asking about the proof of truth and am being given the methods of attaining it. Assuming I follow the methods and attain some most wonderful and desirable state, how do I come to know that my state is true? Every religion begins with faith and promises some ecstasy. Is the ecstasy of the real, or the product of faith? 4. If it is an induced state, I shall have nothing to do with it. Take Christianity that says, Jesus is your Savior, believe and be saved from sin. When I ask a sinning Christian how is it that he has not been saved from sin in spite of his faith in Christ, he answers, my faith is not perfect. Again we are in the vicious circle, without perfect faith, no salvation, without salvation, no perfect faith, hence no salvation. Conditions are imposed which are unfulfillable and then we are blamed for not fulfilling them. You do not realize that your present waking state is one of ignorance. Your question about the proof of truth is born from ignorance of reality. You are contacting your sensory and mental states in consciousness, at the point of I am, while reality is not mediated, not contacted, not experienced. You are taking duality so much for granted, that you do not even notice it, while to me variety and diversity do not create separation. You imagine reality to stand apart from names and forms, while to me names and forms are the ever-changing expressions of reality and not apart from it. You ask for the proof of truth while to me all existence is the proof. You separate existence from being and being from reality, while to me it is all one. However much you are convinced of the truth of your waking state, you do not claim it to be permanent and changeless, as I do when I talk of mine. Yet I see no difference between us, except that you are imagining things, while I do not. First you disqualify me from asking about truth, then you accuse me of imagination. What is imagination to you is reality to me. Until you investigate. I am not accusing you of anything. I am only asking you to question wisely. Instead of searching for the proof of truth, which you do not know, go through the proofs you have of what you believe to know. You will find you know nothing for sure, you trust on hearsay. To know the truth, you must pass through your own experience. I am mortally afraid of samadhis and other trances, whatever their cause. A drink, a smoke, a fever, a drug, breathing, singing, shaking, dancing, whirling, praying, sex or fasting, mantras or some vertiginous abstraction can dislodge me from my waking state and give me some experience, extraordinary because unfamiliar. But when the cause ceases, the effect dissolves and only a memory remains, haunting but fading. Let us give up all means and their results, for the results are bound by the means. Let us put the question anew, can truth be found? Where is the dwelling place of truth where you could go in search of it? And how will you know that you have found it? What touchstone do you bring with you to test it? You are back at your initial question, what is the proof of truth? There must be something wrong with the question itself, for you tend to repeat it again and again. Why do you ask what are the proofs of truth? Is it not because you do not know truth firsthand and you are afraid that you may be deceived? You imagine that truth is a thing which carries the name truth and that it is advantageous to have it, provided it is genuine. Hence your fear of being cheated. You are shopping for truth, but you do not trust the merchants. You are afraid of forgeries and imitations. I am not afraid of being cheated. I am afraid of cheating myself. But you are cheating yourself in your ignorance of your true motives. You are asking for truth, but in fact you merely seek comfort, which you want to last forever. Now, nothing, no state of mind, can last forever. In time and space there is always a limit, because time and space themselves are limited. And in the timeless the words forever have no meaning. The same with the proof of truth. In the realm of non-duality everything is complete, its own proof, meaning and purpose. Where all is one, no supports are needed. You imagine that permanence is the proof of truth, that what lasts longer is somehow more true. Time becomes the measure of truth. And since time is in the mind becomes the arbiter and searches within itself the proof of truth, a task altogether impossible and hopeless. Sir, were you to say, nothing is true, all is relative, I would agree with you. But you maintain there is truth, reality, perfect knowledge, therefore I ask, what is it and how do you know? And what will make me say, yes, Maharaj was right? You are holding on to the need for a proof, a testimony, an authority. You still imagine that truth needs pointing at and telling you, look, here is truth. It is not so. Truth is not the result of an effort, the end of a road. It is here and now, in the very longing and the search for it. It is nearer than the mind and the body, nearer than the sense I am. You do not see it because you look too far away from yourself, outside your innermost being. You have objectified truth and insist on your standard proofs and tests, which apply only to things and thoughts. All I can make out from what you say is that truth is beyond me and I am not qualified to talk about it. You are not only qualified, but you are truth itself. Only you mistake the false for the true. You seem to say, don't ask for proofs of truth. Concern yourself with untruth only. The discovery of truth is in the discernment of the false. You can know what is not. What is, you can only be. Knowledge is relative to the known. In a way it is the counterpart of ignorance. Where ignorance is not, where is the need of knowledge? By themselves neither ignorance nor knowledge have being. They are only states of mind, which again is but an appearance of movement in consciousness which is in its essence immutable. Is truth within the realm of the mind or beyond? It is neither, it is both. It cannot be put into words. This is what I hear all the time, inexpressible, anarvakaniya. It does not make me wiser. It is true that it often covers sheer ignorance. The mind can operate with terms of its own making, it just cannot go beyond itself. That which is neither sensory nor mental, and yet without which neither sensory nor the mental can exist, cannot be contained in them. Do understand that the mind has its limits. To go beyond, you must consent to silence. Can we say that action is the proof of truth? It may not be verbalized, but it may be demonstrated. Neither action nor inaction. It is beyond both. Can a man ever say, yes, this is true? Or is he limited to the denial of the false? In other words, is truth pure negation? Or, does a moment come when it becomes assertion? Truth cannot be described, but it can be experienced. Experience is subjective, it cannot be shared. Your experiences leaves me where I am. Truth can be experienced, but it is not mere experience. I know it and I can convey it, but only if you are open to it. To be open means to want nothing else. I am full of desires and fears. Does it mean that I am not eligible for truth? Truth is not a reward for good behavior, nor a prize for passing some tests. It cannot be brought about. It is the primary, the unborn, the ancient source of all that is. You are eligible because you are. You need not merit truth. It is your own. Just stop running away by running after. Stand still, be quiet. Q. Sir, if you want the body to be still and the mind quiet, tell me how it is done. In self-awareness I see the body and the mind moved by causes beyond my control. Heredity and environment dominate me absolutely. The mighty I am, the creator of the universe, can be wiped out by a drug temporarily, or a drop of poison, permanently. Again, you take yourself to be the body. Q. Even if I dismiss this body of bones, flesh and blood as not me, still I remain with the subtle body made up of thoughts and feelings, memories and imaginations. If I dismiss these also as not me, I still remain with consciousness, which also is a kind of body. You are quite right, but you need not stop there. Go beyond. Neither consciousness, nor the I am at the center of it are you. Your true being is entirely unself-conscious, completely free from all self-identification with whatever it may be, gross, subtle or transcendental. Q. I can imagine myself to be beyond. But what proof have I? To be, I must be somebody. It is the other way round. To be, you must be nobody. To think yourself to be something, or somebody, is death and hell. Q. I have read that in ancient Egypt people were admitted to some mysteries where, under the influence of drugs or incantations, they would be expelled from their bodies and could actually experience standing outside and looking at their own prostrate forms. This was intended to convince them of the reality of the after-death existence and create in them a deep concern with their ultimate destiny, so profitable to the state and temple. The self-identification with the person owning the body remained. The body is made of food, as the mind is made of thoughts. See them as they are. Non-identification, when natural and spontaneous, is liberation. You need not know what you are. Enough to know what you are not. What you are you will never know, for every discovery reveals new dimensions to conquer. The unknown has no limits. Q. Does it imply ignorance forever? It means that ignorance never was. Truth is in the discovery, not in the discovered. And to discovery there is no beginning and no end. Question the limits, go beyond, set yourself tasks apparently impossible, this is the way.